Hi everyone, Elle Ingalls here at Pressure Free Living, and I'm so glad that you're here for the Pressure Free Leadership Conference. We've got a great lineup of speakers here today, and before we launch into all of them, I want to share just a little bit about why I put this conference together. One of the things that I've noticed with my clients who are leaders, and most of my clients tend to be what I call high achievers, type A's, and they are people who are looking to achieve more in life, whether they are a grandparent or they are a CEO. It's always this kind of striving for something more, something better. And sometimes when we're locked in that kind of action, that type A high achieving behavior, there can be a lot of stress, there can be a lot of burnout. And in fact, a book I'm working on right now is called The Pressure Free CEO. And I'm purposefully writing this book because I lost my dad to a heart attack. I lost him to the second heart attack. So the first heart attack, he survived, which was amazing because most CEOs don't survive the first one. And he lived another 7 years or so before the next one. And and I feel like it was so unnecessary. If I could have taught him what I know now before, I truly believe he'd still be living. And what was really weird about that first heart attack is that, like, I didn't even know my dad was having any trouble or anything was going on. I just get a call from my mom on one of those like long corded phones, right? And she goes, "Your father's had a heart attack. He's in the hospital." And I'm like, my first response is, "I'm coming right out." I live in Michigan, they live in New Hampshire. And then I noticed by the end of this call, like my fingers are all tangled up in the cord. It's wound around me. Like I'm all over the kitchen as I'm like in this mess thinking of my father being in the hospital. Like he'd never been in the hospital really for anything. So I was like really, really tense. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'll fly right out. And she goes, "No, you won't. He doesn't want you to come. He's fine. He's going to be fine. He's having surgery tomorrow. It's going to be fine." And if you met my mother, you would know that you don't question her. You don't question her. So I did not fly out. She goes, "Your father would want you to stay there and take care of your boys. Do not come out here." So I didn't come out. And to this day, I wish I had. So these kinds of things, these things that happen, I think are really incredibly important to note and understand how much stress does affect leaders. So I've put this conference together to really give us some great advice from a variety of leaders, all different kinds, all different ages, so that you will never be bored as we're working through this. And you'll have the chance to really dive in, learn from them. And I'll start with a couple of things about what I do. So as I mentioned, I work with a lot of high achievers. They're as young as 10 and as old as 80. My 80-year-old client was a gold medal Olympian mother. So her son was a gold medal Olympic winner. And she just heard about me through the grapevine and asked if I would coach her. And it was really incredible what started to happen there. She, at 80 years old, was able to use my method and really change up her life. So I just really dug in after I worked with her and after I've worked with other people and said, this is really valuable for someone of any age. So I created an on-the-go stress management method that you can use in any situation to prevent the release of the fight or flight stress response. So it's not stress that actually harms us. We can have a lot of stressors going on, a lot of challenges. However, if we trigger fight or flight and release the stress hormones, those are the things that do the damage to us. So in 2010, I created this method. I started coaching it. And at first I thought I was just helping people perform better. I'm a performer. I'm a former violinist, conductor, and an executive. And I've used these mental toughness tips to play my violin really well, to conduct orchestras, and to lead an organization. So what was really cool is when I started working people and other things started happening for them. Their health improved. They started to have better relationships with their spouse, their partner, their kids, their coworkers. And so it was really, really cool to watch this transformation start to happen with so many different kinds of people. And so then I started, at first, by the way, I was in denial that I needed to use the method on myself. I didn't think I needed it. I thought I was a pretty calm professional. I was wrong. And there were signs. I had eczema on my hands for 35 years. That's a stress-induced disease. I would get stress acne on my face. I would never show my face on camera like this in my past life. Um, I had some other issues going on, but I thought I was a pretty calm person. When I started to use the method on myself, so much changed in about an 8-week time period. So much changed for me. So as I got going with this, I thought, wow, there's so many applications. Again, I really start with performance, how people want to perform better, how they really want to lead their lives. But then it just kind of blends into all these other areas as well. So if you want to learn more, just reach out to me. You are all connected to me now. I give a free strategy session to anybody who would like to learn more. And you can just go to speakwithelle.com to do that. So speakwithelle.com takes you right to my online calendar, so you can find a time that's convenient for you. I work with people all across the globe. And again, there really isn't an age limit. My younger clients, in fact, if you know of someone young who's struggling with stress and anxiety, I have coached as young as 10. Those tend to be very talented athletes or performers in music or dance or gymnastics or sports. So those, or also very high achievers academically. But I have worked as young as 10. I actually had a school want me to do first and second graders. That was a trip, but they loved it and they got it. And sometimes it's the youngest that come up with the coolest ways to use some of the tools that I teach. So I would like to give our first guest a little intro here and give her a little extra time too, because what we can learn from this woman is endless. Leila Veronica and I we first started working together or met each other 4 years ago. I would say it took a few months before we actually did anything together because we had never even met in person. It was like one of those online masterminds where we first met. And ever since we have been collaborating, she and I are accountability partners. We talk every weekday morning and we help support each other with our businesses, with our lives. We've become friends as well as business colleagues. When I met Leila, she changed my life in so many profound ways, in ways that I never thought would be possible for me to change, and mostly concerning my body and presence. So I would love to have Leila share a little bit more about who she is, what she does, and launch into what she has to share with us today. So welcome, Leila.
Thank you, Elle Ingalls. I'm really grateful to be here. Like Elle said, my name's Leila Veronica. Lila, if you're writing it down. I'm a big note taker. I'm one of those high achieving type A women that Elle was talking about a little bit ago. I would love to give Elle a little bit of props here with a personal story before I dive into what I do, since you gave me a little extra time. What's neat about Elle and I, the work that we do complements each other really well. So she teaches a system, I teach a system, and the two systems make sense together as well. There's some even overlap. For example, one of her tools is to, I'll give you right now, is to soften your belly button, relax your belly button away from your spine, let it go. And I teach that, she teaches that. And both of that simple tool will not only open up your body, open up your jaw, your legs, your hips, but also open up your energy and your mind, and then reduce the likelihood of you releasing fight or flight hormones, the things that keep you stuck, overwhelmed, confused, and in that icky place, not moving forward in life. And so soften your belly button all day today. Part of the pressure-free, method, part of what we're teaching you today in the beginning is how to get yourself prepared as a leader before you take in information. So one way is to relax the belly. A tight belly is a little bit more like a shield. It's still gonna, kind of keep some things away that you might want to let in. So just let your belly relax, open today. I met Elle, like she said, about 4 years ago. Both of us are coaches. So I am a coach who helps you align your body in a dynamic way that's open so that you can move forward in life in a dynamic way and open. There's a lot of mindset work out there, and it's powerful. I'm a big proponent of it. However, when you combine the mindset work with the body set work, with the embodiment work, with the feeling state, you bring the mind with the body, boom, your spirit can shine, your energy can shine. And that's really how you not only attract, certain opportunities, but when you're in, being seen in a relationship in front of a bunch of people, even by yourself, you're going to feel, appear, and be felt more radiant, more bright. So the idea today is to get yourself ready in your body so that you can really show up as the leader that you're meant to be. It's not just in the head, it's not what you say, it's also in the physical form. And so I learned the pressure-free method with Elle Ingalls about 4 years ago, and she learned this body system that I'm going to teach you today about 4 years ago. And we have both really just exploded our presence in the marketplace. We've helped hundreds of people at this point. We've, done all sorts of cool stuff, and we're just getting started, it feels like. I really love the pressure-free method because I'll give you an example. What just happened while she was talking, there was a fly all of a sudden out of nowhere, a fly in my house. I'm like, what? A fly in my house. I'm like, okay, so I'm using the pressure-free method for about 5 minutes while she's talking, trying to get I don't know if you guys saw me walking away. It's a fly. And I'm like, do not trigger stress hormones before you teach this people how to stay calm. So I just used the pressure-free method in the last 5 minutes or so. So thank you, Elle. It's also helped me grow my business, attract opportunities that are higher level. A lot of people ask me, how did you get on that stage that fast? Or how did you get, in with those people so quick? And I'm going to show you how today. It's because I'm not in my head. I'm in my feeling state. We can listen better. The best listeners are the best leaders. And so we listen from the body. I'm going to show you how today, and not the head. Nobody wants to connect with anybody who's thinking. It's actually kind of painful. It's annoying. It's kind of like, it's uncomfortable.
I have to say something here because what you just said is so profound. Nobody wants to connect with someone who's thinking. And I'm going to take a guess that everyone watching right now has a little bit, Leela and I both have a little bit of this, of like know-it-all syndrome. We know a lot. We use our brain a lot. Cynthia's raising her hand, right? So this is really important. This has changed me as a coach. And I think it's just really incredible that you just brought that forward.
Yeah. And we all have felt it. That's why I can, kind of bring it forward. It's like having an apple. You've all been around somebody who's just thinking, or talking. And you're just like, there's no room for you. There's no room for your energy. There's no room for you to be heard, seen, felt, served, and this happens all over. It happens with people in front of hundreds of people, and it happens with people people one-on-one, As leaders, also what's neat about this is when you can get into your body and feeling state, you can sense which direction to go. You can pivot way faster. But if you're just thinking, you're just on this, you're almost on it like a one-trick pony. And as a leader, you want to be able to be a little bit malleable, a little bit pliable with your people. So if somebody shifts in your presence, you can shift with them. And you can only do that if you can feel the shift. If you go to an audience, and I've actually been in audiences before, and I'm like, something's going on here. What's going on? I feel something's up. And somebody will raise their hand. They're like, I got a bloody nose. I got to get out of here. And I'm like, go, get out of here. Take care of yourself. But I felt it, and there was somebody kind of hiding, and I was like, something's going on. I can feel it. And so that's what I'm going to help you guys with today. So like I said, I work with a lot of very highly intelligent women entrepreneurs, leaders, people who are really high level in their career, also a lot of visionary men and couples, so that they can, align their body with their vision. Basically, everybody's got, leaders have great visions, but we need to really bring them into the planet Earth, into the body, so that the action is smoother. Now, here's the deal. A lot of people can do a lot, but like Elle said, her father had 2 heart attacks. And the intention today is let you lead, allow yourself to lead, but do it in a way where you lead you first. You take care of you, and then everybody else can follow and suit and take care of themselves and lead and follow and so forth. And we don't want you to lead from an unhealthy place, because we need you. We need you longer. If you have something great to offer the world, we need you here longer. So let's take care of you first, then your people. All right. One more story I want to tell you, and then we're going to get into it. So if you want to today, you have, so you can sit down or stand up. I'm going to teach you how to do both. But I'm going to also show you how to move in space a little bit too, so that when you're moving, people can feel you differently. I started my business, and in the beginning, I was trying to work on my message. Like, how do I communicate what I do? It's kind of hard to tell people, hey, you need to take care of your body in terms of what it's doing so that people see you different, so you make more money. I was trying to figure out how to help, entrepreneurs and get this. And I was struggling, and I got invited to a Tony Robbins event. And it was an all-day thing. Anybody here ever been to a Tony Robbins event or some personal development thing where it's like all day or all weekend and you're like, wow, yeah. Okay. So I went through the day, and then he comes on, and he's on for 4 hours. There's music, there's high fives, there's jumping, there's sitting, there's serious people crying. There's, lots of stories, but the foundation of what he was saying was 2 things. He talks about getting into a resourceful state, so you can have your dream life, whatever you want, relationships, career, ideal health, all of the, connection with the spirit, anything you want. 2 things. Number 1, move your body. Number 2, change your mind. Basically, focus on something different. You got something going on mindset. We know about it. We're going to hear about it today. And I'm so grateful, because people are brilliant in helping you shift those thoughts into something new. But the other piece is this: you got to move your body. You got to embody that. So if you're thinking, I'm amazing, I'm amazing, I'm amazing, I'm amazing, I'm so cool, I'm so awesome, it's not going to work. You know that, right? You get that. So I'm going to take you back to your body when it was younger, when you were brighter, when all the world took you, before the world kind of took you down, before your own thoughts take you down, so that any time when you're, say, in the kitchen, in the bathroom, in the living room, out somewhere, walking, and you're kind of down and out, thinking down and out stuff, is this going to work? Is anybody going to want this? What am I going to do about money? Am I going to have love ever? Are they mad at me? Yeah. Am I going to be okay? Any of that. You can shift your body, and it'll help you shift your mind faster. Okay. So I love bringing forward these simple tools. What I will tell you is that it's not just move your body and change your mind. It's actually how you move your body. So I'm going to teach you 3 things about your body today: heart, hips, and head. I have a 10-step system. If you want to download, it's in the chat, but it's bodywithleela.com, bodywithleela, Lila.com. It will give you all 10 parts of your body, 10 key areas really that you need to work on: hands, feet, legs, arms, head, all of that. But I'm just going to give you 3 simple areas today to play with, so we don't get too complex. The training I'm giving you is actually a first video in a training called Move and Grow Rich, because just like Napoleon Hill said, think and grow rich. We're putting in, yes, think and grow rich, and let's move your body in the way you're thinking to grow rich. And rich to you is, whatever that means: more opportunities, more love, more wealth, improved health, right? So if you want to, go ahead and take a stand, or you can sit in your spot, but it's kind of nice. Just go ahead and take a stand. And I want you to learn 2 things right away that are going to be difficult for you, but very valuable. Number 1, straight arms. Number 2, bent knees. All right. So notice if you just let it go, what happens? Your arms are going to kind of bend and your legs are kind of going to go straight. So I'm going to tell you, if you look at a little kid, they're not straight legged and bent armed. They're like this. Woo! Bent knees, straight arms. This is the winning position. Even a blind child who thinks they win the race, they go over the finish line, they look up and they smile, they put the arms up. An animal, when they wake up, what do? Stretch the belly. We don't need to bend over and stretch the back. Stretch the belly, open up, bend your knees, look up, inhale and exhale, and put your arms down. Okay. See if you can keep your arms down and keep your knees bent. Just a little bit of more spring in your knees. A little more spring in your knees brings a little bit movement into your body, puts a little bit more energy. And if you have straight legs, feel gentle straight legs. It blocks energy in your hips. Bend knees. You got a little more side to side ability in your hips, a little more movement. The hips are related to your groundedness on the planet Earth. The hips are related energetically to bringing in money and wealth and creativity and connection. So a little bend in your knees is what we want. A little arms straight as much as you can to open your heart. Now, these are simple tools. These aren't the three things. I'm going to teach you this just as a every day. You need to put your arms up as a winning position because you're a winner. You're born a winner. Something took you down, but you're a winner. Okay. Don't forget. 3 parts of your body. I'm going to show you a little bit more of my body here. So heart, hips, head. If you want to write it down, you can. Heart, hips, head. Our body, think of it like a tree. So as a leader, one thing I loved about working with Elle is she's got brilliant vision. And at the same time, I would say when we first met, it might not have been as grounded and happening on the planet as much as as it is now, for sure. So we want the big, the flowers, the tree limbs, the leaves, all of these ideas that you have as a leader to be grounded. So we're going to work with your heart, your head lifting up. We're going to work with your hips going down. 2 things at one time is going to require your entire attention. Your heart, head lifting up, your hips going down. So let's go a little bit deeper. Let's start with your heart. Bring your arms forward. Notice your shoulder blades on the back of your heart, the back of your ribs. Now, lower your arms and notice how your shoulder blades come together and they close off the back of your heart. So we want to keep your heart open at all times because what everybody's saying, live from the heart, but nobody's teaching you how. Today we are. Live from the heart, meaning open all sides. Let's bring your elbows in front of your ribs. If you're typing on your computer, keep your elbows open. Why? Put your elbows down, you close off the side of the heart. Interesting. You're losing life force energy. You're losing connection with your heart, the rib cage even here. So if you're driving in the car, elbows open. Now this is going to seem weird at first. Who cares? Leaders are weird. We're not normal. We're the ones who show people a new way. This is a new way. You want to keep all of this open. Now,
I drive like this and my husband calls me a robot.
It's amazing though. Yeah. Now, if this is too much for you, your shoulders hurt, it's too much, just lower down. Let it go. Let it go. It's okay. And then come back to it. Because this conference is a lot about, bringing in confidence, calm, but also resiliency. So build more resiliency in your body by keeping it more open longer. If it gets too much, relax. And then come back. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you now to bring in your breath to the side of your ribs like fish gills. Breathe in and out. Couple more. Breathe in and out. Side of your ribs open. Exhale. One more. Breathe in and out. Imagine your rib cage is like a hot air balloon. Lifting up to the sky. And even bring breath now to that space between your shoulders that we mentioned a minute ago. You can even open your mouth if it's kind of hard to get there. Couple more, breathe in. See if you can even bring breath to your low back ribs down by your waist. That's the furthest place. It's kind of hard to get there. One more breath. Bring that life force energy, that inspiration, that spirit. You know, the first thing we do when we come into the planet is take a big breath in. And the last thing we do before we leave is take a breath out. So allow that breath, that life force energy to come in more. It'll actually physically expand your ribs and you'll have more of that broad, you know, leader body. A leader doesn't stand and sit collapsed. A leader stands broad and open because the heart is open. So go ahead and relax your arms. That might have felt like a lot for you. If it did, keep practicing, keep going. Every single day. I have a client right now who's doing it every single day. She's like, oh my God, all this stuff is happening. People are attracted to me more. She's making more money. She's like, there's all these things happening out of the blue. This is why you open yourself up, you become more aware and things start flowing into you more. So number one on the heart is open it wide. Get the back of it open on the back of the ribs. So you want the wide open, back open, and then your whole rib cage stays lifted up. Now, if you're standing, go ahead and walk around just a little with your rib cage gently floating to the sky like a hot air balloon. And then collapse it a little bit. So, you know, arms down, elbows back, and walk around. And as you're walking, now we'll open it up, sides, back, and then lift it up. And the idea here is what's cool is many of us have shoulder tension, neck tension. If you open the ribs, the heart, lift the wideness, the back up, all of that, your shoulders can soften, your neck can actually start to rest on all of that, and you don't have to work so hard, okay? So that's the first piece. Number one, get that heart open. And if it's a little bit challenging to do it, use your hand. Put your hand on the side of your ribs and breathe. You can put your hand even on the back and breathe. Put your hands on the bottom of your, you know, the ribs here right by your waistline and breathe up. If I could teach you one thing in this life is to live more from your heart. And this is how. You bring your breath, you bring your touch, you bring your awareness there. And this will help you make decisions, choices more from your heart. So that's the first piece. Heart open. Next piece. We're going to give your hips more down, more rootedness. And I'm just going to give you simple tips is bend your knees. And then the bottom of your glutes, the bottom right above, like the backside of your hamstrings. All of this is asleep for most of us. Even me, who does this all the time, there's still room to wake this up. It's far away from our eyeballs. We just forget about it. It's okay. Let's wake it up though. Here's how. Now, like I said, I have a 10-step system. You'll learn more. But the simple way is put more weight on the front of your feet as you bend your knees and gently pull your heels back and your hips back. Okay. Now I'm going to show you a way to sit, because this is very important if you're on a computer, on a Zoom call, any of that. Anybody here do Zoom calls? Oh, we're on one right now. So in the beginning, it might feel weird to touch your own bum. It's okay. It's not really any different than your arm. Just try it out. You touch your own bum, you pull it back a little bit, and you can do this in your office, your car, at dinner. Sit on your legs, your hamstrings, your femur bones. I'm going to show you why in a second. Now, keep that going down. Lift your ribs up. Push your legs down even as you lift your ribs up and stand up. Okay, we're going to sit down again. Keep your ribs up, ribs up, ribs up, ribs up. Sit down on your legs. Ribs up, ribs up, ribs up. Now, a little tip to help you keep your legs alive when the day is lift the heels of your feet just a couple, just about an inch. Lift the heels of your feet a little bit. It'll light up the back of your leg, okay? So right now, what are we doing? We're keeping the back of your hips open because most people, I'm going to show you what happens. What happens when an animal tucks the tail?
They're afraid.
Yeah, they're afraid. So we stay in this little bit of elevated nervous system, afraid feeling all day if we're tucked under, sitting on the tailbone. A lot of people have knee problems, feet problems, hip problems, a lot of hip replacements. They don't have to happen if we realign the body. It's just things are rubbing the wrong way, friends. So sit on your legs. Your butt's not really meant to be sat on. It's more for propulsion. Okay? So as you walk, same thing. Try not to tuck the tail. Try to keep a little bend in your knees and let your tail feather wave. Tail feather wave. So this might seem weird as a leader, especially if you're a man. I get it. But nobody, same thing, wants to be around anybody who's super rigid. So you can still be strong and soft. Okay? So rib cage up, heart up, number one. Heart, hips, head, we're going over. Number one, heart is the ribs, all the ribs, not just the front, not just the back, but all of it. The hips, a little more open. Just get yourself a little more fluid, more weight on the fronts of your feet, little bend in your knees. If you can wave side to side with your tail, you have more fluidity, you're more open. If your knees are straight, you're on the heels of your feet, or your tailbone's tucked, you're more closed. Okay, so just pay attention. There's not a right or wrong, but ideally as a leader, you want to be more open. Okay, it's also better for your health long-term than staying tight and rigid. So let's add on the cherry on top as the head. At the same time that your hips are going down, your heart is rising up, your head is looking out on the horizon. So I want you to make sure moving forward, please make a note of this, friends, for yourself.
And get on somewhere that you can do it next week or the week after.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah, for the people that you serve, so you can be a really clear channel, everything. Here's a tip. Keep your eyes on the horizon. Put your computer, your cell phone, anytime you're on your cell phone, no more looking down. You're closing off your throat and your energy, your force of energy, your all of this. It's also how we age over time is those C curve like this. No more. Let's go back to when we were youthful. Ribs up, hips fluid, and then your head on the horizon. So even now, feel your head float a little bit on your spine. You can even put your hand right where your skull and your spine meet. And if you take your head up and then down, notice that tension in the back of your head by your spine. Ideally, you want to find the place where it's lighter, and that's right where your eyes are on the horizon. You should be able to imagine a sunset or the ocean or a mountain view or a beautiful prairie where you just look even in a kind of in a landscape side to side. Now imagine when you walk into a room where there's 5,000 people like a Tony Robbins. He is lifted up in the heart. He is grounded in his bottom, and he is looking out at everybody, because when he comes out on stage, you feel felt. You feel seen by him. You feel like he feels you. Why? Because he is fully feeling himself. And that's what we want for you, is heart up, hips open, and head on the right horizon. So if you want, go ahead and now, if you're up, walk around like this a little bit. You know, you can put your arms up if you want. You can keep your arms down. Walk on the fronts of your feet with a little bit of a bend in your knees, hips side to side, ribs lifting up, head on the horizon. You might even bring a little smile to your face. It usually feels pretty good. Yeah. You can put a big smile. You can do the inner smile, the gentle inner smile, lifts your head up. And so I want you to feel now what would be different if you walked into a room, if you got onto a Zoom call, if you went to have a meeting with somebody with this posture instead. You know, imagine what's different. Brene Brown talks about strong back, soft front, wild heart. And I bring forward the same thing pretty much: strong back, soft front, radiant heart. Because I see your brilliance. I believe in your brilliance. That's what leaders do. And so open your body, bring more dynamism, more fluidity, and move through space with more awareness instead of just whatever. You don't even know what you're doing moving through space. Usually you're probably, maybe you got a gangsta lean, you know, who knows? Maybe you're looking down, maybe you're, you know, looking forward too much, up too much. But really be conscious now, just giving you super simple steps: heart, hips, head, and play with it and see what happens. And what I would say is most of my clients, when they do this, they just attract higher level opportunities faster and they feel better. It's like magic. You start to have these like visceral experiences and you pull in opportunities and people, and you have really just more joyous life. So like I said, if you want the whole 10 areas, I teach you about your neck, your waist, your hands, your feet, everything, toes, fingers, bodywithleela.com. And anybody has questions, if you felt anything or anything came up, you know, we've got some extra time for questions.
Yeah, please just raise your hand, unmute yourself if you have a question here for Leela. I want to share something real quickly. Back when my kids were little, we would drive them to school. We passed by the Federal Center in Battle Creek, Michigan, where all the workers had to cross the street to go in. So we were often stopped watching people go to work. And my kids were learning all about posture from me way back then. And they said, look at all those people have forward head syndrome. Out of every 10 persons, there would only be one whose head was up. All the rest were down. And this was before cell phones. This was before phones. So the fact that you had us feel back here, that was really incredible. I'd never noticed that little tension in the back of my neck when I come too far forward. Thank you for that. That was beautiful. So you can ask a question in the chat or come right out if you want to ask some questions here.
Yeah, ask a question and I'll let you guys know. For most leaders, we're visionaries. We're like thinking in the future because we got great ideas about what's possible for the world or our communities. And so it's just the natural tendency of the physical form, the head, especially for brilliant people like you guys here today, we'll just tend to lean forward because we're thinking in the future. So somebody who's kind of stuck in the past, has, you know, maybe some problems from the past they're still working through, they might actually be more, you know, their head might be more inward sort of, and this will kind of suck in. And so you can see in the body, and even if somebody's not a body posture expert, they subconsciously see it. They know it, something's up. And so if you're this, people are going to, even if you're a leader of vision and you're doing this, they're not gonna feel like you're fully present with them. They're gonna feel like you're thinking about something in the future because that's what your body's showing. Powerful stuff. So yeah, I mean, Elle's had, you know, physical, you know, she can jump up and down and do all sorts of stuff that you know, she couldn't do before. And youthfulness too is really, you know, valuable. When you have youthful energy, brightness in your body, people also want to connect with you and learn from you. They trust that you're going to bring it.
It's really true. Renee has a question here. When you mentioned walking on the front part of our feet, I thought of the power of wearing high heel shoes. Can you speak to that for a moment?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you guys my feet. Well, it's kind of hard right now, but I'm going to show you my hand. So high heel shoes don't give us power. They actually diminish our power. Because if you think about it, usually high heel shoe, your butt's all tucked under and it's like closed off. So beautiful for the legs. I'm not saying don't wear high heel shoes. I have some I'll wear sometimes and they're hot, but they have more of a platform so I can be more level. I've figured out. Now here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to go detail just for a second because we've got the time. Yeah. There's a place on the foot called the K1 point, kidney 1 point in reflexology. Chinese medicine calls, the bubbling spring or the point of the dragon, power of the dragon. So if we have this point right here, and there's more details in the training, but if we have this point right here like this, which most people do, it's an unconscious nervous system response for the toes to lift. It's almost hard for me to do it now, but a lot of toes are lifting, shoes being in rubber, everything, there's no groundedness. The tips of the toes need to be softly to the earth. And when that happens, this K1 point will suction cup in. We also call it, in the practice I teach, hollow the mound of the foot, all sorts of ways to do it. But what happens in high heels is this, and this power, your energy power, that little hollow, gone. Power's gone. So you'll see in past years, women high heels, they get taken advantage of. Women in tennis shoes, you think they're not. It's like, what's that about? That's why. There's reasons for it. And so if we're going to be in heels, we just want to be mindful to keep the tops of the toes soft. If we're going to be in any shoes, we want to think about the tops of the feet soft, then also more of the heel pulling back and a narrowing of the sides of the feet instead of so much splaying. It's the same thing with the hands. Look at a baby. Their hands aren't like this. They're soft. Little kitty, and their feet, they're soft. But as we get older, this nervous system response starts to do this, and it actually loses power. So my advice is, if you're going to do any sort of heel, keep it low if you can. If you're going to walk on the front of your feet, you just put a little bit, the heels lift up just a little bit to light up the back of your leg. And it takes a little time. So just be gentle on yourself. And if you want some support, I'm here for you. But, it takes time. If you see with me, I talk with my hands. So I do this too. So I still have to, say, Leela, relax, relax. So it takes a little time. The feet are one of the things that take the longest to reform, but you can do it. It's very possible.
You can do it. I have what I used to call it my gimpy foot. I seriously sprained it more than once. The last time was when my mom was dying. So there's like emotion in it too. And working with Leela, I can't believe how healthy my foot is now. It's just been incredible. And, even what she was teaching us earlier about how to sit, it took me like a year and a half before it became natural for me to just sit that way. So it really is something that you're like working on and playing with how it feels in your body, but so profound. So any parting words for us, Leela? This was amazing.
I love you guys so much. There's one more question I just want to address because I know this is something a lot of people struggle with, is that there was Cynthia had a little bit of a pressure in her left shoulder, and then there was a release during this exercise. Now I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the rib cage. So if we can get those arms up and those shoulders off of that ribs, and there's more, get those ribs going side to side, breathe them up. The heart. So this is what I'm going to leave you guys with. First things first, we start with the heart. First things first, we start with the heart. I'll say it one more time. First things first, we start with the heart. Anything stressed, overwhelmed, confused, any of this stuff, go inside first and get that open heart, tension, anything, and then everything around it will start to unfold and you'll have an easier time being calm, confident, and resilient.
So
Thank you.
beautiful.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much, Leela. It's fantastic. And again, bodywithleela.com is her free gift to you. Learn all 10 parts of this amazing thing we call our body. And thanks for getting us in this state so we can really learn, because we're open in the front now. We've got our back, we've got our own backs, and that's great because we're about to bring Trent Clark on here. So thank you, Leela. Trent, good morning.
Good morning. How is everybody?
We're doing great. How are you?
I'm great. Wonderful to be here.
It's fantastic. So Trent, I'd love for you to share a little bit about who you are, what Leadershipity is, and you've got some great content to share with us today. So while he's doing that, I will be dropping in the chat a way to connect to Trent too. So take it away, Trent.
All right, great. I'm Trent Clark. I'm a serial entrepreneur, member of the Entrepreneur Organization. I've started 12 different companies, so I've led a lot of different groups in that. I'm an international speaker, and I am the CEO of Leadershipity and Courage Coach, and we coach up on the itties of leadership. And we're going to talk about that today, and I'm going to show you the pyramid of Leadershipity. And we're going to talk about accountability for leaders. And what most people know me for is that I coached in professional baseball for over 12 years. I coached with the Detroit Tigers, the Cleveland Indians, and the Los Angeles Angels, coaching in 3 World Series. And so I got one of those on right now with the 02 World Series with the Angels. So led a lot of teams, and we talk, and our work is centered around about making leaders and coaches better.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Trent and I met because of my son, Hugh. He's going to be a speaker later today. Hugh is what I would call a connector. Another one of our speakers here today is going to be Sue DeCaro. She's a connector. Connectors are people who think, oh, this person needs to meet this person. And I'm so glad that Hugh connected me to you. And so glad that you're here today. So by the way, Trent's free gift is in the chat if you want to grab that link. Again,
Great.
I'll be sharing these links with the recording that comes out later too for you. And so, yeah, so share with us, Trent.
Can I get access to the share screen?
Yes, absolutely. Make a co-host here.
Thank you. That'd be great. So what we're going to talk about today is we're talking about leading and coaching, building teams of coachable champions. And if you're in a position to lead, or you're in a position to follow today, and you're still learning how to be, I think great leaders learn how to be great followers first. And we're going to talk about some of those roles that we're going to have inside that for sure. So let me just share my screen with you here. Elle, let me know that we're all good on the screen there.
Looks good here.
All right, so we're going to talk about the accountability as leaders. So this pyramid. So when we look at the pyramid of leaders, let's talk about the topics we're going to discuss. Discovering the foundation of leadership, the 4 behaviors of great teammates, the elements to influence, what separates great teams from good teams, and then the ultimate measure. So that's what we're going to look at. When we look at this pyramid, we're building a foundation. As we think about the pyramids of, Egypt, always considered, the wonders of the ancient world, right? And how did they build this thing? And that's always the big discovery. I love watching the old shows and the documentaries on that. But a pyramid is both difficult to scale, right? To climb it, but it's also really difficult to build. Great teams are the exact same, right? They are difficult to establish. They're difficult to stabilize, get that, but they are also really tough to build along the way. So once you have them, they're nearly bulletproof when you get them right. So it's pretty awesome. So this on the right here is a look at the pyramid, and we're going to dive into this pyramid. We're going to break it down. What's the foundation of the pyramid and all these itties? We want all these itties in our leaders. We love to have, hey, if I have all these itties, this is great. And probably many of you have a number of these itties in your arsenal. These are in your toolbox. You're great at these. Like all of us, we're not great at everything, right? So there may be a couple areas like, I need to get stronger here. I need to be better here. What are some of these areas from a self-awareness standpoint that I can improve on? And that's very, very simple. And don't beat yourself up that you're not fabulous at everything. I have many itties that I struggle with. And one of the key elements on my team is that I have great people around me who are very strong in those itties, and we lean on them when we really need that. And one of those cornerstones is one of my big challenges. So when we talk about the foundation, we're really talking about morality and authority. This is the foundation of leadership. We need that. It is a position of authority. It's not to be handled lightly. It's a key role. A lot of folks are looking at you. You have a lot of responsibility for other people. There's a lot of authority in that. There's also a key of morality that we need. When we think about the 5 things: integrity, spirituality, stability, quality, humility, they will make up our foundation for a great team and a great leader. So when you look at the accountability, what are the cornerstones of that leader? Integrity and humility. Always kind of lead the way. They will hold up a lot of things. And what we challenge is, where the challenge lies, is that if we don't have those 2 things in our leaders, it's going to be tough to build teams around it. Very challenging. And we know from the numbers, most people don't leave organizations; they leave their leader. Whoever's managing them, whoever's in front of them, that's who they're leaving. When we talk about this foundation of morality, authority, integrity, true character to oneself, and people worried about, hey, do they have integrity with me? If they have integrity with themselves, you'll never have to worry about them having integrity with you. And you'll see that in folks. Spirituality, a higher power. It's often, part of the humility. It's not about you. There's something more and greater here at work, and it's not about us, right? A firm, consistent foundation is absolutely necessary. Stability has to be always part of your leadership. Critical. Quality, you hold the highest standard. There is no give to that standard. I'm seeing a lot of these people moving the goalposts on their standards these days. It's so common to be like, this was our standard, but a lot of our employees are really having a hard time with maintaining the standard, so we're going to lower the standard. Our customers, well, we can't make money that way, and they'd like a higher standard, but we're just going to lower the standard. The customers aren't very happy. Like, you start giving up quality, be careful. We're going to have challenge. And then, of course, the other cornerstone of humility, we're, instead of self-centered, we're others-centered. It's others first in that humility. When we talk about that next level, we talk about that second tier. We're really going to our people, our team members. It's about flexibility and reliability. When we're looking for our teams, we want people, we want cards. If I'm in a card game and I'm holding all the aces, I win. Right? Like, I win, and I want to be the leader with all the cards. Like, ooh, who do I have that can just really deliver on this? Like, do I have Trisha? Oh yeah, she's an all-star ace. Well, I can put Trisha into anything. I know exactly where to place her, and she gets it done because she's a card. She has coachability, adaptability, responsibility, and dependability. So if we want teammates that we're gunning for, right? Let's talk about, what are we hiring for? What does it mean to be a great teammate? Well, first of all, coachability. You're a lifelong learner, and you're the person who's ready for feedback, ready to accept that, ready to move forward. Adaptability, eager to pivot. Not, I often see people go, well, I'm adaptable. I'm willing. Not willing. I'm eager to find a way to make it work. I'm eager to make it better. Adaptability is very easy when you're eager to do it. The people that are very reluctant to change, adaptability becomes very hard, and they're far from eager. Make the adjustment. It's critical. And we need folks, especially in these days, given the last 18 months, how many adjustments have had to be made. Adaptability is absolutely, coachability and adaptability. These 2 are probably the number 1 skills right now that employers are looking for. If you don't have that, I don't know if you can come into an organization and do well today. Responsibility, just a person that says, I will do it. I will take it on. I will. And you can count on me. If I said I'm going to hit the deadline, I will. I will have it to you by next Friday. I will go and see that customer and make it right. I will take on the hard stuff. I will take out the trash. I will do things that no one else wants to do. When you have folks like that, as coaches, and you see folks that have this, and I always saw dependability, I consider like the shampoo treatment. Shampoo, if you've ever seen the directions, it's wash, rinse, repeat, right? Like, that's the directions for shampoo. Hey, this is the same thing. Coachability, adaptability, responsibility, repeat. They do those again and again and again, proving trustworthy and reliability. Great iddies to have. Like, you've got a card. And as a coach, I don't know how many times I've said, oh, Elle Ingalls, she's great. She's an ace. I'll take 10 more just like her. And then everyone goes, well, she's not the fastest. She's not the most productive. She doesn't have the highest education on our team. Like, Hey, listen, all she does is she's a card. She's always ready to take feedback and work. She's always ready to adapt and pivot and find a way to win. She's always responsible and does exactly what she says she's going to do. And she does it again and again. We depend on her, and we know when we need to go to her, it's going to happen. It's going to get done. And I'll take 10 more just like her. And we say it all the time. We say it constantly. So let's go to that next level for you as that leader. Now, what does it mean? Clarity, simplicity, authenticity, visibility, vulnerability. These are the elements to influence. If you're going to be a leader, what is a leader? A leader is influencing other people. It's influencing them in a very positive way. There are many leaders who influence people in a very negative way, and no one wants to work for them. You will have an influence as a leader. You decide whether it's good or bad. But these are going to be some key things. Clarity and simplicity right now are absolutely critical. We're in a world where there's so much noise, there's so much things going on. We've got to clarify and simplify. We all grew up with the KISS principle, right? Keep it simple, stupid, right? Like we know that, and that's fine. But like clarity and messaging is really difficult. I have 5 children, and I think one thing that's massively changed for them is when I was a kid, my parents told me go to school, get educated, work hard, do the right things. My teacher said, go to school, work hard, do the right things, be a great person. And then my babysitter, my uncle, anyone you told, I got the same message. Not today. These kids are getting messages from all over. No, you should be a YouTube star. You don't have to do it. Don't worry. It's just a little theft. No one's going to look the other way. It's not a big lie. It's a small lie. You have people telling people all sorts of different things, and they're listening to YouTubers, Facebook. They don't listen to the experts. They're not researching to get good information from good people. There's just a lot of information that's gone awry. Clarity and simplicity are going to be absolutely critical to you to have better influence. And how do you do it? All right. Authenticity. You're genuine in all things. Leaders are 24/7 now. If you don't want to be a leader, then understand that your time is going to be not your own. It's hard to be a leader. You are on now all the time. It is not 40 years ago where it's 8 to 5, I go home, shut the door, and whatever happens at home and whatever I do, no one knows, because tweets are going out at 11 p.m. People are watching you. They know who you are. They see your photo. They see you treating someone at the cash register at the grocery store in a bad moment over some medication for your kid at 11:30, and someone pulls out their phone and records the CEO of brand X treating someone not as well as they should in a bad moment. And you are on all the time. Authenticity is genuine in all things. You've got to be the person you want to be all the time. Visibility is a big struggle right now. We go into a remote environment and we don't have visibility anymore. We got phones, we got distraction. Our eyes are not up, they're not open. We are not willing to see, we're not looking, and we're not willing to be seen. And that's a big challenge when we have team members and ourselves who are modeling that. Like, hey, I want you to see my good stuff, but I don't want you to see my errors and my bad stuff. Like, hey, you got to have a willingness to be seen. You got to put it out there a little bit, and visibility creates trust. And it's critical for us if we want that on our teams. So that's a big itty. Vulnerability, we've heard a lot about it over the last couple of years. Brene Brown's been great about making that very famous. But share, be willing, like share. Being open and exposed is not a terrible thing. It's not all great, but what we do find is that if you're willing to be share and vulnerable, people will often mirror that for you. And so vulnerability opens things up. It will strengthen your team. So when we talk about this last 2 areas, creativity and community, diversity and unity, so important on teams. It's probably really, these 2 things are probably a couple of the most overlooked values in organization that I see today, especially when I first get called. People call me because they're having challenges in their company, and the first thing I see is these 2 are probably the great separators. These are the things that probably, you can have a good company, but I don't think you'll be great without these 2 things. We have to have creativity, and we got to have community. Those are 2 things that are pretty critical for us to keep progressing and build. What's a key is sustainability. So when we have diversity, we have the lens of variety, which is so great. We have all these different people from different walks of life with different experiences. And when we able and we're open to share that, we just get all the benefit. We get all the benefit. Like, someone doesn't need to grow up like me for me to be, hey, you can only be on my team if you think just like I think. I had a young man interview with me years ago telling me, yes, oh yeah, that's what I think too. He did this for 20 minutes. And I said, hey, listen, if you're not going to have an original thought here, and we think exactly the same, one of us isn't needed here. And since I'm the CEO of the place, it's probably you. So I think the interview's over, right? Like, I don't know what we're doing here, but we have to celebrate differences, celebrate the fact that people have a different lens and see things differently than us, because it just makes us better, and it covers us. It covers us. Our intended consequences are always at work, right? Our focus, our goals, but the unintended ones come out when we hear different lenses going, ooh, is that a potential unintended consequence? Because I never thought that would happen if this happened. Well, someone else might interpret this way. And I'm like, wow, I would never interpret it that way, but that makes sense. I didn't look at it from that angle. So having this in our teams are so critical. And the other thing I think people really miss is unity. Like, let's get united as one. And sports is really good about this and really bad about this. The good is, like, everyone wants to win a world championship. So I can remember many organizations, and when you're not good and you've got turnaround and you're trying to get better, what's the one thing we can grab onto in unity that we can all have a piece of? And this is really important for all of you when you set your goal for your organization. Whatever it's setting up for you and your team, make sure every person on the team can have some part of it, one piece of it. Like, just make sure that their contribution is making a difference to the ultimate goal, and you have to include everybody in that goal. And then we keep tying back to it. We're all delivering on being for us, it's a world championship organization. We may win the World Series, that may happen, right? But we may not. But we want a world championship organization in all things. Now that bleeds to the cleanliness of the stadium, how we treat people, how the experience is when they buy a ticket, what's happening at the vendor for sodas and beers and food, what's the experience happening, how are we treating one another. All these things go into that one goal. And so if it's tied together and everyone has a part of it, we keep going back to it and we have accountability around that. Lastly, of course, is the ultimate measure of productivity, right? This is what we all want. We all want the quality of our results. That is what productivity is. How quality are your results and the sustainability of that? And that really is the ultimate measure. And those KPIs go across the board. And it doesn't need to be money earned. It may be, influence of lives touched. It can be whatever that KPI, but you have a quality of results and you measure that. And that productivity is only going to be met when you've built that foundation and you've got the right team members in place. You're providing that center of influence as a leader, and you have that team that's actually working as a creative and community with diversity and unity. And when you get all those things, productivity is actually very easy, because when all those things come together, productivity is almost an afterthought. It's almost a foregone conclusion. If you keep getting those layers right each and every time, sustainability is with you. And that's what every organization wants. I mean, everyone wants to win the championship. When you look back at like John Wooden and his pyramid, which is really cool, and you look at like 10 years of championship teams, like, how does one organization do that? Like, they do these little things each and every time, and they measure and mark and qualify those standards at every layer and keep getting it right each and every time. So as for me, I'll take some questions, but before I do, most people that run organizations did not go to college to be leaders. They didn't study leadership, and they didn't study coaching. Yet every organization needs leadership, and they need to coach up their team, help them be better contributors. Everyone feels better about themselves when they're maximizing their contribution inside the organization. And even if they leave, they've come to your organization to learn how to be a great contributor, and they're going to go on and serve other people in the way they can contribute because of what they learned from you and your organization. So this will always serve you, but because we didn't go to school to that, don't be afraid to ask for that. You know, the best in the world have a coach. This is why people have come to you. You're that coach often. A lot of people you online are doing this work. They want a coach, hold them accountable, build that up. You got to give them the accountability of leadership, and you've got to hold that in yourself as well. So thankful to be with you. I know we were trying to keep this so we could have 10 minutes of Q&A. Happy to answer anybody's questions about anything. So Elle, thanks. I'll stop sharing.
Beautiful. I have a question right away. I noticed that you had integrity and humility in red on your
Yes.
pyramid. And I'm in a leadership program right now, which is so really focused on that personal integrity and all the ways we don't keep our word to ourselves and all the ways we haven't in our lives. And I'm finding it. And then what you mentioned about how people are growing up today with so many different influences where, oh yeah, it's okay to do that. It's just a little lie or whatever. This is really fascinating to me. So I'm curious why they were in red and then yeah.
Yeah. So they're in red because they're the cornerstones of the pyramid. You know, when you build a building, there's cornerstones, right? And they have to hold up the two walls. So on a pyramid, you have the cornerstones of two things at that bottom that are going to hold everything above it, because everything else has to stay inside of that. Integrity and humility at those bottom two are the critical ones. For John Wooden, right, in his pyramid, it was industriousness and enthusiasm. That's what he needed from his team members. Like, he needed that industriousness, that willingness to work hard and be just committed. And then he needed that enthusiasm, passion. That'll hold things up through a lot of stuff. If you have passion for what you're doing, that's absolutely critical for him. And so those two in red, if we don't get those cornerstones right, and if we don't get most of those 5 things right, we don't have a good foundation. And what a lot of organizations I show is they have a gap in their foundation. And for most of us who've ever owned a home, rented, we all have a domicile. Hey, what happens if our foundation cracks? Right? Like, water starts going through it. Like, hey, listen, bad things. They are going to deem this building like unsustainable, unfit in a matter of years if you don't repair that crack. Like, things have to be fixed now. And if you have cracks in your foundation, how do you build up? Like, it's all come crumbling. It will not hold.
Wow, that's so good, and I love it. It's let me see. Anybody have any questions here? You can pop them in the chat if you want, or just come right on camera. Trent is right here to share.
I had a question for Trent. Trent, everybody has unconscious biases, and you mentioned diversity being important. How do you tackle those two things?
Yeah, so that's a great question, right? We do have unconscious bias, and we tackle it head on by realizing, like, first of all, becoming aware that we all have prejudices. Every one of us. Feel free to raise your hand if you have no prejudices, and I will immediately call you a liar, right? Like because we have them. We've been conditioned by our families, by our environments, by all these things, and we have just grown up with prejudices, and they exist across the board in all things. And I don't know anybody who hasn't been prejudiced against. And if you saw me in person, I am 5'6", 168 pounds. If I walk into the Baseball Hall of Fame meetings, they go, oh, hey, who brought the wrestler, right? No one says professional baseball, and they are being prejudiced against my size immediately in the pro athlete world. And everyone has faced it. And we need to get these lenses and people talking about it. When we have people on our teams to talk about that, who say, hey, I grew up in this environment. And I'm like, wow, I have no idea how your religious culture shapes your environment. But now I'm learning. I used to have a bias against that culture because my religion or what I learned isn't the same as theirs. But now I realize this is what the Torah teaches, or this, like, that's awesome. That's different than I learned. And I'm learning to break down those walls of bias. And the only way we're going to do that is together. Like, that's it. And we're going to find out that we all bleed the same. We are people, and we are one of a big itty of humanity. And we've got to get together on that to get that right. And, a lot of people, I was told I could, you want to talk about bias. I was told I couldn't serve on a panel of diversity because I was a white man. And I was like, wow, I won a world championship with 13, 25 people from 13 different cultures and probably 5 different ethnicities. Like, we all came together in unity for a goal, and we're putting aside any biases for that. And meanwhile, we're learning that our biases are absolutely unfounded and stupid, because humanity takes over when we really get it right.
Wow.
Is that fair? Is that fair, Amar?
Thank you so much, Trent. That makes sense. Yes.
That also applies to the world I lived in for so long, the musical world.
Yes.
I'm in this musical organization with people from all over the world, all different cultures, all different backgrounds, and we have one unified thing we're doing.
Yes.
And it transcends all else. And those people become your friends for life. They're your
Yes.
friends for life. And
Mm.
people often use that symphony model to say, we want to be like a symphony. But let me tell you, in a symphony are very, very strong-minded individuals who have
Yes.
spent hours in practice rooms without any other humanity around them.
Yeah.
So bringing it all together is an interesting challenge, but it's the same thing in any company, in any group of people. And I'm really glad you brought forward the size of height, because I have seen that happen. I'm coaching a client right now who's very small, and she's a hockey player. And people don't believe she's a hockey player.
I love it.
Players can be smaller too, but she's so tiny.
Yeah.
When she sits on a chair, she has to stand on a box.
Mm.
She has to have a box for her feet, or her feet are dangling. They don't, she would need to bring around. I told her to get her own little personal throne and bring it everywhere she goes.
I love that. She's a queen. Let her do it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But I think the symphony is a great example, right? Because it's the same way at the major leagues too. You could have the most talented individuals in the world. And a lot of people have asked me, who's the best player you ever coached? And I'm like, oh, you don't know them. Like, what do you mean I don't know them? Like, well, because they topped out at AA ball. They topped out in the minors because they couldn't put their arrogance aside and couldn't work on the team, because when we're in alignment, you take on your role and your responsibility and you just own that. You're not going to be able to do everything. You're not going to pitch the ball, catch the ball, throw it, run it. Hey, there's other players on the team and you've got to do it. And if I'm more important than everybody else and I'll just come in when I want to, can you imagine in the symphony when you have the best, most talented who says, hey, listen, I don't know what everybody else is doing, but when I feel the notion, I'm just going to come in. And I'm like, what? Like, that's never going to work. And so if you can't follow and you don't have followership, you can't be in the symphony because you can't be in it. You can't be a part of the team. And so we really have to recognize that that doesn't serve. It doesn't serve the way people think it's going to. And I honor, the desire to be the best. I honor the lifelong learning, the work, but it doesn't mean anything if you sit alone in a room and become the best for never to share with anyone and never to collaborate and work with anyone else.
Kind of comes back to those cornerstones: integrity, humility.
Yeah, when the humility's out, you're gonna crumble, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure everybody here can think of moments when they went the other way.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I've got some pride scars. I'll give you that. Like, and I'll tell you, like, when I told you, like, hey, I look for people on my team, humility is a tripwire for me, right?
Wow.
I work hard and I want what I want. And I've noticed I can cross a line from confidence to arrogance. It's a very fine line and it's very gray for me. I can start believing my press clippings is what we call it. Like, oh yeah, he's going to be an all-star. He's going to be this, he's that. Oh, look how great that was. And I'm like, yeah, hey, look how great I am. I just knocked it out. I had a great performance in front of 270,000 people. Yeah. Like whatever, like it's trash. It's an absolute danger zone for me. And if the best thing I am is self-aware of it and I still don't get it right. So I have people around me who do it a lot better than I do it.
Wow.
And they'll level me in a minute. So that's good too, right?
That's beautiful. Well, listen, Trent, thank you so much for being a part of this. For those of you just joining, I'll make sure that you're going to get all the links of everybody that's coming in here. And yeah, if anybody wants to know more, Trent has a really great guide here called leadershipity.pages.ontraport.net. It's the link in here. And I'll make sure you get that on the recording too. So thank you so much, Trent. We're going to move to our next speaker.
Thank you for having me, everybody. Great to see you.
Bye. And our next speaker is Sue DeCaro. I mentioned Sue a little earlier today when I said that Sue and I met about 2 months ago, and you are such an amazing connector. You've changed my life.
Oh, thank you. How have I done that?
Yeah, so I'm so glad that you're here. And Sue, I'd love it if you would introduce yourself your way and then just dive right into your content. I may come in if I hear something like, oh, let's go deeper, but really this is your time to share with our audience today.
Sure. Thank you so much. And it's just been a pleasure getting to know you as well. And you're just a bright light in so many of our worlds. And thank you for having me on this wonderful summit. So my name is Sue DeCaro, and I'm a worldwide life and entrepreneurial coach. So what does that mean, you might ask? I support people throughout the world who are trying to bring leadership, perhaps, to their world, to their life, to their business, and find some blocks. So many of us have blocks from childhood. Many of us have money blocks. Many of us have self-worth, belief, those types of blocks that affect us from performing. So that's, the gist of what I do. I support people in many different parts of those worlds, life and entrepreneurial, to help them to see themselves better, do a better job, and feel like they're shining their best light. So that's the short of it. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today is something that I feel very, very strongly about is connections and building relationships. So what a great segue, Elle, into this conversation. Many people look at building relationships as sales. I have to sell. I'm selling everyone. I'm selling to be part of a collaborative process. And I think that's where we do ourselves an injustice, because we're trying to deliver something or convince someone or manipulate or coerce or get a purchase or make some money, as opposed to looking at the basics of what it is we're doing, which is building relationships. The only way that we can continue to grow in business and leadership is to build, right? A building is built, so is business. It's built. It doesn't show up tomorrow just because we sold somebody, something, or we spread our word all over the world. It continues and continues and continues. So I believe that I was born into this world with a sales spoon, a relationship building spoon, I'm going to call it, in my mouth. And I feel very fortunate to have had that type of upbringing and perhaps superpower delivered to me. And I share it with everybody I work with all over the world. And one of the biggest things is how we see ourselves in building relationships. And it's one step at a time. So when we go out on what people call a sales call, or we make a sales call, do we actually try to create a learning opportunity for ourselves by asking a lot of questions from a place of curiosity? I can still remember someone that I was sitting down with at a school that was trying to bring in one of my programs, but I didn't know what program to bring in because I didn't really know much about this particular organization or community. So I was asking a lot of questions. And the person I was meeting with had rings on every finger. Every finger had a ring. And it caught my eye because one of my children is very interested in rings and loves rings and wears them on every finger. I made that connection with her. I'll never forget her because I did that, because I found something mutual, a common ground to connect us and talk about something that had nothing to do with business, and really learn about why she wore all these rings. Did they have special meaning? And, of course, this takes us off the path, right? It's off the sales path that we've been taught to perform in. But it's bigger than that. It's a relationship builder. We've created a rapport, a connection, an understanding. We need to make notes of that and hold on to that information to utilize for later. So these are the things that help us to connect with people, to build relationships, and to bring more and more curiosity to what our prospects, our associates, our collaborators are looking for. What are they about? What are their communities about? What do they need? What are the challenges and pitfalls? The more questions you ask and the less selling you do, the more you're building your relationship for today, tomorrow, next year, 5 years down the road. And when you have a relationship that's solid, people think of you for their needs. But they don't think of you necessarily a year down the road if it's one and done sale. You saw a problem and you jumped in, you sold them the result, the need, you fulfilled the need immediately without giving them an opportunity to share more about themselves and to disclose who they are, what their company is about, what their challenges are in a deeper way. So there's an acronym called WIFM, What's in it for me? And I learned this years and years ago, and I'll never forget it. Everybody we deal with is asking, what's in it for me? Or the second acronym that I love is Make Me Feel Important, MMFI, Make Me Feel Important. And everybody we see out there and connect with wants to feel that. They want to feel important and they want to know what's in it for them. And when we give them that platform to talk and share and educate us about what they know about in their business, it's huge. It's huge. So these are some of the things in developing partnerships, in developing relationships that I believe are important, are crucial. So I'm going to stop there before I actually take a step into our own belief and just see if you have any questions at all, or anything you want to add, Elle, to that.
Yeah, I just love the ring story. And it's something that I noticed. I think I noticed it when I used Pressure Free on myself 10, 11 years ago. And it's like the scales were lifted from my eyes and I was seeing people in a different way, especially the people at my corner store where I would go down to get my little stress cookies. Okay. So I tend to not even do that anymore. I don't do it at all, actually. But when I would go down there, I would notice like they had different kind of braids or like a new necklace or something like that. And I'd see them. And I moved 3 years ago or 2 years ago. I miss them now. Like I miss Wendell. I remember all their names, Melissa, Wendell, Carrie, all their little name tags. And I realized that one of the reasons I would go down to my corner stores because I worked from home and I wanted to see another human. My guys were gone all day. I was at home. And so I love that you're bringing forward this connection piece and how can we connect to people? I think it's really important.
Yeah. Thank you. It's huge. And I love your corner store. And it reminds me to share with you all how important every relationship is. So I can still remember a time I was waiting in line. There was incredibly long line at Old Navy years ago, and talking to the woman in front of me who turned out to be in business with me at some point in time. But who would have known, right? Who would have known? And my kids said, Mom, you talk to everyone. And they didn't say it in a joyful, excited way. They were like, you talk to everyone. But everyone is in front of us for a reason, right? Everyone is here doing the very best they can. And isn't it lovely to make connections, whether you're at the corner store or you're at Old Navy, and ask questions, learn about people, show compassion when they need it, be there for and with other humans. You have no idea where it's going to lead. And we're not doing it to lead somewhere. I had no idea. My kids are like, why does business always come up for you wherever you are? And, it's not like I'm wearing a business card on my shirt. It just does, because people need us, right? It shows up at the right time with the right people in the right way. But when we're open and connecting with all human beings, we give ourselves more of a chance to have that opportunity. Yeah. And I think that important pieces in this are believe in yourself, believe that you are a valuable human being. And that for many of us takes a lot of work. I do a lot of coaching in this space of our own value, our own worth, not only in business, but in life. Right? We have to believe in ourselves in order to be able to put ourselves out there. Mm-hmm. If I was, introverted and self-conscious and didn't have that belief, perhaps I wouldn't be able to either ask about the rings because I'd be too worried that it was taking me off track, right? I'm here, I'm in a business meeting, so I should be talking about business. Well, there are no shoulds to connection. Connection is a process that unfolds as it unfolds. Same thing in Old Navy. Right? I wasn't there just to do my shopping. I believed in myself. I felt comfortable, confident to just strike up a conversation with someone that was in front of me. And so believing in yourself takes time, and it takes checking in. It takes checking in on a daily basis and listening to the internal voice, the mindset, the thoughts, answering those thoughts, right? Why are you doing this work? Not why are you doing this work? Like you're not capable, but why am I doing this work? What is it about this work? Right?
It's beautiful.
So yeah, these are the things that help us to learn more about ourselves. And sure, we all have self-doubt from time to time. And I've gone into presentations where I feel butterflies in my stomach, but I answer them. I answer the butterflies. I don't let them just sit there growing in numbers and making me feel uncomfortable. I talk to the butterflies. Perhaps I name them. I bring fun and humor to whatever it is I'm feeling. But this is an important piece in all of our lives, because if you're a leader in your own life, doesn't matter what you do, you need to believe in yourself for other people to believe in you too. You need to feel confident and focused when you go out into the world with intention. And that can be in an online conversation or meeting or in person, whatever it is you're doing.
Mhm.
So I think that this particular piece is something that many of us struggle with, the self-worth, the value. And I think it's really something that we all have to take the time to sit with and acknowledge when we feel it, and step into the opportunity of speaking back to the inner critic that says, what makes you worthy of doing this job? Why would people hire you? Right? Anyone ever have that critic? I know occasionally shows up. Why do people want to hire you on a day that maybe I'm in a moment of doubt? Because I'm a human being too, just like everyone else. And I'm here to show my vulnerabilities. But when that moment occurs, I stop myself and I say, wait a minute, let's talk about that. Inner critic, sit next to me. Not in me, not on my lap, sit next to me, because you're not a part of me, you're separate. And let's talk about where that's coming from. And this will help us to move through where these pieces come from. Sometimes they come from our childhood. Somebody said something to you. Perhaps it comes from, a conversation that you had with a parent yesterday that said, why are people hiring you? With a tone of voice that stuck.
Right.
Anyone ever have that experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember my first year in business, a very famous football coach had a heart attack. And so I said, oh my gosh, I have to get to them. So I got on the phone and I got from the first phone person to answer to the next. And I got as far as the head trainer. That's pretty far. And then they asked, well, what are your qualifications? Are you a psychologist? And I said, no. And then I mentioned that my degree's from University of Michigan. Well, this was a rival school. And they said, well, thank you very much. Well, I sent my ebook to this coach, by the way. I just sent it and never heard anything. And I had to, while I was on hold, the voice was going. They're never going to listen to you. What makes you think they're going to listen to you? Da, 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 da. And when I got off the call, I looked up this trainer and he had gone to Ohio State, another rival of Michigan. So I was like, okay. So it was a moment where I'm like, I'm not going to ever let that critical voice, if I feel a need to reach out to someone, I'm not going to let that stop me.
I love that.
I could save somebody's life. I can't let that stop me. So yeah, I hear you.
You bring up a great point. I'm a big fan of the big ask too. And I think that in life, we have chances, right? We have opportunities, we create opportunities. And the big ask is no different from the small ask. It's just an ask. And people always say, well, how did you actually get this person? I interviewed somebody for my podcast recently that is, famous. His dad was one of the most famous Hollywood producers ever alive in this world. And I didn't think about he could say no. I just thought, well, I think I'll ask him. like you know, I think I'll go for that. I think I'll go for this. And not looking at, well, that's a big ask and this is a small ask. It's an ask. And if you don't ask, you will never know. All someone could say is yes, no. And they could say maybe, which is a beautiful thing too. So if they say no, you might learn something about yourself, but you gave yourself the opportunity to step into that place of courage and knowing that, you know, it's a yes or no with potential maybe. So we have nothing to lose. It's not like it's printed in the newspaper that you made a call to somebody that said no to you.
Right.
It's just a question. Like the whole world is not going to know that someone said no to you. And even if they did, so what? The next person may say yes to you. And we hold ourselves back from asking because we're worried, we're fearful, we don't believe in ourselves. And what would make this person, you know, hear my tone of voice, this person talk to me? Instead of, oh, wow, this person's going to be really excited to talk to me because it's me. I can't wait. And when they say, what qualifications? No, I don't have those qualifications, but let me tell you what I do have.
Right.
Or let me tell you about my passion to change the world. Let me tell you about that. So this is where we tend to hold ourselves back because we're afraid to believe. We're afraid to be courageous. We're afraid to be bold. But if you are not bold, they're not going to knock at your door. How are people going to know that you're there? So it really takes that sense of self-worth, that sense of belief, that ability to ask questions, right? You don't actually have to call and sell yourself. You can ask questions. Wow, what would it be like to collaborate with somebody that really helps you to bring your message forward, right? It's just asking the questions that put the bug or the seed into someone's mind that they might need you more than they realize.
Yes, absolutely. That's beautiful.
Makes sense?
Mhm. Mhm.
So I find, and maybe you find this as well, and maybe all of you listeners find this, that much of our worth has been affected by our childhood, you know, by how we have been raised and what we believe in ourselves. And no matter what age you are, I'm headed to a big age soon. You're never too old to bring that worth to a different place, because just by being human in this world, we're worthy. Just by breathing, we're worthy. And so many of us have been taught differently and have lost that connection to our own worth. And it's not because we achieved, it's not because we sold, and it's not because we're a CEO or a CFO or any of those things, or started our own business, or, you know, ask a big question. It's because we are alive and breathing that make us worthy, only because of that. And I think the more we step into that space, the more we will feel productive as leaders in our own world. But we have to first connect to our sense of worth from our human side.
This ties in so great with how Leela started our day with just embodying it in our body.
Mm.
And now you're bringing it into the headspace too of that self-worth. And it's all one package. And when you start to really step into that, magic happens. Real magic happens, you know.
Real magic. I love that word. And it's stepping out of our comfort zone to find the magic. And so, you know, several years back, I stopped actually working from here and I started working from here. And I actually felt the transformation of, you know, letting go of the analytical side or the doubt side or the confused side or the, you know, the questioning side, and going from the heart space to the desire, the need, the want, you know, the passion to reach out just because I felt the pull. So it really takes a mind, body, soul connection to be able to drop down into your heart space. And it takes an unraveling of all the things going on in our minds that hold us back. And if you sat down with yourself and you made a list of the critic, of the words, of the stories, of the movies that play occasionally in your mind, and I encourage you to do so, because let's get it out. Let's get it out of our physical body and onto a piece of paper where we can see what holds us back in plain sight. And then we can analyze those things from our headspace to reframe them, to move through them. And it's work. I mean, this is not, overnight process that suddenly we're healed and we feel worthy and we're in our heart. It's a process that takes a lot of transformation and a lot of guidance and support and the right tribe and, you being in the right space. But I highly recommend, even if it's just one small thing that is holding you back, like a money block from childhood, how your parents talked about money or whoever your caregivers were, how they related to money. These are things that when we start to dissect them and discern, where they're coming from and the patterns and the movies and the script, we can create a different narrative for ourselves that serves us and let go through a process or a transformative process of what does not. And there's a lot of things that play in our head, I'm sure of it, not just me, all of us, that don't serve us, that we need to dump. We need to dump out every single day so that they're not replaying and replaying and replaying.
I love you use the very words that I do in one of my tools, which is about knowing what serves you. And it's as basic as like what you're even putting in your body. Like as leaders, as humans working on something, like, does this serve you? You start reading a book, does that serve you? That question and understanding what serves you is so beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. And I love the putting into your mouth. We need to be intentional in our lives. And, mind, body, soul, what we put in our mouth, the tribe we bring to ourselves, right? Is it toxic? Does it serve us? Do we need to let it go? Do some of them need to go? Some of them need to stay? So I think that's a really important question to keep in front of yourselves, is what serves you today. Tomorrow it may be different, but being intentional about it.
Yeah, Trent brought forward that people don't leave an organization, they leave a leader. I love
Yeah.
that so much. That is
Yeah.
super powerful. I'm not going to forget it. It's so good. And that's exactly what you're talking about. Like people, you're trying to find your tribe or how you fit or how it works for you. And as leaders, what are we doing to provide that? It's really interesting. So if anybody has any questions for Sue, please drop them either in the chat or come right out on camera. Just raise your hand, come on out. We'd love to see your face. We'd love to have you interact here. Sue, I just couldn't believe our first contact together. I listened about who you are, you listened about who, and then we're like, oh, you need to meet so-and-so. And the next person is actually because of who you connected me to. And people change each other's lives. People help each other take it up to a next level. We have Amar here because he knows you, he works with you. So it's just amazing how the connections just keep coming. So any questions for Sue here? Feel free to come right out and pick this one's brain.
I have a question for Sue. Sue, on one of your podcasts that I recently heard, you mentioned the umbilical cord and how, we have relationships with our parents and then we have relationships with our spouses or partners. And I was interested in what is the fine line where we do cross as a husband or a wife and a father or a son between that space?
That's a great question. And of course, that podcast episode was from my own life. Basically, that's where these stories come from, right? It's our own experiences. I think we go back and forth in our lives of the connection, which I referred to as the umbilical cord attachment and the disconnection. I think what's really important is that we bring intention to it, that we bring choice to it, that we think about, what am I doing and why am I doing this, right? So if you find yourself connecting, I hope I'm answering your question properly. If you find yourself connected to or doing something that your parent did or that your siblings do, asking yourself, is this part of your belief system? Is this what you want to do? Do you feel comfortable and confident in your choices? Or are you doing it because it was modeled for you or taught to you as a conditioning process and you're just repeating the conditioning? So, like everything else, the umbilical cord is also a choice we have to detach it thoroughly or part of the way, whatever serves you. Again, we use that word, serves you, and live your life with intention based on your values and your interests, not the interests you've been told to believe.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Does that
that
answer your
makes sense.
question?
That answered my question, because what I was seeing was like I had to go to my parents, not had to install a security camera. And my wife was like, why can't you have someone else do it? And now that you've said what you said, it does serve me to do that, in the sense that my background is IT, and I would learn how to install this, and I would get joy in installing something like this, because that's what I do with computers. And so it clarifies that for me, that decision with intention.
Awesome. Yeah, great question. Thank you for asking. It's great to see you here.
You too. Thank you, Sue.
Any other questions for Sue? Come on out and share.
If you think of something later, please don't hesitate to send me a message through my website or Facebook or any way that serves you.
Absolutely. I think that there's what you were talking to, as you were sharing to us, thinking this isn't just about business, it's also how we connect on any level. So I'm so glad that Omar brought up, like with our families, what's going on. And a lot of times we are in disconnect. Maybe we're very much connected in the workplace, but then we come home and we have disconnect, or vice versa. Can you speak to that for a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. I think being in a space of honoring ourselves is important, and that's in every avenue of our lives. It's at home with our families, being intentional, making choices, thinking about what serves us there, thinking about our conditioning. Are we playing out a role that we were taught to play out? And that a lot of us do that at home, right? We're just like our moms or our dads. We're just, following the same suit of what's been taught to us. And so one of the things I teach is intentionality, is really knowing who you are and what your values are, and what's inside of you, not what's been programmed inside of you, but what's truly at the core of your existence, your true being, and finding your truth and then living your truth. So that's in every aspect of your life, not just at home, as one little arena, and at work as another, because we are one human being. Yes, we wear different hats, but your true self and your true core is something that we've been, it's detached. We've detached from it because we've been conditioned to be somebody that maybe we're not. So, a lot of this transformative process and really getting to the meat and potatoes of who you are takes a deep dive of understanding your values and understanding what you want to do for yourself in your life, everywhere you are.
Yeah.
Not just in leadership.
Ricky's brought something forward. Ricky is someone that I've worked with, and she runs a nonprofit. And she says, one of my biggest challenges is leading and motivating the next generation, in case anyone has advice.
I think the next generation is also, a conditioned community, right? They're conditioned. So, in leading them, we first have to help them discern and decipher and, detach from what doesn't serve them. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what age you are. We're programmed, at 2 years old. We start to become programmed of who we are and what we need to believe and how we need to move forward. And so, I think motivating this generation is learning more about what motivates them, is helping them to look within to see where their fire is, what their passion is, what really makes them tick, and who they are in the world and how they want to show up. And when we actually empower people to think about who they are, what their passion is, what do they want to be seen as in 20 years, what do they want people to remember them by, even the young people, even our teenagers, they can start to think of themselves as a separate person from their family, the conditioning, what they've been taught, and see that they have an impact that they can bring to this world as an individual, as a human being, as a worthy person.
Mhm. That's really beautiful. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Sue. I'm so glad you're a part of this day with us. And in the chat, you can see Sue's link to her free gift. And if it weren't for Sue, I wouldn't know our next guest. So I'm so happy to bring out our next guest here. Catherine B. Roy is the LinkedIn ninja. She's all kinds of things. And I am working with her personally right now to learn from her. So I'm so grateful that she agreed to be with us here today. And Catherine, if you just want to come out and introduce yourself your way. And by the way, I want to say we've been in here in the container for an hour 45 now. If you need to slip away to use the facilities or need to grab a little food at any time, we're going to keep this rolling. So feel free to just take yourself off camera, do what you need to do, come right back. So that's how we will be working that. You can bring your food right here, just stay off camera, eat whatever you need as we move through our day here. And so Catherine, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's truly an honor. I really admire you and Sue as well, and I'm very grateful to be here. Let's create some magic, right? I'm a business coach. I help purposely driven coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs, and small business owners to grow their businesses online. And I focused mostly on LinkedIn because that's where the magic happened for me. I met you thanks to Sue, who is my dear friend and my colleague for the last few years. And I'm very, very glad to share this space with you today.
I'm so glad you're here too. And we met, we just had a conversation on Zoom because you're in Croatia, right? So,
Yeah.
So we were online and she starts sharing what she does. And I go, oh my gosh, I want that. I want that. It was a really cool connection. So I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, it really was. It was like in a second. It was in a second, and I truly enjoy it. And as I told you, I truly admire your work, and I'm glad to be a part of your journey. When I talk about leadership, it's usually about actually a balance between heart and mind. And my book, which I published in 2017 and which helped me to establish my personal brand, is called Live from Your Heart and Mind. And the reason why is because we usually forget that we have 2% of brain, which we never use. That's one thing. And the other thing is that when we are heart driven from our inner self, when we know our why, and to give a little bit of backup story, I was born in ex-Yugoslavia. I was a smart kid, always doing scientific works and all of that. But unfortunately, I lived through Balkans War in 1999. So I spent 78 days in a basement. And back then I realized that control is an illusion, that someone else can take control of my life anytime and that I can't do anything about it. So I promised myself that my life might be finite, but my legacy will be infinite. And I dedicated my life and my work and everything to help people to live free. Now, I never imagined the path will take me to the business coaching where I really help people to live free. But in that way, but I've graduated economics and information technology. I was Java developer for 15 years. And then I transitioned to business coaching because social media and algorithms are very simple for me. I can catch up very fast. I can understand how things work, get a lot of visibility. And that's how huge companies like Goldman Sachs and Microsoft, Forbes Books, and all of these big guys actually reached out to me and helped me to elevate my personal brand. But all of that aside, if my heart is not on a plate, if I am not completely dedicated, if I don't resonate with what some people are doing, I have to say no. I accept clients who are in alignment with building a business with higher purpose, because that is what I want to show to the world. And the way how I want to lead is by not being myself in front of others, but being one of others in form of a community or a family who will grow together. And I'm very, very grateful that you gave me your trust and that we are working for the last couple of weeks together. It was an amazing journey. I can't wait to see you shine. And please shoot me a question. I'm here to answer anything you wish to know.
Yeah, I would like you to share a little bit about um, how we, well, like getting back to the heart mind thing.
Mhm.
How we, oops, I gotta enter somebody here. How we embody that, how we make that a full experience. I mean, your experience when you were young was just unbelievable, and then to bring you where you are today. So could you speak on that a bit?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of sides, but let's talk just about emotional and intellectual side for this purpose. So usually that is in disbalance. We have emotional wounds from the past, which are not healed, and we try to grow from there. That's absolutely impossible. On the other side, we have intellectual potential, which we do not even know we have, and we don't use, and we don't know how to use it. So it's usually very low and not so in balance. So what I have developed is a system which will help us to heal through, the interesting thing is, through the algorithms, which are like games, so that we find the answers in ourselves. Every single answer that will help us to heal any kind of emotional wound we have from the past is inside of us. Uh, there would be no Jesus if there was not a crucifixion. So every pain that we have experienced is a source for transformation. If we understand that, we can actually transform any kind of a feeling which is on low energy vibration to the feeling which is on high energy vibration, and that we can become creators and not followers. So I was a programmer, I was boxed, I was completing tasks, I was building something for whom, for what, for a company who was firing people because I built a system. That's absolutely not my kind of doing things. I thought that I was doing something purposeful. I thought that I was building something which has value. I thought that I was doing something. But once you are in uh, disbalance with your environment, of course you don't feel well, right? So there are 10 elements of the system, from the basic things like problem solving to the complex things like being in relationships and love and the communication with people, and a combination of using the neuro linguistic programming and everything that we can use to heal. And then what? And then the other side is missing. It just doesn't work that way. Until the 3 years, kids have 100% of mind potential. Until 7 years, they have like 75%. 12 years, 12%. Now we have two. As an adult, we have just 2% of brain which we use, and which has billions and billions and billions of neural connections, which we actually just, we are watching TV, doing things which are not meaningful, which are not in alignment with our why we want to be there, why we want to do that. And okay, it's nice to watch Netflix, but is it really purposeful? In other words, we can activate these 2% of mind and then jumpstart in front of everyone else. Why? Because we think faster, we get to conclusions faster, we have a longer memory, we have developed quicker, shorter memory, and then we combine these things and we get to the results. So the journey of self-development and transformation in my case was extremely difficult. I was diagnosed with the Coxsackie virus in 2008. It demolished my heart, and doctors predicted I may live just a year and a half. My mom took me to monastery to retreat. I was a completely scientific person. I didn't believe in any of that until I experienced something there, came back home, and my results were perfectly fine. For 10 years, my cardiologists were testing me every 6 months because they didn't believe that the healing happened. But the healing happened when I disconnected from the world. When I went there, when I spent time, I was sleeping outside in front of the monastery on the open sky. And one morning, when I went to pray, monk asked everyone else to step out of the room and just for me to be there. He didn't know I was sick. At least I think he didn't. But at that moment, he asked me to go on my knees. He put a palm on my head and he said that the illness was the sign that I was on the wrong path and that this world needs love, that I'm love, and that everything will be okay. I was crying 45 minutes after that on my knees. Why? Because of all the experiences from the bombing and the war and the fear and everything which was in me, it needed to go out, it needed to heal. Once I emotionally healed and recharged myself, my body healed. Now you are hearing this from a business coach. Why? Because I am helping people to live free by building their own businesses. Why? Because it is extremely important that we do what we love. Otherwise, if we don't do what we love, we are trapped 8 to 10 hours a day, maybe even 12 hours, doing something which is not in alignment with our purpose, doing something which is not in alignment with our values, dealing with people who are in a complete energetic disbalance with ourselves, and we expect what? To be healthy, to be happy, to be fulfilled, to be joyful. Isn't that silly? Like, right? So the sooner we realize we are here as a unique human being with a unique brand, like a personal brand, because there is no one else like you, and we can offer something which is purposeful, and we learn how to do that and step into that power, that is when transformation happens. How to make it work quicker? Because know how, it's very simple to learn. I am, for example, teaching you know how, but jumpstarting all of this and making it work big time is actually in alignment with our heart and mind power on high level potential. When that is up there, then everything else comes to the right place. At one moment, I realized that the structures that we were taught to in the whole system of education are there for other people to use us to do the work for them and achieving their goals, right? 2% of people have 98% of wealth in the world. Wait a minute. Why we're not all like in the same position here? We have different lives. We are born in a different way. Someone would say, I live in Balkans. It's impossible. What's impossible? Nothing is impossible. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, I received a newsletter from Goldman Sachs who wrote about me. And I'm born in a country with so many difficulties, so many struggles. People are like struggling all over the way. And I am not holding them and saying, hey, come here, I will teach you. No, I want to show the way. And when they see, they will come on their own. That is how the energy changes and how the circle starts to grow. And that is how we actually start to grow and be whoever we want to be. So it doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter what kind of education we have, because I have a bachelor, a 2 master degrees, an MBA degree, and the whole other bunches of degrees. None of that helped me. What did help me is my heart saying, and I start to listen to it and in tuning in it deeply and listening, however silly it may sound. Because now I'm working with people like you, I'm working with people who are executive directors in BMW, in Forbes, in Pepsi, in all over the world, like in 14 countries, and I'm still here. So no one can tell me something is impossible. The question is how to make it possible. And the answer is here. Like Sue said, it's here. Yeah.
Okay, I promise everyone, if you've been with us from the beginning, I did not know that every single one of our people here today was going to always be going back to this. And I'm coming back to Trent's pyramid and his 2 cornerstones of integrity and humility, with the other ones that are in the middle. It's like Catherine just fired on all of the foundation. And you weren't even here when Trent was speaking. So it's like amazing. And it links back to Leela too, and how we have to open up our heart space, embody the openness of all of this in order to really do our work. So we've got a lot of connection and happening between all of you here. So I just think it's remarkable. I could never have guessed that there would be firing on this so much. So so give us a little more. I mean, I'm loving what you're sharing here. And I think I put her, Catherine's free consultation is in here too, and her ebook. Actually, I want to talk about how discriminating you are about when you do take on a new client. That was something I had to learn, because in the beginning I was just like, I'm going to help everyone. I can help everyone. And then I got a little more discriminating. And there's not many times that I tell a client that this isn't the right work for them, or I'm not the right coach for them, or it's not a good fit. It's usually around commitment level. Like I had a teenager whose mother was wanting him to do this with me, but his commitment level was like a 6. I needed to be a 9 or 10. And so I just got very honest with him and I said, I don't know, you're not in enough pain right now. Like not enough is happening for you to want to have some sort of growth happen. So could you speak on that a little bit about for us as leaders here when we're bringing people in and working with people?
That was the hardest thing I had to do. I am an empath. I understand that people need help. A lot of people come to me, and I can't serve everyone. So I was struggling a lot, and I found a solution. I will record things, I will have things automatically set. Everyone can have access to that, but I will work with people who I really can connect with and who I really can help. Why I made that decision? First, I was overwhelmed. Second, I had a very bad experience. When someone, I released a video about that today. When someone asked me what I think about their business, I'm very honest, and you know that. I'm very blunt and I'm very direct because I really want to help and I'm speaking from my heart. My client didn't like what I had to say to her because she really wasn't doing things the way that will give her the results. And I thought she took it well, but then she had like she fired a lot on me through Instagram, to public posts. She didn't mention my name, but it was obvious who she was talking about. So I triggered something in her which was deep. And later on, I realized she had childhood wounds and all of that. When you are teaching business and when you have a limited time, you don't have time for that kind of things. It takes your energy, it drains you. Your client doesn't get results. And in business, it's all about that. And then you are not doing the good service for them or for yourself. So, as Marie Forleo says, I am the biggest disappointer there can ever be because I have to say no 70% of time. And so I started researching how I can actually deliver the message to these people, which I can serve. And I know I can serve them. If they're not in purposeful business, that is not my jam. You know, if they're in blockchain, if they're in things which are not having the bigger purpose and they don't know their why, it's very hard to work that way. And I hired an agency who will build the funnels and everything else that will, help them. They will get my material, they will get all of that, they will learn on their own, but I'm just one person. And with the visibility I have, and it is like huge. I have to talk to every single person on a consultation call, and that is draining. And not to mention committing myself 2 months or a month to work with someone that I realize in the process that I can't help. So what I did is I created a short survey when someone is booking a call with me, and I get enough information that I know right away if I can take on the client or I can't. And if I realize that I can't, then I don't even take the consultation call. It is better not to establish a connection than to establish the connection. Why? Because if we want to grow our business very successfully, people need to fall in love with what we do. And when they do, that means that they have a kind of an emotional connection with our content, with our online appearance, and with us. And then things get complicated if we go through that path and we didn't consider it well at the beginning. So to make things easier, I ask questions before we even start, and then I know if I'm going to take it on or just no.
That's really great. So we're at getting time for questions. If anybody has a question here, feel free to come right out on camera. Just raise your hand and put your camera on, or type one in the chat and I will read it to Catherine. I just love all these connections here and how you're setting boundaries, but you've done it in an elegant way. So it's very helpful. And I think that's just really important for us as leaders. And I mean, times have changed. When I ran the symphony in Battle Creek, Michigan, I had the Kellogg Company and the Kellogg Foundation. I could actually speak to the CEOs of those two companies in the 90s. Like, it wasn't even a problem for me to actually get through and set up a lunch, have time together. Today, it's almost impossible. And so things have radically changed in people's accessibility and how people are spending their time. And there are a lot of what I call gatekeepers too.
Yes.
like setting up the gates to protect these people. And I sometimes look back at like some of the things the Kellogg Foundation was doing in the 90s, which were phenomenal.
Mhm.
And yet the CEO is still accessible.
Mhm.
So it's interesting, that accessibility and then that protection. I think it's a real balance. So questions for Catherine here? Can you hear it? Who we have? Feel free to come right out and ask. Amar, do you have a question? You've been our great question host.
I do. I can relate to Catherine because I also have a Java background and I studied that. And I'm just curious how, people say technology, people are different, and this spirituality and this leading with the heart is different from the hard science that we've been taught of ones and zeros and things like that. And how do you kind of succumb to the magic of leading from the heart when you're taught to lead from the brain or think from the brain?
Thanks so much for this question. It's truly valuable. If I understood well, you were in IT industry, or you are already, right? You are in tech.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I love tech guys. As I said, I was working 15 years with tech guys. We have a different kind of wiring in our mind, and usually everything is very precise and very scientific. But I was forced to open up because of the illness that I had, which I mentioned. So I am not sure if I would be here where I am if I didn't live through these experiences which I had. So what I wrote in my book is very simple. Don't wait for something to hit you in your head like it happened to me, but search for every resource that we can to actually learn how to open up the heart space. Because no, that's noticeable, like right away. When a heart space is open, we become a magnet for everything that we ever desired, and that desire it's not a desire anymore. It's just a next step to creation. So I realized that I have to when I was ill, but I advise everyone to dive deeper inside them. For example, I went through psychology learning 4 years. I've been in Mind Valley for 4 years, learning everything there. Meditation is one of the things. And I have my morning routine, for example. I meditate when I wake up, then I exercise. Now I went to a nutritionist to work on my body, and all of that is very important. But if the heart space is closed, and the only reason why heart space is closed is a fear, because we experienced something which was painful. We closed up and we're afraid that we're going to experience that again. And then there is a block. And we don't realize that that experience was there to teach us that we healed from that. And we're here to teach people how to heal from that and not to close off. But unfortunately, not everyone is aware of that. So we close off because that's safer space. But the fear is just a mechanism of our brain to keep us safe. That's a brain catch, because brain is here to like an organ for survival. But it's not like a tiger is running after me, or that the bomb will fall on me when I'm on the stage. That happened back then, and I know that is the real fear. Every single fear I experienced after the war, it's just not a fear, real fear. We think it is, and we allow that low leveling energy to block us. So I would say that we need to tune in as much as possible through the meditation process or through prayer or whatever keeps us safe and sound, like in nature or however, especially when we are boxed in front of the PC all the time during the day. So I try to find a day, time every day to go to nature. And now I took a longer vacation, spending even 3 weeks in nature to have the energy to proceed. Thank you so much for this question. I hope that I answered, but yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, Catherine.
You're bringing forward too, Catherine, as leaders, like what you need to put in your day that supports you so that we can do what we do. And someone that I'm going to have on in a little while here later in the afternoon is accountability partner of mine, Tim Felmer. And I'll never forget a conversation. We speak once a week, and Tim said to me, Elle, you need to walk like a leader, talk like a leader, eat like a leader, sleep like a leader. Like, what does it mean? And I recently became a brain health certified coach through Dr. Amen. I changed my entire way of eating in one day when I came to understand what foods and beverages and various things we put in here does to our brain. I changed in one day.
Yes.
And it was so profound for me. And I realized, and this goes back to something Sue said as well, that our hierarchy of values, what we value, for me, this is really, really, really important, the health of my brain.
Mhm.
So when I learned this working through Dr. Amen's course, it was like an instant decision.
Mhm.
This is not going to pass my lips now. I'm not going to do these things. And it was because it really linked to one of my higher values. Boom, there it is. But I think sometimes when we struggle to make things happen in our leadership, it's because it's not firing on some of the things that are the most important to us. Does that make sense?
Exactly. When we work towards something which is very important, we will do everything we can to achieve that. But if we decide that we are going to do something for any kind of reason, usually we're going to fail or not do anything about it. I wanted to suggest you, let's have a little fun and do a memory exercise, you and me now, so that we can show people actually in just few minutes how this works, how we can activate the mind and actually use that potential to follow through. I will ask you questions. Tell me whatever comes to your mind. I don't expect you to know the answers, but listen to my answers, and then you will see what happens. Okay, we will talk about Van Gogh, the painter. Okay, and I'm going to ask. Never mind, even if my answers are not correct. Just listen to what I'm saying. How old was Van Gogh when he cut off his ear? Ear.
He was in his 40s.
35. Why he did it?
Oh, I don't remember.
His brother was getting married and he was afraid that he will be left alone. What was the name of his first painting?
I don't know.
Red Vineyards. When was his first exhibition?
I don't know.
When he died. Where it was?
I could guess Paris, but I'm not sure.
It is Paris. Who organized it?
Oh, I'm not sure.
His brother's wife. Okay, how old was Van Gogh when he cut off his ear?
35.
Why he did it?
Because his brother was getting married. He was afraid he was going to be alone.
What was the name of his first big painting?
Red Vineyards.
When was the first exhibition?
When he died.
Where?
Paris.
Who organized it?
His sister-in-law.
You see? So quickly, you know everything about him now. The point is, when we want to put something in the short-term memory and we have to execute very fast and go to a public speaking event where we are like asked in the last minute because someone dropped off that we are going to be on a stage and we need to say something, we just need someone who will ask us questions and then give us the answers and we will just reproduce that. That will not stay in a long-term memory, but most probably you will remember some of these facts. Let's do one short one more. What is in common for Nikola Tesla and one dentist?
A Tesla and one dentist, a light bulb.
Usually this is how our mind works, because I ask you a question and you try to answer. But let's think outside the box. Nikola Tesla is one object and the dentist is another object.
Okay.
Tell me what you know about Nikola Tesla, or whatever you know, what associates you when I say his name.
I see his unique light bulbs. I
Mhm.
see he's a scientist, so I imagine him working in his lab. Um, he's brilliant, so he works like crazy hours too. Like he's project oriented. He's involved in what he's doing. So that's what comes to mind.
He invented electricity we use now. And what about dentist? What kind of work he does?
Dentist, my dentist is female, so I see her. She pops in my mind. She's always popping in from room to room. So she's like the last check. And then of course doing the more serious things. White lab coat, very precise, very
What kind of tools she use?
what kind of tools?
Mhm.
Oh, she uses drills and
And all these tools use what?
electricity.
Okay, where do you sit when you go to dentist?
There's all these lines coming up from.
But you sit on a chair, right? Like
Oh, where do I sit? Yeah, on a chair.
dental chair. It also use electricity, right?
Yes.
What other kind of a chair use electricity? In a jail, for example,
Right. Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Can you guess who invented the chair with electric power for death penalty in?
Was it Tesla?
No, it was one dentist.
Dentist. Wow.
So this will stay in the long-term memory. You will remember for a long, long time that the dentist invented the chair for a death penalty. We just played a game about the associations and attributes of these two objects. And this is how we learn for the long term when we want to learn something. Now we activated something we usually don't use. And you most probably forgot that you are on your own summit.
I did. Did everybody else forget too? Like, where are we? Fantastic. Wow. I just want to clarify before we move to Priscilla. So that series of questions with answers coming back is great for short term. And then association helps large long term.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful. I love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. I am just grateful to Sue for connecting us. So glad that I'm a part of your world now, and can't wait till my next session with you. So.
I'm so happy to know you and to work with you, and thank you so much for this beautiful space. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So our next guest is Priscilla Archangel. We are both here in Michigan. She's on the east side of the state, and I am here. And Priscilla's had a long career in leadership. And I'm so grateful that she's here to share with us today. So Priscilla, can you come on in and introduce yourself the way you would like us to know you, and share some wonderful tidbits with us today.
Thank you so much, Elle, for the opportunity to be here. And I admit I was just fascinated listening to Catherine. So I have to, just kind of clear my mind and now focus on the next thing ahead. But wow. So I'm really glad to be here and to talk about leadership, because leadership is my passion. And I'm a big believer. And so I heard you mention that purpose, I think, seemed to be a theme among some of your leaders this morning. And purpose is really big for me in the context of, I believe that we are all created for a reason. And was it Albert Einstein or someone said there's two important days in our life: the day we were born and the day we realize why. And so part of what I try to help people is to figure out their purpose. Now, how did I get here? A little bit about my background, all right? I grew up professionally by spending the first 30 years of my career at General Motors. I was in a variety of executive leadership, global roles, human resources, organizational development. My pathway there was not the typical normal pathway. I mean, a lot of people in my roles had business degrees and MBAs. I had a psych undergraduate degree. I had a master's in social work administration. Then I went into my corporate role, and then kind of midway through along the way, got a PhD in human and organizational development. And one of the things that I always paid attention to in my work was just that, the leaders that I was working with. I saw some who were extremely effective, in their corporate leadership roles. I saw some who struggled. I saw some who, weren't as effective. And I was always kind of trying to figure out, okay, what makes them tick? How are they doing what they're doing? How can I help them improve? How can I figure out what they're doing that works so well, and why does it work so well? And so that led to probably, I don't think my years back, but 25 to 30 years of just continuing to learn about leadership. And I don't count myself to have attained fully, but it's just an ongoing process because there's kind of so much to learn. So I'm just along the journey. But along the way, a couple of things happened to me that also solidified my purpose. And one of them was about 20 years ago. I sat down in my morning prayer and meditation time. And for me, it's like God just downloaded to me, you're going to be doing this, this, this. And literally, I'm just like writing as fast as I can, like, what the world is this, And all I could do was write it down as fast as I could. Then I think I typed it up later just so that I could like really read it. But I didn't really know what to do with it. But it was basically words of what my future would look like. And I didn't know how I would get from where I was then to basically where I am now. But I just had to, put it down and think about it and move forward. And for me, just through a series of events that I could not have orchestrated on my own, but through a series of events over the next 20, plus years, I find myself having probably accomplished about 80 to 90% of what was on that list. And there's more to come, I know. But part of it is really about my role working with other leaders to help them accomplish their purpose. And part of what I observe happens, I'll say, particularly in corporate America or with leaders who have great responsibility, because that's, those are the people I interact with, is I'll say we, because I was right there too, but we get caught up in what's happening right now and, all the pressures coming in on us. And I used to joke with myself that I was saving Rome from burning.
Oh, right.
Figuratively, of course, but like I'd be in a meeting, at work, or, be working on something in my office at work. And, my mom would call and she'd want to talk about something like what she was making for dinner. And I'm feeling like, Mom, Rome is burning. I was kind of taken up with my role in whatever crisis was going on in the organization, which was, on one hand appropriate because that's the role. But the thing is, you get so caught up in it that you do kind of lose your balance. All right. And one of the things that I want leaders to do is focus on not just the urgent, but find a balance of focusing on the important too. Okay. And the important things, and I remember also I was in an assignment once, and, whatever crisis was going on, and I was working on important things. Other people were working on urgent things. That's fine. But as I said to my leader at that time, if you don't carve time out of your schedule to focus on these important things that I'm working on, then they will eventually become urgent. They will become crises. Okay. And you don't want this to become a crisis. So you have to balance your scheduling now, balance your mental energy now to focus on these things that are important. Okay. And so when it comes to, and so kind of part of my summary is, so I spent 30 years there. I retired, quote unquote, That's a technical term. And then I started my own business. So I went from this huge multinational organization,
To solopreneur.
solopreneur world, like, where's my team? Where's my peeps? Where, you know, and part of it is I had to really have that quiet decompression time to realize this is what you're supposed to be doing next, Priscilla. Okay. No, your next step isn't go join another, multinational or big organization. It's, it's become a solopreneur in essence, but to share some of the things that I have learned and am still learning, and those priorities with others in ways that help them to become better leaders, more successful leaders, more effective leaders. Okay. It is because I've walked the walk, I know how increasingly hard it is to pull back from all the urgent demands on one's time and also the rewards, so to speak, of a career. What are those rewards? Well, of course, there's the financial, there's the recognition, there's the perception of power, all of that, which, by the way, can be gone in a minute. Okay, I worked in HR, I know. All right, but it's all that perception that sometimes we get caught up in, and unnecessarily so, and we are not focusing on why am I really here? What am I really supposed to be doing? How am I helping others? Even what purpose is my company serving? And do I feel connected to that purpose? Or, some companies you can argue, are they out for profits or for people? Okay. And so where do you want to be in that process? And so these are the types of things that I try to help leaders to focus on, that balance of the urgent, which is typically when you're in an urgent mode, it's reactionary, it's crisis, it's, you're operating with less information and making quick decisions, and you're focusing on short-term success, and you kind of have less control over the outcomes, versus if you focus on the important, you're being proactive and you're planning, you're anticipating, you're preparing, and it's a long-term success plan that gives you greater outcome control. Now, nothing's perfect, of course, but greater outcome control. And so that's one of the things I want leaders to focus on.
Wow.
I'm going to pause now. That's a whole lot.
That was a lot. I really love this. It's bringing me back to when I was running a symphony and a music school. So I had over 200 part-time employees, just a few full-time, but a lot of people who were also doing other things. So to pull them in to be, really committed to the work with me was something I was always working on. And talk about fires, you're producing events. So there's all kinds of fires that are going on and you're putting out. And I had this thing where when I was losing sight of, because I was no longer on the stage, I'm behind the scenes. And so it's very different for me after years of on the stage and then flipping that. And I remember that I was driving the car once and a piece by Brahms came on. And I don't know what it is about the composer Brahms, but if I hear a Brahms symphony, one of the concertos, or I hear the horn trio, which is just violin, horn, piano, if I hear Brahms, suddenly something comes over me and it is so purposeful. I go into my person, like, people need to hear this music live. It just,
wow.
It comes over me. I'm almost crying because it's so profound. It's like comes over me, and I go, okay, this is why I'm doing I am the connector. I'm taking a 17-year-old high school kid whose parents won't take him to the symphony, and I become his mom so he can come in here and hear Brahms or whatever it is we're playing. But it was that was kind of like a simple thing, like just hearing a piece of music that gave me this like incredible deep feeling of purpose. So,
and as you're saying that, one of the things that I thought about too is, and I think I'll going back to something that Catherine mentioned, the things that happen in our past that are emotional or traumatic, and we repress it and we bury it. But music is a vehicle to bring those out. Okay. It's, you know, I could feel the emotion that music was bringing out in you then. For me, every morning, one of the things that I do is I listen to music. And I literally cry. Sometimes I sing with it, I'll cry with it, I pray with it. But it takes me to, and I'm almost feeling it now, it takes me to a deeper level. And what we've got to do is manage those emotions that we've bottled up inside ourselves, some of which are so deep we dare not, we almost dare not connect with them, because one way I would describe it is, if I went there, I don't know if I could come back, you know? But that's what helps us to get in touch with who we are and what we're supposed to be doing. And one of the things that I also help my coachees and clients develop is emotional intelligence, okay? And that's not just being an expert in your technical area. Amara, you know, as you were talking about being a techie and all, I've worked with engineers, I've worked with surgeons, you know, I've worked with, you know, a variety of technical people that are experts at what they do. And it's about, you know, process and fact, and they don't understand how to relate to people, okay? And I'm not going to say they don't value it, but they just don't understand the depth and importance of it. And trying to get them to focus on building relationships as one of their keys to moving ahead, and to meeting theirs and others' needs around them. Because as they engage with their teams, as they engage with colleagues, you really need that emotional intelligence to self-reflect and recognize and manage your emotions, and you know, have those social interactions and all like that. And we've got to value that more in all of our work. We just got to value it more.
Do you feel as though, especially what we've been through in 2020, 2021, that there's like an opening? I sort of feel like there's going to be a renaissance. I'm a very optimistic person, so, but there's going to be a renaissance in how we start treating each other with everything that's been going on the last 2 year and a half. That it's priming us for exactly what you're talking about. Allowing people who have been in a certain way for a while, it's like, it's okay to express, it's okay to, I get this all the time when I speak to a group, they're like, thanks for being so real. Like, I just kind of lay it all out there sometimes. People are like, thank you, that's what we need, you know?
Yeah. So, you know, when I started my career 38 years ago, nobody asked me what I thought. Nobody, you know, it was like, this is the way you do it. This is the corporate way and whatever. And now, thank God, we're like 180 opposite of that. And if leaders don't care about their teams, what they think, what they're going through, what their experiences are, they lose them. Okay. And with the quote unquote, the great resignation that, you know, we're hearing, I mean, so people are walking with their feet because now they've had time to, even though, you know, many have been working hard remotely through the pandemic, and many have been working hard face to face in service industries through the pandemic. It has, I agree, it has jolted us to the point of many of us thinking more deeply about what's a priority, what's important. You know, people who have lost loved ones, and not just to COVID, to, you know, even other illnesses. I mean, I will tell you, I missed more funerals of non-COVID deaths than COVID deaths, because I could, you know, I do believe it has jolted us. And so the question though is, how will we reset? You know, culture changes, you know, the culture of an organization is fixed, and then you have to kind of pull it out of that fixed, and it's in disarray for a moment, a period, before you refreeze it into the kind of new phase that you want the culture to look like. So I think we're in this disorganized state now. So the question is, how will we refreeze? Now, for many companies, it's coming in the form of, oh, will we have hybrid work or not? You know, and, you know, can people work from home or work from Fiji or, you know, any, and how will we connect in meetings, and how will we collaborate? And so that's how organizations are talking about it, but it's really how they're reframing and shaping culture and understanding what employees need. And there's a hybrid solution in there somewhere that everyone is trying to figure out, but is not there yet. But that's what that reset looks like. And we have to be more concerned about childcare. Okay. How can I expect to have your full attention, so to speak, you know, at what you're doing if you're worried about your kids?
Right.
And so, I mean, that's just one example. It just goes on and on from there. So yes, it's going to change the way we work and the way companies relate to their employees. But I think we're still in that really messy stage now as we all try to figure it out. So.
Yeah, I'm about to work with Kellogg Company on a contract, and it's, you're right, there's just a lot that is going to be changing and sorting through. And the division I'm working with is coming back to a completely changed office space because they changed the office space while this was going on. So environment matters. And I think of Omar, his family, they own 2 hotels. And so everything they've been through, and I mean,
Absolutely.
every single industry has been touched.
Absolutely.
By, so it's.
And if we miss this opportunity, I'm shaking my little finger now. Okay.
I feel that.
But if we miss this opportunity in terms of leveraging the change for good, shame on us.
Yes.
Okay. We have to use it to focus on that North Star of where is it we really want to be and need to be, and yeah, really, what is our purpose as an organization, and what's our purpose as individuals? Because what is also really saying is, for some people, I realized that, I got caught up in whatever I was trying to do with this company, but this isn't my purpose, or this isn't where I find happiness, and I'm trying to figure out maybe where I do find happiness, but I don't have happiness here. So what is it I'm supposed to be doing? And part of that is understanding your strengths, understanding what you're good at, and then where do you best apply that? And you really have to go deep inside to understand that, because there are some people who are good at this but have been trying to work in that area over there because the shiny bright lights and the money and the recognition and what I call the shiny pebbles by the side of the road and whatever. But you're really good at this. This is where you shine.
Yeah.
So how do you make that shift?
Oh gosh, before I started Pressure Free Living, I was creating a financial business because I do that very well, but it's not really my passion. I can look at a financial statement. I can find what needs to be worked on. I'm just really good at that. Mm-hmm. And I put a mentor in my life who said, this is all well and good, but I read your bio online and this is not what you should be doing. And he goes, I'm not telling you to shelve it, but just stay open. It was just 2 nights later that I started my business because my kids asked me to coach their baseball team in my mental toughness tips. So if I hadn't stayed open, I mean, I laughed at them like, who wants their mother in the dugout? But, it was really combining so many different things. And just like you said, like that download that you had, that's what happened to me too. I call it a download from above. I couldn't stop writing. When they asked me to do that, I couldn't stop writing. I couldn't not do this. So it was completely life-changing.
That's it. What can't you not do? That's what I ask people sometimes, okay? If money were no object and all, but what can't you not do? All right. Now, maybe now you have to figure out how to monetize it or something, okay? Right. What can't you not do?
That's amazing. Yeah. Do we have questions for Priscilla? Please feel free to type in questions for Priscilla or come right out on camera and ask away.
If I may, I came back. I was listening this behind the scenes and it deeply resonated with me, every single word. Like it's incredible. The what you just said about finding your strengths and positioning you where you shine the most, like 10 minutes before I came, I listened to Mari Forley's video. She said the same. Uh,
Mhm.
2 days ago, I was reading the brand name You. She said the same, and I was repeating that to my clients several times.
Mhm.
But your story truly inspired me, and I found a deep strength in you, and that everything that you do has a deep purpose. So I would like to thank you for being here and to ask you, when we think about what is important to focus there in an organization, what would be your advice how to identify what is really important, because of different mindsets and different positionings and all of that? What is truly important in an organization so that we can pivot from what we are doing in a crisis to what we need to do so it doesn't become a higher crisis, like you mentioned?
Yeah, so a couple things. One is, I think everything rises and falls on leadership. So it really depends upon who the leader is. Now, that could be the leader, the ultimate leader, the CEO, or it could be the director of a unit, okay? But the leader has to set the tone to focus the group on what's the most important thing, okay? So if we make widgets, it could be, why do we make widgets? Because our widgets go into baby seats that keep the precious little babies safe in a car. Okay, all right. But and you've got to have that emotional link to what is most important and what is our purpose. I also have some questions that I ask leaders. So if I'm coaching, for instance, the leader of an organization, I have some questions that I'll go through. So there's things like, the first of all, the purpose. Why are you doing what you're doing? Because if a CEO or a director or a VP doesn't have a good deep answer for why they're doing it, again, it's not, oh, I've got to make, billions of dollars of profit this year. It's got to be much deeper and much more service oriented than that. Okay, so why are you doing what are you doing? How are you leading change leadership in terms of helping your organization to be nimble? Okay, we all know every organization was thrust into surviving or dying in the past 18 months with COVID. Okay, if you can't figure out how to shift, shame on you. And some learned it on the fly successfully, but it was like that slap and that jolt. But don't lose that ability now. Don't say, oh, okay, we're going to go back to doing everything the way. You can't do that. So how are you leading your organization to be nimble? How are you creating an environment that encourages new thinking? Okay. Um, you've got to understand trends, trajectories. Just, you could look at the past as a lesson, but you've got to understand trends and trajectories to get to new and different thinking. What's the disruptive element in your business model? Okay, and certainly COVID disrupted us, but as a veteran of the automotive industry, think about how ride sharing and electric vehicles are disrupting the norm. Okay, you got to anticipate, be able to anticipate those things and figure out how you're going to handle them, what the probability is, but know things like that. Even with your team, do they follow you just because of your power and your position, or because you empower them? You know the answer already, Catherine, which one has more stickiness? Okay. How do you engage them in what you're trying to accomplish? How are you serving them? Because what do they need from you in order to be successful? So I'll pause there. Those are just some of the questions that I ask them. And they're not, as you well know, they're not easy, but it's forcing them to think about what they're doing and why they're doing. And if you're at a director or a VP level and you don't think you're going to get support from your CEO in really deeply thinking through these things, You might wonder if you're in the right company or in the right role in the company.
This is so powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you, Catherine.
Any other questions for Priscilla before we?
Yes, Miss L. This is Stephen Underwood. Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Out of Washington, D.C. I have a question. And by the way, Miss Priscilla, I love your last name, Archangel. I can go. I was sharing. Matter of fact, Miss Catherine is my business coach. But anyway, there was something that you said that very much struck me, because I believe with before this pandemic, I believe there are certain things that, as you said, were for you, that were aha moment that you jot down, that you called and you considered the higher power, God. And I believe there are some things that we as leaders can either choose to know, or we can forego knowing. And as the business term, as you know, at times it will determine whether or not, when we're at that strategic inflection point of either going right or either going left, but making no decision at all means the destruction and detriment, not only for you, but for a whole entire organization. So here's my question out of saying all of that. When you said something about emotional intelligence, that is something as well that I teach on too. I teach on emotional intelligence as well as global intelligence. But since you said that, what is going to be the key driving factor of helping these CEOs, C-suite decision makers, upper middle level management, tapping into their emotional intelligence, as you said, and as you so eloquently elaborated on? How is it going to be that we're going to be able to help them reconnect? And I believe that that's what this pandemic has done. It has made people face things that they didn't want to face. Those who have, quote unquote, the stigma of death, you had to face it, whether you went through it or not, or whatever. But what is it that you see is going to be the driving factor of helping these C-suite and these executives make the reconnection, or help them at least understand that the emotional connection to their organization? Because I help people understand, you have your organization has a brain. You're the right part of the brain, and your upper middle and level middle management is the left side of the brain, and the pineal glands are the employees. So what is going to be the driving factor of helping them make that connection to make the output of their brain of the organization, as you said, think more better and think more clarity moving forward?
So very simply, Stephen, a significant emotional event. Okay. And some of them will have one and others won't. It's back to, how we as coaches select our clients. Okay. Or how our clients even select us and choose to reach out to us. But they will have to have a significant emotional event that will jolt them into the recognition that whatever it is they're currently doing is not working, and they need more, their team needs more. And some of them will have it, some of them won't. Some will learn from this pandemic, others will not.
Yeah,
We can't make them.
that's right.
That's it.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. This has been amazing. Thank you for that question, Stephen. Thank you, everyone, for participating here. I'm going to start with our next speaker now. So thank you so much for.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for the invitation, Elle.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Monique Toussaint, and Monique and I actually have a friend in common, which was pretty wild, because I was just seeking out leadership coaches around the country and found her in the DC area. And and just, we got together, we started talking, and it just was amazing. and then I said, well, you work for the Department of Education. I only know one person who has worked there, and you used to work with him, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, he was my last boss. So it's really, really funny.
It was amazing. So it is definitely a small world. We're connected in so many ways, and a connection is part of the theme of this conference today. So Monique, I'm so glad you're here. And you do work for the Department of Education, but you also do other things. So I'd love for you to introduce yourself as you wish, and to share some great content with us today.
Sure. First of all, Elle, I thank you so much for reaching out to me and identifying our mutual contact. And so, yes, I do work at the Department of Education, but today I am here on behalf of my business, Monumental Business Solutions, where I am a leadership strategist that helps leaders to identify tips, tools, and techniques to not just live, but to be successful leaders, be successful family members, be successful in whatever they want to do. And so our slogan here at Think Monumental is Think Monumental, right? If you have an idea, we have a plan. And so you don't want to ever be average, always think above it. And so for today, so I am a career coach by trade. I have my GCDF. I am an executive coach for the Treasury Executive Institute and a group coach for the PMF program with OPM. And so today I wanted to tie into the conference theme and just kind of share about finding clarity and defining a leader within. So I know it's either after lunch for you or before lunch for you, or you're eating right now. And so what I will do, I will have a slide deck up for my visual learners, but I'll also ask you guys to drop some things in the chat as we go along. So if you could give me an excited 15 to 20 minutes, I will share my information and keep the conference moving, okay? Can I get a pledge from you guys in the chat to participate that way? Like a yes, no, maybe so? And while you guys type that in the chat, I will pull up my slide deck. I promise you, it's going to be quick. It's going to be easy. It's going to be engaging, and this will be as fun as you make it. So let's go ahead and start this stuff. Okay. All right. So let me start my slideshow. Again, my name is Monique Toussaint, and I'm with Monumental Business Solutions. And so I wanted to start with, what is clarity? So the title of the conference was around being pressure-free and clarity and finding confidence and resilience. So when you think about clarity, I want you to think about, what does it mean to be clear? In the space of being a leader, when you think about clarity, what does that mean to you? How does that allude to success for you? And again, I'm going to ask full participation. I can't see the chat in presenter mode. I didn't think about that, but I'm assuming that you're saying stuff. And if it's okay, Elle, can we take them? Can they come off of mute and engage if we need to? Hello?
I'm coming, sorry.
No, I was wondering if we can take them off, if we have the option to unmute and mute so we can talk as we go. Okay, cool. All right. So when we think about clarity in as it relates to leadership, I want you to think about these things. Leadership requires clarity. First, the last presenter, she talked a lot about purpose, and I want you to be clear about who you are. Be clear about what your purpose is. Be clear about why you're in the space that you're in. Be clear about what you have to offer. What do you bring to this space that makes you the leader that was selected to do this? You have to be prepared to lead from wherever you are in an organization. Even if you're at the top, you have to lead below. You have to lead across. You have to lead up sometimes, because even if you're the president, you still report to stakeholders. So there's always someone that you have to report to, and you have to be clear about what you have to offer and what you bring to the table. You also want to be clear about your areas of improvement. No one likes someone that's perfect. I think I'm perfect. I mean, that's not realistic, right? And so I think one of the strengths of being a leader is being clear about where your gaps are. And you want to make sure you surround yourself with people that can meet those areas. So I know that details is not my thing. And so as a big picture person, I like to surround myself with logistical thinkers. Like, I am analytical. I love it. I love that stuff, but I don't want to be in the details. So I know that's something where I know I need someone in the background handling those details for me. But think about where you're weak because you're only as strong as your weakest link. So as a leader, you want to identify those places where you need someone to support you. You also want to be clear about what you want to accomplish. No one wants to walk behind someone that does not know what they're doing. And I know we talked about, I've been hopping in and out all day. And so I know we talked about being authentic, but you also have to be clear about what you want to accomplish. What are the roles? What are the responsibilities? Who's supposed to be doing what? And so if you're not clear about that, it makes a muddle puddle, and nobody wants to walk in mud when they can walk in clear water. Like, I'm a beach snob. I'm an island girl. I only go in water that I can see the bottom. And I think it's the same thing for leaders, right? I don't want to follow you into a puddle of mud. I want to see the beautiful water. I want to be clear about where we're going. I want to see all the way to the buoy. You know, I had a debt in the family. We had to go home, and we swam kind of to the buoy, and we were far, and I'm sure you can't tell from this the screen, but as far as we were in the water, I could still see the bottom. And that's what I want you to think about as a leader. I want you to think about, no matter where you are, you still want to be able to see the bottom. You still want to articulate for the people following you what you want to accomplish. And you want to be clear about the legacy you want to leave. Like, if I don't know why I'm here, I can't tell you why you're here. I can't tell you why we're here. And we don't know what we're doing. And so we're just wasting time. And time is the one thing you cannot get back. No matter how rich you are, they have not mastered this time machine thing yet. We have to master that, okay? And so from this perspective, I want us to talk for a couple minutes about what does it mean to be clear. Now, if this is your first time hearing from me, I have an affinity for acronyms. And so before I even start a presentation, I'm like, what do I want to say and what word goes with it? And so, of course, I was thinking about clarity. What does that mean? I was like, confidence is too long, resilience is too long, pressure is too long, free is kind of But what powerful word could I give you that as an acronym, you can walk away from this session? Because I want to be clear about what we want to accomplish today, right? I want you to walk away clear about how do you become a leader that's clear, successful, like you're clear because you've done it all, right? And so how do you be clear? Okay, the moment you've been waiting for. Drum roll, please.
It's perfect.
Confidence. I have been in many of rooms with people that are confident dummies, but because they were so, and dummies is not a nice word, but the more confident you are, the more people believe what you have to say. And as a leader, even if you're driving and you're on a road trip, you don't know where you're going, you should, but just be confident about it. You also want to think about longevity. I know we don't think about that often in our personal lives, or professional lives, but we want to think through what that means. We also want to think about execution. I am an idea person. I think. Thoughts mean nothing without execution, right? And so we'll go through these in further detail along the presentation, but I wanted to show you the acronym because I want to show you where we're going. We're not walking in mud for this presentation. We want to be clear. Then we're going to talk about accountability. And then finally, we close out about being resilient. So I did want to, probably I should slow down. I feel my nerves going. So, so how do you be clear? So confidence, longevity, execution, accountability, and resilience. And so we'll spend the next 5 to 7 minutes kind of talking through this stuff. And what does it mean as a leader to do this? Okay. Should I admit Sharda? Okay.
I got her. She's
okay.
good.
Confidence. Unlock your confidence. I think I heard you guys talking about scripture. So I'll interject here. I want to be inclusive of everyone's beliefs. I know for me, Philippians 1:6 talks about confidence, right? But being confident. So everything starts with a thought. Your mindset matters. When you get dressed in the morning, I don't know if you've noticed, but depending on what you wear, it helps you to act a different way. At least for me, it may not be the same for you, but I don't like heels. I prefer flip-flops and sneakers. And so I've been loving being home for the pandemic, but there's something about having a pair of pumps on my desk and putting them on to walk to a meeting. It helps me to walk a little straighter, have a little bit more confidence, but anything you do starts with a thought. You have to think you can achieve it first before you do it. You also want to if you don't believe it, who does? If I tell you that cup is red, and you tell me it's blue, and you are confident that it's blue, but I'm confident that it's red, who's right, right? So you just want to be sure that you unlock your confidence, because a lot of the times we are our biggest barrier, and our thoughts of doubt stop us from walking into what we're called to do as leaders. And if you can't be confident in yourself, if you can't be true to who you are and what you're supposed to accomplish, then no one will follow you, because you don't want to follow yourself. And so you have to be confident about your presence and what you have to do. So again, I like engaging. So if you're still with me, type I believe, because it all starts with a thought. So I believe that you're all typing I believe in the chat, because if you don't write it down, it very rarely happens. And so I have a couple places I've placed words and phrases for you to type it, because you're manifesting it when you write it down. If you write it down, you see it, it feels more real. And I am confident that you guys will participate. And I am confident by typing these phrases throughout, you'll remember them afterwards. So I also, confession, I used to teach college and career prep to 6th graders. So I might integrate little things here and there. And I also used to teach at the community college. And so I'm a teacher trainer by nature. So I know we're kind of engaging in this conference today, but I do want you to walk away with something. There are a lot of speakers, but I want you to walk away with little snippets that'll help you to remember things. And that's why I use acronyms a lot, because it makes it easy. In theory, there's no guarantee, but to me, it makes it easier to remember what we talked about. So our C in Claire is confidence, and you believe that you can do it, and it starts with that thought. Okay.
I want
to
I want to connect you to something Trent said too, Monique. So
Okay.
when Clark was on, he said that when people leave organizations, they're not leaving the organization, they're leaving the leader.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And I think I think a huge chunk, even for me, I've been with the same organization for 14 years, and I've moved around, and it wasn't because I didn't love the work. I love the work. I love the mission. I had challenges with my leadership, right? Or I just needed to be challenged. And so that's absolutely true. Like if you're not connected as a leader, and that ties into our next point, right? Like longevity, like think long term. As a leader, what do you want for yourself, and what do you want for the organization? What makes the most sense? Like, are you supposed to be there a long time? You might not, right? So what should you be putting in place for your people so they can feel confident to stay, confidence to support you, confidence to sustain what you've put in place long after you're gone? And how do you build your legacy as you lead? You're not going to be there forever. The people you're leading won't be there forever, and what you're working on won't be there forever. And so as you're thinking through your leadership journey, a lot of us here are successful already, because you know Elle, and so therefore we are success in this room. And so hopefully I'm not telling you something you don't already know, but the key to success is longevity. Like none of this matters if it doesn't exist when we're gone. And so we want to change lives as we go, but we also want to think long term. And so as a leader, you want to think about, I might leave, they might leave, we all might leave, the organization might change, it might fall, but you want to think about impact. What is the impact you're having as a leader to the people you serve and for yourself? And so I want to encourage you guys to think long-term always, okay?
I think it's important too, when people are solopreneurs or have small businesses, it's real hard to forget about putting energy into the succession plan, or what kind of legacy you are leaving, what goes beyond. I've already had talks with my boys about how they will carry on pressure-free living.
Right.
And because I'm a solopreneur, and they have their own company, and my eldest is already thinking 25 years out, 50 years, like, what is this?
Right.
Morphing and changing. So I'm really glad you brought that forward.
Yeah, I think it's the one thing that as entrepreneurs, we because we're so focused in the now and how to be successful now, we don't think about what does this mean? What will take monumental mean in 50 years? I mean, hopefully I'm still here, but will that phrase have made an impact in lives around me? Because even if the business itself is not here, it should. I don't have any kids right now, but I could figure out what are my sustainability models to keep this in existence. And so that's the one thing I always want to plug when I talk to entrepreneurs, because we're not always thinking that far ahead because we're like, we need the contracts now. And so, but even if you're not an entrepreneur and you're in an organization, you always want to think about your impact, because the influence of a leader is more important than anything else, right? Because leadership is not relegated to your position, but more so to your level of influence. And if you have influence, that'll live longer than who you are and what position you're in. My most influential leader was one of my directors when I was an intern, maybe almost 20 years ago. And I'm still in contact with her because her influence in my life was so important. Like, to me, her legacy is living on through me, because now I'm emulating the things I liked about her leadership in in my current duties, and trying to train people to do the same. And so we have to think through about how do we live beyond ourselves, for ourselves, but beyond ourselves, right? And then the most important thing, at least maybe to me, because I'm an idea girl, is execution. We have all these great ideas. We want to prioritize them. We want to organize them. We want to plan them. But we can plan and plan and plan and plan and plan. But none of that means anything if there's no execution. And so I really want to stress this, because we have great ideas. We want to do this. We want to do that. We see, as leaders, we have it's easier for us to see the vision than to execute it. We have people around us to do that for us, but we have to make sure there's something in place for them to do that. And so as you think about execution, everyone knows SMART goals, so I won't go through them, but just always remember, as you're thinking about what do I do? How do I be successful? How do I be clear? One of the best ways to be clear about what you're working on as a leader is to be SMART, right? Be specific, be measurable, be attainable, be relevant, and be time-based. So think about these things that we already know, and because we already know all this stuff, I'm not telling you anything new. I'm just packaging it in a way that's clear, so that you can walk away with, how do I walk away from this conference with more confidence, with more resilience, prepared to execute, thinking about my longevity and in my accountability, right? Because none of this matters if there's nothing in place to make sure you do it. And so again, just trusting and believing that you believed earlier and now you want to act, right? So everything starts in your mind. So I need you to think about it, and then I need you to do it. Cool?
I think it's funny that both Stephen and I put ACT in capital letters.
Awesome. And I know I'm trying to get us back on track, so I'm blazing.
No, you're actually fine, because
Okay.
my person is recorded and I'm going to share it later, so you're fine.
Okay, cool. I was like, I got 3 minutes.
You've got plenty of time, so just
Okay.
take your time.
Cool. All right. And then accountability. I know that's a dirty word to us sometimes, because as leaders, more often than not, we don't like people telling us what to do. And that might just be me. So I want to share my dirt with you, but accountability matters, right? You want to find someone you trust and respect. You want to share your failures and your successes, because you want to be honest and transparent, and you want to evaluate growth and adjust along the way. Accountability is critical to you because you're accountable to yourself, you're accountable to your stakeholders, you're accountable to the people you lead, and you're accountable to the success that you want to have. And so if you don't have people and systems in place to hold you accountable, none of it matters. The example I use, so I wrote this, well, let me not say I wrote this book. I wrote a chapter in a book called Make It Matter. And my chapter was Make Your Moments Matter, because I have this thing about time, right? I'm in DC, and so everything's like this. I have this thing about, we have to take the time to make our moments matter. And in that chapter, I talk about accountability. And one of the things that I mention is the car, right? Even if you don't have a car, I'm making a broad assumption you've been in a car. And even if you've not been in a car, I'm making an assumption you've seen a car and you know how it works, right? And so in the car, you have the brakes. If you want to stop, you can press your brakes. You also have an emergency brake. So if you're pressing your brake and you need to stop quicker, you have your emergency brake. Followed by, you're also, hopefully, fingers crossed, seatbelt saved my life when I flipped my car at 21. You have your seatbelt on. That is, to me, is a system of accountability by the car to protect you when you need to stop. And if you think about accountability like that, you don't always need the emergency brake, but you need to have access to it. You don't always need to press the brake, but you need to have access to it. I would hate to be in a car with no brakes, but I find comfort in knowing that I can smash. That's my Allen accent coming out. I can press the brake when it's time to stop, or time to slow down, or time to switch lanes, And so having accountability to me, or accountability partner, is critical in being a leader, because you have to have someone around you to make sure you're staying on task. If you have your blinds on this, and you're so focused, and you can't see next to you, you can't see behind you, you can only forward, there's so much loss there, and you do a disservice to the people you're serving and to yourself, because you're not being the complete wholesome leader that you can be.
Wow.
I'm
I
sorry.
love this about accountability. I have 3 accountability partners.
Mm-hmm.
I have a writing one. Actually, I have 2 writing ones to make sure I still work on my book. I have a daily one, Leela, who those of you who came on at first met. And then I have a weekly one, who's also a leadership coach. So I have them for different reasons. And it's just been incredibly impactful. And 2 of them I've had for over 4 years. And the beauty of that is what you said about evaluate growth. Because I have had these relationships for so long, we can look back and say, oh, think about where you were 2 years ago. Like, this could never have been possible now, but look how you've built your business. So we have longevity in there for a part of our accountability, and it's really beautiful. So thanks for bringing that forward.
Yeah, no, I think it's necessary. It's a necessary, I don't want to say evil, it's a horrible word. It's just necessary for success and for growth. And so we have, and it has to be someone you respect. It can't be someone you're like, yeah, okay. It has to be someone to be like, Monique, you said you were going to do this. Did you do it? And did you do when you said you were going to do it? For whom you said you were going to do it? And did you do it integrity? Integrity didn't fit into my acronym, but I'm making broad assumptions here that we all know Elle, and we all going to have integrity about how we are as leaders, right?
Well, Trent covered that one really well. So
okay, awesome. So that's like, it all works together. It's so beautiful that we haven't we may not have all seen each other's presentation, but there seems to be a thread among them. And so I think that's, again, thank you, Elle, for organizing that. And then finally, resilience. Like, we think about resilience in a lot of different ways, but when you think about a leader, leadership is hard work. Whether you're a leader in your family, at work, at church, at the mosque, at your nonprofit, it's a lot of work. And so I really love this graphic, because I want, when you think about mental resilience, I thought about lots of ways to talk about it. And then I saw this graphic and I was like, that's it. I don't want to read it all, because I'm assuming you can read for yourself, but just some things I wanted to highlight. When you think about resilience, like, you can't do it alone. Ask for help. That's the thing. That's the one that stands out to me. And maybe that's because the number one thing I hate more than waiting is asking for help. I can do it all, or it can't be done. And that is the most detrimental thing I've ever done to stunt my own growth. And so I want to point out, being resilient, we always talk about it as something where you're strong about something, you're strong about it, you got it, you don't need anything. But I wanted to, of all the things around this circle, I wanted to emphasize asking for help. So you want to set goals, you want to relax and let go. The main focus of resiliency is taking the bad with the good. But I really, really wanted to highlight asking for help, adapting to change, saying no, which also is I'm sharing all my weaknesses, right? Transparency, like being able to say no is being a part of being resilient, because being strong does not mean you can do it all. It just means that you're clear, right? And this acronym, being clear about what you can and can't do, when you can and can't do it, and what you will and will not allow in your space. And so go for it, talk about it, try something new, and be resilient. So you want to be clear. Again, I love acronyms. You want to be confident, right? Because if you don't believe in you, no one else will be. You want to think long-term and have longevity. You want to type this is what you want to do. I was like, wait, I missed something. So you wouldn't type, I am stronger than I think I am. You know, I am a resilient leader. And that's the longest statement because I want you to sit with that for a while. We are our biggest critics. And when we think about resiliency, we're always at least for me, we're thinking about, okay, what can I do different? This didn't work. How can I fix this? I want you to, we talked about belief. We talked about execution, right? I will act. And then no matter what happens, because there's this saying that they say life is less about what happens to you and more about how you handle it. And so I want you to think about that when you think about being a leader and being clear about it. So being confident, having longevity, thinking about how do I want to execute this, and not just thinking about it, but actually executing it. And then you also want to hold yourself accountable and have an accountability system in place. Think about the car and the brakes and the seatbelt, and then be resilient because you can do this. You can do it. You can do it pressure free. You can do it because now you have clarity. You have the confidence to do it. You are resilient. And I think that you're awesome. And so I just wanted to remind you guys that leadership requires clarity, and a clear mind is a key to success. And so with that, I just want to open the floor for any questions that you may have.
Beautiful. Let's see, if you want to stop your screen, let's just open it up so that if anybody wants to come out on camera and ask a question of Monique. Monique, that was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, we have so many themes coming through again and again here today, which is just, like I said, I didn't plan it. It's just happening because I guess those are the kinds of leaders that I was attracted to even bringing on this conference today. So phenomenal. It's great to think about clarity and also that image of the key. I use that image a lot in my coaching. It's like a key. Yeah, it's like a key has to go deep inside you, and you need to start turning that a little bit because we have so many limiting beliefs, and so we have a closed off heart. You know, we have these thoughts that I don't have what it takes, or this isn't going to happen for me, or whatever it is. And so that key ideas I use a lot for my clients. Let's just start turning the key a little bit. So questions, anybody? Feel free to come right out and ask.
Hey, Monique, this is Stephen Underwood again, out of Washington, D.C. My question to you is, with the clarity in today's time that we're dealing with everything that has happened to all of us, how should we help those not only in leadership, but help those in our community, in our neighborhood, who might seemingly have brain fog or a mist, almost so to speak, because of so much of the traumaticness that has happened from 2020 to now? How can we help them to clear up that brain fog through the clarity of what you shared? Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And hey, neighbor, I'm also in the DMV. And so I think that you have to always be willing to meet people where they are, but you have to be clear about what you can and can't do for them. And so I think that you have to identify the resources they need access to. And if you can provide the resources, great. If you know someone else that can, then you do that. But you have to, it's a lot, and people are traumatized at work, at home. They have children that have been home. They've been working with partners they didn't know they didn't like for a long time, or they love more because of it, right? I know I've met more family because now we do virtual. We did a virtual family reunion then because the pandemic has forced us to be different. And a huge part of resiliency is being willing to adapt. I know one of the arrows top right said, adapt to change. And so your role as a leader is to meet them where they are. If it's your staff, we have this thing for the federal government called Employee Assistance Program, where they have access to therapy. We have access to different resources. So you have to then figure out, who am I serving? What do I have to offer? Or what do they need? If I can't, then who can? Like, the best part of being a leader is being clear about what you can or can't do. And if you can't do it, do you know someone else that can? Was that helpful?
Yes, it was. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And I enjoyed your presentation too.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Resourcefulness, helping people understand they're not hopeless or helpless, but that idea that there are resources. People are not even aware of. You know, it's so much out there today. And you would think we would know because we've got this and we've got libraries and we've got, but still people, if we're in a state of mind that is not there, it's hard for people, like you said, to ask for help, to even think that someone could lead them to something. So yeah, it's amazing. Any other questions for Monique today? Monique, thank you so much. I'm just so glad to meet you. I can't wait to do some more things with you too. I mean, just phenomenal. But I'm going to take a couple minutes here before we bring Vivian out. I think we need to move a little bit. So if anybody wants to move, just to go over what Leela shared with us earlier today too, in getting our heart space open. So for you that weren't on with us early this morning, Leela Veronica was our first speaker. She is my business colleague. We've done a ton together. She's actually my accountability partner is the best way to put it. And we do joint retreats together and do all kinds of things. And so, so one of the things that she has changed so much for me is just how I present and what my posture is like. And I grew tall in 8th grade. We talked about height a little bit. We've got Trent and Monique who are smaller. I'm too big. Seems like none of us are the right height. So I just caved in 8th grade. I still hear my mother in heaven telling me to sit up straight. But when I met Leela Veronica on camera, I took one look at this woman and said, how does she have that posture? And that's what convinced me to want to be her accountability partner. Actually, the first time she asked me, I said, no, I already have 2. That's enough, right? And then she goes, you don't understand. I want to talk with you every morning. I'm like, well, I'm surely not going to do that, right? But then I made a commitment. We made a commitment to each other and we started to work together. So basically what she taught us this morning are the 3 H's: your heart space, your hips, and your head. So as a reminder, this heart space here, if you put your arms straight out in like a victory, I'm letting somebody in here, you know, that is the winning pose. And if you see, like we don't do this a whole lot. I actually have a tool that has you get your hands up too, which is funny, but it's like the moment you do that, if you look in your back, when you put your arms straight forward, this whole area here opens up a little bit for you. So you're not quite so tight. So when your arms go straight out, that opens up for you a little bit. So you can kind of play with this energy. What I like to do is become a bird. So I start flapping my wings. And for those of you who spend a lot of time on computer, this is a really easy little thing to do. But as you flap your wings and imagine you're just like a bird, you can soar too, like a swallow dives over the water. So when you're moving that way, you bring a whole lot of blood flow right to that spot that so many people complain they have a lot of pain. In the upper neck, in the neck and the upper back, people complain about that spot. So if you flap your wings a little bit, that's going to open that up for you. And then Leela talked about this heart space where you breathe into your side ribs, you breathe into the front and back, like you're going 3-dimensionally, getting air in all this area. And I love how she describes it as fish gills. So it's like the ribs are fish gills and you're opening up. So that whole area around your heart is open. And my number one tool in Pressure Free, the first tool that I teach in my course, is to relax the abs. When you relax those abs, then your whole heart space opens up and your throat is different. I was working with an executive who had some difficulty with how this was being used. And by relaxing the abs, it allows the throat muscles to relax too. Your voice is going to be fuller. You're going to have more command. You're going to feel, people will feel like you're not trying to push them away. So when our abs are tight, our throats get tight, this whole front gets tight. It's like we're repelling people. So if you want more engagement, one-on-one engagement or with a whole room, if you relax your abs, the whole front of your body is just going to create more of a connection. And then hips. So if you grab your glutes, your butt muscles, stand up a little bit and come back down so you're sitting on your hamstrings, on your femur bones. and your butt is up behind you, your glute muscles are to propel you forward. We're not supposed to sit on them. The way I teach it to my clients is that if you think about a dog who is scared, their tail is tucked. So if we're sitting on our butts, our tails, if we had a tail, we would be sitting on it. And we're literally telling our brain all day long to watch out, be alert. There might be some attack coming here. We're scared, we're slightly scared. But when you get your glutes back, so now if you had a tail, it can wag behind you even while you're sitting down. It totally changes how your hip position. You're sitting on your femur bones, which is strong, and your butt muscles are now supporting your back. And I have so many clients who complained about back issues, lower back issues, neck and shoulder issues. And I had some issues too. I have a broken vertebrae. I'm a tall woman who had her babies late in life. I'm like a German Shepherd with hip dysplasia. I have literally no issues anymore by changing this body position. And then the head. So when Leela talks about head to the horizon, so that, you know, we're so on our computers and on our phones, when you take a moment to just look out, it actually gives you this bigger perspective, allows you to get that head back. And this morning, what she did is she had us feel in the back of our necks. So if you drop your head forward, bring it back up. This time when you drop it down, excuse me, see if you can feel how there's a little bit of tension in those muscles now, holding your head up. So when you bring your head back to that spot where it's finally neutral, that your neck muscles are not doing any work to hold it up, now you have a beautiful, beautiful cervical curve. So different things that we do in life can really mess with our neck. I'm a violinist, and it really messed up my neck and my back because it's like not symmetrical and a lot of things. But moving and getting this head back up and head to the horizon can be an easy way. I love how Monique said, people don't want to be dragged in the muck. They don't want you to go into the muck, into the dirty water. So when your head is up and your presence is up, you're uplifting others. When your presence is down, when you are down, that's down in the muck. And so for me, getting those ribs up away from the hips, so the hips are grounded, the ribs are up. It's like you're up and over the problems so you can solve them better. You can think better. And again, it's very profound to the nervous system to not have your tail tucked all the time. If you're having money problems too, and we're going to dive into money and all kinds of wonderful things with Vivian here. If you're sitting on your tail, that's going to affect what's happening for you. So anytime you need to flap your wings as we go through the afternoon here, please feel free to do so. I love how some of you've been here all day. It's just fantastic. And again, if you need to get some food, just pop and get some food, come back, whatever you need to do. And we are going to, are you ready, Vivian? Are you ready to come out? Beautiful. We're going to bring Vivian out. And Vivian and I met online as well. I was, again, scouting for some really great leaders to bring to you today. And when I came across Vivian, there was just something about her energy. I was just like, oh my goodness, I really need to have this person share with us. And so Vivian, can you please introduce yourself and give us some wonderful tidbits today? Oh, and do you want me to share a screen? Do you want to share a screen or?
Oh, yes, please. So, hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here as one of the leaders of this group. So thank you, Elle, for inviting me. And I'm glad that the whatever LinkedIn profile I had actually clicked for you. So I hope that radiated that energy that you were looking for. So my job today is really to help you because you're here participating, really enlighten you as far as perhaps your prosperity key, meaning the key to unlock your money flow so that you can actually invite it, right, with ease and flow. So they call me the #1 money magnet activator and also a human MRI. So I actually, one of the people here, Werner Berger, hello. We met at CEO Space a long time ago. And and I was just like relaxing, and there was some incident that I guess they needed help, and I did my human MRI side there and helped somebody that's important to him. So it's pretty cool to meet different people in this space. So
Amazing.
yes, yes, yes. So for some of you, you're new to me, and I'm hoping that that would, you know, like, let's release any kind of guards, whatever we have, so that I can help you. Also, if you're having any issues when it comes to money flow, when it comes to your energy level, right? Even your health, because I have a holistic physical therapy background also. And the human MRI side of me is the person that's able to see, or it's kind of like I have an X-ray vision, and I can see the inside of the body and the energy, the anatomy in 5D, because I have that medical background, right? So a lot of people that, like, they have problems with their they say health, and they can't solve it, or the medical community can't solve it. They actually come to me for help, so that they can actually be back into their purpose. And you know, the one thing that I'm noticing is, if a person is kind of out of alignment, right, from their soul purpose, that's part of the reason why they're getting sick. So I wanted to dive into my material today and really share with you 5 ways of activating your money magnetism, because we all have it. I'm telling you guys, we all have it. So this is going to help you break through and become your own money magnet. So I'm going to share with you, well, we're all entrepreneurs, so I don't need to outline the journey, right? but I'll just like summarize, you know, the points. But I want to share 5 ways to activate your own money flow with ease and grace. And maybe identify what stage you're in, like in your journey, and then take the next step. Okay. So before we get started, if you guys can open a window so that you can figure out your own human design. So I'm going to talk about human design, which is basically it's like there's the chakra system, there's the I Ching, there's astrology, and some of us are like, what the heck is that? What am I getting into, right? I promise I'm going to make it very practical so you can apply it in your life and in your business. But if you go to humandesignamerica.com and you put in your birthday and your name, you know, when you were born, and also the time of your birth, there will be a chart that will pop up. And that would help you understand a little bit more of, okay, what is she talking about, right?
So what was that again?
humandesignamerica.com. There's a free chart that you can download of yourself, because we're all different, right? So I'm going to celebrate our individuality, and you're going to figure out your own prosperity key, I promise, by the time we finish. So we all go through our journey, and we're all spiritual beings in this physical body, right? So the first thing we all go through is usually awakening. Usually it's defined by lots of stress and emergencies. In my case, I actually had like a TIA, or like a warning sign for a stroke, wherein my whole right side became almost paralyzed. I couldn't move, and I looked like a disabled human with a flexion synergy pattern, right? Like everything is bent. And it was a weird, dizzy day. And I'm like, oh, something's not right with my body. So that was my awakening, because I was a physical therapist and I kind of knew what was going on. But I said, uh-oh, I think I'm having a stroke, or a warning sign for having it. Then after I resolved that in 3 weeks, right, I went into a lot of discovery. Lots of self-development, right? You got to figure out, like, what caused that? Why did this happen to me? A lot of healing and reading. I was looking for a solution. And finally, when I realized I am not meant to be a physical therapist forever and work for an HMO, because it was just sick people in and out of the door, I had to surrender. And I said, okay, God, I guess you wanted me to do something. So, okay, go ahead. I'll just do it. I don't know what it was, but I just jumped and became this private practice physical therapist, because I was treating a lot of cancer, lymphedema, any kind of like difficult to treat cases, female problems, even autistic stuff, because I happen to have 1 out of the 4 autistic kids, right? I have 4 children of my own and a hubby. So eventually I got to the flow when I allowed my higher guidance to guide me and say, this is what you're meant to do. I go, oh, okay, I got it. And it feels scary because it felt like I was going to jump off a cliff and there was no net, right? Because I'm like, but that part, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. I'm very good at what I do. I was like in senior position where I was at. But I felt dying. You know, I felt like my energy was being drained. I was actually like picking up. I didn't know that I'm empathic. I was picking up everybody else's sickness. So I would treat their sickness, their physical ailments, and I was getting it, right? I was getting their problem after. I did not know boundaries at that time, right? Which I already learned. So what money problems do you have? So I kind of shared my journey with you already. And then eventually I figured it out and I took the steps. So I'm going to share with you the steps, at least to give you a good outline for yourself, because it could be you're in a business and then either you're not happy with it, you're not finding the right clients. There is a way, there is a shortcut. So I'll share this with you, okay? So at first I want you to write down, or you can check off whatever's here. What is money to you? So if you close your eyes and just take a deep breath and then listen to the words. Is money energy? Is money freedom? Is it the root of all miracles? Or do you think it's the root of all evil? Because when you have some negative connotations or beliefs about it, well, you're not going to want to be evil and have a lot of money, right? It's just not part of our design, right? Or do you think it'll give you happiness? Or do you think you can actually support more people and bring them more happiness? So if you have any beliefs that are positive, usually you notice it's like you open the door and then the money comes in. But some of us, and these are unconscious or subconscious, right? We have beliefs handed down to us by our parents, our relatives, religion, our culture, or just people around us, our neighbors. Is it a handcuff? Is it like the root of all evil? No rest, perhaps obligation, headache, trouble, scary, it disappears fast, or is it a limited resource? So if you have any of these beliefs, you'll notice it'll happen because you believe it, right? It's a repeated pattern, right? So a belief is just a thought that is repeated several times until it kind of gets cemented in our brain, and then we believe it, that that's our own reality. But the beliefs are formed by a thought. Sometimes somebody suggested it to you when you were young, or you observed it and you thought, oh, that's my conclusion. The thought first comes, and then you attach a feeling, which makes it really powerful because it becomes the fuel. That's your gasoline. And all your actions come from that now, from that thought and feeling, and then you get the results. So really be honest with yourself, because sometimes I remember when I was first doing this business, right? I really felt like I know I can do more and I can have more, but when the people around you don't share the same beliefs as you do, you notice sometimes we make ourselves wrong, which is not really our reality. It could be their reality, but it's not ours, right? So I'm going to teach you some muscle testing. So if you guys can stand up, so this is good. And I'm going to have you zip up your field, right? So pretend you have a zipper from your pubic bone all the way to the mouth. Okay, so do that about 3 times. Zip your field. And I want you to put the tip of your tongue at the roof of your mouth, and you're going to breathe. So let's take a deep breath in and release. So I want you to visualize like water, blue, coming from the earth through your feet and legs all the way to the back of the spine, and go about 2 feet above your head. That's the secret to your manifestation chakra. It's actually the 9th chakra. So you have to go 2 feet above your head when you breathe in blue. And then the water comes in front of your face and it becomes this bright red energy from the heart belly, and pubic bone. Okay, so let's breathe 3 times. Tip of the tongue at the roof of our mouth so that we feel level in our head. At least the brain is balanced, right? Breathe in, blue. Breathe out, red. Breathe in, blue. Breathe out, red. Breathe in, blue. So we're bringing in water energy and we're breathing out fire. So we're going to muscle test whether you are you and you are not picking up anybody's energy in the room or in your house. So you're going to say, my name is, go ahead and say your name. And then you're going to feel your body move. And normally, if it's true, it is forward. You're going to sway forward. And then go ahead and say another person's name. My name is, and then normally we move backward, okay? So that's one form of muscle testing. You can also do an O-ring test wherein you put your thumb and index finger like an O, and you're gonna try to break it, right? Truth is always strong. It's hard to break the thumb and index finger, and false is gonna be weak, okay? So go ahead and say, I'm a man. So for me, that's weak. And then say, I'm a woman. And that's strong for me. So that means you're calibrated, okay? That's what it means. So every time there's a belief that passes through you, you're gonna have to ask, is this belief or thought mine? So go ahead and ask about the money belief that you're thinking right now. It could be, it's hard to make money. So go ahead and check that. And then if it's weak, that means it's false for you. If you are strong that you think that it's hard to make money, I want you to say, I return, or you can say, I ask the divine or God to return all this energy to the person's higher self where it came from. So sometimes we don't need to know who gave us the thought. It would be nice and conscious if you know it, but if you don't, it's perfectly fine. Just return all these negative thoughts about money back to the person who gave it to you, to their higher self. And you may feel energies leave your body, and just breathe through it. Just observe what's going on, okay? So every time a thought comes through me, I always ask the question, because if it's not mine, the first thing you do, that's why I meditate in the morning, is to give it back to somebody else, because it's not from you, okay? The divine doesn't give us that thought. Somebody else gave it to us. Okay, go ahead, take a seat. So,
Oh, Vivian, that was amazing.
how you feel when you did that?
It was really interesting. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So, the second thing that I want to share with you is, what is your prosperity key? So I want you to look at your chart, right? That humandesignamerica.com that you guys looked at. And this particular one, this is our prosperity key or pearl. It's actually the personality Jupiter. So on the right side of the chart, you're going to be like, what is that thing that you gave us? Like, this is weird looking. This is about you, right? So the personality side is conscious. That's how people see you. That's how people look at you. That they think that's you, right? Whatever you send in social media, personality is conscious. Again, your target audience looks at you like, oh, she's that person. Your design is unconscious. You don't sometimes know that you're doing it, but you're good at what you're doing, right? Design, actually making money. The first thought that I realized, and I started believing, which is great, because when people have negative beliefs, right? It's sometimes, a lot of times it came from somebody else. It's not them. It's not pure energy. So the design is for you to find out, right? It's almost like your journey in this planet. Like, what am I supposed to know about myself? Because when I know myself, I actually would make this world a better place, right? All of us. So this is your prosperity key, and your personality Jupiter on the right, it looks like that number 4, whatever that is for you, right? And it is the number after the decimal point. So when you're reading your human design, it's like the first number is the gate. It's kind of like the flavor that you come into this world with. Like that's how you express yourself into the world. But the point, there's 6 numbers, right? Are you a point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, right? So point 1 means simplicity. For you to make money for your own design, your life has to be very simple. If you complicate your life or you let others complicate your life, it's just not going to make you money. I mean, have you seen it? Sometimes you make a lot of money, but then when you really look at your financials, right? By the end of the month, you're like, yeah, we made like $60,000, but literally I only made 5,000 because I gave everything away to my staff. Okay. So please make sure your life is simple. So if you have a point 2, you need to be recognized. So it's either you recognize your own successes, right? And what you've been through, what you've accomplished, or you're getting outside recognition and you're receiving it, right? That's important. You have to receive whatever's given to you. The point 3 is celebration. So if that is your prosperity key or your personality Jupiter, well, you got to celebrate. I mean, a lot of you are very successful. And I remember myself before, like, I would accomplish 10 things. Other people are just starting 1. And then I realized that I wasn't really celebrating, right? That's the reason why I keep on trying to accomplish more, just because I have energy. Now, some of you are point 4, which means charity. So even if you're doing something, you have something you love to do, right? Like for you, you're doing free work, you're giving charity. Now, point 5 is power or leadership. I happen to have that as my prosperity key. So guess what? If I'm acting like a victim, life doesn't work well for me, right? Because there's the shadow part. And then point 6 is nature. So in the past, when I had this negative belief about money, I read somewhere like you're supposed to go walk outside and count the number of leaves in the trees. And I'm thinking, oh, so how's that going to make me money? You know, like, but you know, I did it and it actually did. I started getting checks, and even if it doesn't matter if it's $1 or $5, but you're receiving. So it was my issue of not receiving that was causing the issue back then, right? So find out what your prosperity key, and please do it like daily if you can. If you can't, do it at least once a week to help yourself really attract the money flow in your life.
So Vivian, I just want to get really clear when we're looking at this chart. So there's the design column and the personality column.
Yes.
And so is it is the point that you're talking about right after the top letter?
Yeah. So let me share mine so then probably people can see. Okay. So if you look at my chart on the right, the personality, right? It's right here.
Yep.
That would be conscious. Okay. And you're just looking at, you see the 0.1 to 6, right? So only that, like only the sides, the point, the number after the decimal point. The design, the red thing, is unconscious. So all these, you see those lines that are red and some are black. That just means your body has some consciousness and unconsciousness. That's what it means. Okay. The gates, you're gonna find them. These numbers are kind of there all over, right? So if you have colors, there's no right or wrong, by the way. The colors just mean you have that energy and you're actually projecting it like a lighthouse to other people. But if you have a lot of blank, right, like the white ones, you receive the information from other people. You're like a mirror to them in a way, right?
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Now, I wanted to share a little bit more, but not today. But that just to let you know that this, you can see the incarnation cross. That just means that's your soul purpose. So in the beginning, because mine is right angle cross of penetration. What do you think that means? Literally, I come in. Well, I already know how to read energies. I just get to the heart of the matter. I penetrate and just say, here's the truth of what is. Because I don't know any different. I just say it like it is. So some people can get offended by that and say, I really don't want you to read me. That's why it's good to ask permission, right?
Right,
Because
right.
this is my gift. This is my purpose in life, is to just tell you what it is. So people come to me for like, oh, I'm having this problem with money. And then I'm looking at it like, oh, you have an issue with your wife. Like I would just say it like that. And if they don't want to hear the truth, they shouldn't really consult me. That's really the bottom line, right? It's kind of like, if you're not ready to change, like, don't do it. Just don't ask me the question, because when you're fully ready, you'll be surprised, right? That the universe will bring you anything and everything you really are looking for, because you finally got rid of that block that's causing you to not receive.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah.
All right. So I hope you guys understand. So it's just the point, the number after the decimal point is what we're talking about. Okay. And that you see that number 4, I'm going to make it a little bigger. You see the right side here, the 14.5. So 14 is my gate, and the 0.5 is the line. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Where am I now? Here we go. Looks like. All right, so let me now talk about the third area. Am I sharing already or not yet?
Not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. All right. Oh, here. Got it.
Take your time.
Okay, the third key I want to share with you is what kind of work will bring you joy, peace, surprise, or satisfaction. Now, you notice there's different adjectives there, right? So there's 5 types in human design: manifestor, manifesting generator, a projector, and a reflector. So most people with a lot of energy, you notice, like they have to do something. I'm one of those, generator, right? Generator and manifesting generators, we have a lot of energy. We gotta feel satisfied, not only in the food we eat, the work we do, the clients we have, the relationships we have. Otherwise, life sucks. Okay. How easy is this to follow, right? Now, if you are a manifester, well, you really got to be at peace, right, with what you're doing. Now, if you are a projector, you have to also, I think that's also feeling like, ooh, I feel good about. In other words, you guys have to feel good. That's the signature, right? You gotta feel like, okay, I'm doing this and this is what I get and I love it. And you don't need to explain it to anybody. You just feel good about it, okay? If a reflector is a very rare type, but they have to be surprised. They gotta be surprised with what they're doing. Okay, so there are 6 lines, right? What kind of work will bring you joy, peace, surprise, satisfaction? This is going to be your design Mars. Because if you're not happy, right? And this, by the way, should be 80% of what you're doing. So you got to look at your chart again on the left side, because it's unconscious, right? 80% of what you need to be doing is this. And if you're not doing it because you're trying to be everything in your company, you better start hiring or finding somebody who could do the other jobs. So the 0.1 line, so design Mars, by the way, it looks like a circle with an arrow. It looks like the male sign. 0.1 is production. You know how we do PowerPoints, we create things, like we create everything in business, right? 0.2 is marketing. 0.3 is strategy. 0.4 is sales. 0.5 is management. And 0.6 is philanthropy or investment. Now, I was surprised when I saw my design Mars was marketing. And I'm like, no, I don't like marketing, right? But that's my line. So now I decided to really like focus on, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do TV shows, podcasts. I'm going to share the knowledge to the world and help these entrepreneurs really get to the bottom of whatever their problem is, so that they can just line up their energy, feel good about it, make a lot of money, and then help more people. Simpler, right? All right. Is this good so far, you guys? So the fourth is, what kind of business structure or culture should you build? Now, this is your design Jupiter. So on the left side, the same number 4, right after the male sign, there's a point, the number, right? If you're a point 1, you can be a solopreneur. If you're a point 2, you do need to have a partner in your business. A point 3 is a unit, meaning 3 to 15 people, like a small business, right? Even if you become bigger and you really categorize your business that you're not in charge of the whole thing, and you assign that to somebody else, maybe another department as you expand beyond 15, that's fine. Point 4 is a network. I hear like network marketers because there are lots and lots of people, right? Point 5 is society. You're really here for the masses. You're here to change the world and make it better. Point 6 is you're here to build systems. So, any aha so far?
Yes.
So, Ellie, what is your structure or culture, your design Jupiter? What's the point?
So my design Jupiter, and that's the male sign, is 0.5.
No, not the male sign, but underneath you have the number 4. After the male sign is the 4.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is the point?
That's a 0.5.
Yep, so you are here for the society, for the masses. You are here to affect them at that plane. So this is actually the business structure or culture that you're going to bring into this world. And once you line up to that, really, the universe will just give you everything you need at that point, okay? Oh, so we're almost done. Now, you also have to be emotionally engaged, right? So I noticed the reason why people don't know their big why, or well, most of the business owners know why they're doing what they're doing, but it will evolve, right? And it will evolve based on really, to me, this is like my outline and saying, okay, this is what I'm going to build. And these are the things that I need in my business in order to succeed. Because if I use my energy efficiently and I just stay in my lane and delegate everything else, life would be better, right? Not just for me, but for the people I work with. And I can provide that money also, not just for me, but also for them, right? For their family. So my gifts to you, I want to leave it with this, right? I would love to give you my Money Blocks book. It's a #1 bestseller in Amazon. It's 8 steps to get to 6 figures in 90 days or less in any economy, because it's really our mind saying, oh no, I can't do that. Believe me. I was like, when I made 6 figures in one day, I was in shock in the beginning, and I'm like, oh, this thing really does work. What I'm teaching does work. So it does work when you believe in yourself and your capacity, right? But if you don't have an outline of your capacity, then you kind of don't know. You just kind of like, let me just try this and see if it works. It does work when you follow your own design, is what I can tell you. Okay. And you can join our Facebook group, Wealthy Money Mindset. I'm also giving away the free grounding video. I think Elle would share that with you, because I wanted you to feel good and aligned in your mind, body, spirit at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. Very few minutes. It's just, it lines up your chakras, your auras, it cleanses you, brings you back into your body in the morning, because we all dream at night. We all travel. So we have to come back here and do the thing we're supposed to do, which is our soul purpose. And when you do that, life would be easy and happy and joyful and satisfying for you, because you feel good, right? So when you serve others, you feel great because they're happy too, because your energy is good. So that's the key, right? You have to feel good. So then when you disseminate that information, they feel that. And you're not attached to the outcome. You're just serving from the heart, and then just let them come in. If they're for you, they're going to come. If they're not, they're going to go find another one, and that's perfectly okay. So that's my presentation. So any questions?
Oh, Vivian, we need to spend hours.
Another presentation. How's that?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean, I've done work on my money blocks, and you're just taking it to a whole new level.
Oh, thank you.
I live
Yes.
in frugal New England, and so looking at how that frugality has played a role in my life. So,
Oh, okay. Werner had a question. What
yeah,
if you do not know your time of birth, right? Does the chart still work? There are astrologers, Werner, that actually can do a corrected chart if you don't know because your birth certificate doesn't indicate that. Sometimes what I do is, okay, is it okay? I muscle test you, and then I can just kind of get a clue of, is it morning when you were born? Can you type in the chat where you were born? And if that's your original name on your birth certificate.
oh, that was a question I had too. Do you use your original name?
Yeah.
Or the name you go by?
I
Okay.
usually go with my original name because it's kind of like it's kind of like when you're born, if you're riding a white horse and then you get married and you add another name, that energy changes because it's like you're changing horses. I experienced it for myself. So then it's not like I don't love my husband. I just have to let that go because I'm now really honing into what gifts was I born with, and can I deliver this to the world without any interference from his family, right? Especially if the beliefs are different, and that's okay, right? I've learned to be neutral. So, all right. He said
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. Let me see if he's born in the morning, noon, nighttime. Okay. It says nighttime. So it's more around 6 o'clock is what I'm picking up. So you could do, like when you do your chart, you can actually put in the time, like around, just put around 6 p.m. And whatever time zone that is, and then the chart will be delivered to you. And then at least you can start looking at, oh yeah, I got to line up with this and I got to line up with this, and it's all good. Cool. All right. Thank you, everyone. Any other questions?
It's amazing.
It's 11 o'clock, so I'm gonna give the floor back to you. If they have any questions, I'm still here to answer. Or you could definitely download my book, or you can email me at vivian@feelbetterrehab.com, so that we could connect offline, and I would be happy to contribute again, Elle, however I can help the entrepreneurs in any way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. It was so great to have you. And I just have to ask, are you originally from the Philippines? Is that right?
Yeah, I am from the Philippines. Yeah, I came here after college to practice physical therapy before I realized that that wasn't my retirement plan. I'm like, oh, okay, so getting sick actually means you're not supposed to do that work. Okay, I got it. Okay, detour. So then I detoured.
It's interesting that you bring that up, though, because I had a dear friend who was running a nonprofit that went through a lot of really difficult situations, and she died of cancer. And at her funeral, my friends and I were gathered, and all of us looked at each other like, this did not have to happen.
Yeah.
He was fighting so many battles to keep her nonprofit going. It was destroying her. And
oh, yeah. Cancer is also a fight against your higher self. Because remember, I treated a lot of cancer clients, and I remember when I was doing therapy now outside of this, it's called healing, right? Somebody came to me for essential oils, but I said, are you open to other things aside from essential oils? Because I was so afraid to bring out my gift, right, in the past. And she had the stage 4 cancer, but then she had 2 little kids. And at that time she was crying. She said, I really don't want to die. I said, well, are you willing to do something? I said, I can't promise you anything, but I'll see you 6 times and you're going to be fine. We saw her on the 5th session private, right? Over a course of 3 months. So she went from a stage 4 to a stage 0, like nothing. So she's still alive and she has a full-time job, in a big company.
wow.
But these miracles only happen, I notice, if they're able to really like just cross over this doubt, right? Like, really? So it's not me, right? I always just connect them to their higher source. They have to be in their body, because if you're always checked out, unfortunately, a lot of visitations and weird sicknesses can come to you because you're not present. So she got better. She healed, right? And she's still okay, at this time, enjoying her family. So a lot of miracles can happen if they are willing to be okay with the miracle, right? You can't make them heal. I always say that to people. Like, I'm not saying I can make you heal. The question is, I will read the energy, connect you to your own source of power, because once you're connected, there is no reason to get sick. Sometimes it's a cry for help. Sometimes it's because you're not in your purpose. And sometimes you just need to know what you need to do. Sometimes that's the golden nugget to actually find your path.
Right.
So yeah. So I hope that helps everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
You're so welcome. So our next guest today is a very interesting person who 11 years ago, 10 years ago, decided to work with me as a client. And I wanted to bring Ben Tanoff out here because of some of the work we did a decade ago, and what has transpired for him as a leader now in the sports world and as a coach. It's just been really amazing to watch his journey. So thank you so much, Ben, for coming on here today. And it looks like you have a new position. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself, share a bit of your journey, and dive in here, okay?
Of course. No, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. As you alluded to, I'm about 2 weeks into a new job as the director of basketball operations for Presbyterian College men's basketball. We are a Division I school that competes in the Big South Conference. And yeah, new job. But glad that Elle asked me to come speak. I can't believe it's 10 plus years ago that the two of us worked together. And at the time I was in high school, and we were working together mainly to combat test anxiety. And little did I know how much that coaching and working together would stay with me throughout my career. I've been in athletics my whole life. I've worked with the smallest high schools to the largest colleges and universities, both in coaching and administrative positions. And so I just wanted to share a couple things about the work that I did with Elle that really stuck with me. And the biggest thing is really goal writing and being goal oriented. As leaders, we have so much going on. We can lose track of day-to-day things if we're always focusing on the bigger picture, and we can lose the bigger picture if we're too focused and narrowed in on the day-to-day things. So yeah, back when I was working with Elle, the goal was always for me growing up to be a college basketball coach. Some kids want to be astronauts, some kids grow up wanting to be the president. I fell in love with the sport of basketball, and that was where I always wanted to go. And so when I started working with Elle, we were talking about goal writing, and she really asked me, okay, Ben, what do you want out of this? This is a great idea, but we need to make it a little more solid. And so we started writing down goals. Where should I be at this point? Where should I be at this point? And I think the first big thing for me was writing letters, right? So after working with Elle, I wrote and actually wrote letters. I think a handwritten note is a lost art in today's day and age. And I just wrote letters to coaches across the country. I mean, these are people I've never met. And one of the
names. I mean, it's incredible who you wrote to.
No, so Mike Krzyzewski, Roy Williams, Tom Izzo. I mean, the who's who in men's college basketball. People I've never met, but slowly but surely, a few of them started to reply. I still have the letter that Mike Krzyzewski wrote to me. And that was sort of the first moment where my coaching with Elle, I could sort of see the pieces falling into place. Right, there's a purpose for goal writing. It helped me set up what I need to do. I had that letter from Mike Krzyzewski, I had that letter from Tom Izzo, and they gave me advice. Right, I didn't know how to become a college basketball coach. There's no blueprint for that. But by writing down goals, writing these letters, they gave me advice, and I could start to create a plan to check off these goals. So fast forward a few years, I'm coaching college basketball. I've been at 2 or 3 small colleges and universities. Think schools with maybe anywhere from 500 to 2,000 kids as enrollment. And I decided, okay, I wanted more out of this career path that I had chosen. And so, I went back to the goals that I write. Since working with Elle, I think this applies to a leader, whether you're in business, athletics, any field you're in. I have 3 journals. I have a daily journal that I write in every night, just thoughts from the day. I have a goals journal, big picture stuff. And then I just have a daily to-do journal. Just what do I need to do today? Do I need to go to the grocery store? Do I need to go to the post office? Right. As leaders, there's so much going on in our daily lives, whether, it's at the business you're running, at the team you're coaching, things tend to slip through the cracks. And I've found breaking up my journals into sort of those 3 parts really helps me stay focused. And so looking back at my goals journal when I was, coaching at these small colleges, I realized that there was more I wanted to get from this profession. And so I went back to, what did I do with Elle that was successful? Well, it was write notes. So again, I started writing notes and letters to coaches across the country. And one of the coaches who got back to me, his name is Josh Passner. He's the head men's basketball coach at Georgia Tech in Atlanta. And we sort of developed this relationship through letter writing. I initially wrote to him seeing if he had any job openings. It didn't. And being a leader, you have to be willing to build relationships that are not going to pay off right away. Right? You have to be willing to do that. And so for a couple of years, the 2 of us actually exchanged maybe 3-4 letters a year. And last spring, actually at the height of the pandemic, he gave me a call one day and said, "Ben, we have this opportunity just opened up. Your name, was at the front of my mind. I'd like to offer you the position, come down here." And so that was my first break into large Division I athletics.
And that was a 3 to 4 year process of communication.
Yeah.
Which comes right back to those of you who heard Sue earlier this morning talk about the importance of connection.
Yeah. And
you never knew if anything would transpire.
Exactly. But the idea when you're looking for opportunities, I don't know if anyone has read Atomic Habits by James Clear or subscribes to his 321 newsletter. But just last week, he had a great quote that I wrote down. And to Elle's point, he writes, every opportunity is attached to a person. If you're looking for an opportunity, you're really looking for a person. And so, I knew at the time I wanted to make the jump from small college athletics to large university athletics. And that was something that was not going to happen overnight, right? My last name is not Izzo or Calipari. You know, I did not play college basketball. So for me, it was going to be a long process. And I think as leaders, whatever situation you're in, you have to be willing to build relationships that aren't necessarily going to pay off right away. And that was what I went through. You know, you have to be able to accept a no. And, you know, one thing I always remember from my work with Elle, you know, she just kept reminding me, just smile, you know, just force yourself to smile. And anytime I would get a negative response to a letter I wrote, and again, handwritten letters, right? They show people your investment, you care. You know, anytime I would get a negative response, just smile. That stress goes away. And if you build that relationship, if you're really in it for the right reasons, good things happen, right? And so fast forward a year, we win the ACC championship at Georgia Tech. It's the spring this year. I had kind of been looking about different opportunities. You know, the stock of the basketball team was at a very high level, and I wanted to see if there was anything, you know, I could do with that. And I get a call from the head coach here at Presbyterian College. He called me on a Saturday morning, and, you know, was just talking about, you know, how our basketball seasons had gone. And we were on the phone for probably an hour. And he said, all right, Ben, my director of operations just left. I need you here on Monday. And I bring that up because I had never met this head coach before. And in the athletics world, that is, and I would assume so in the business world, for those of you who are on, I'm you know, you could agree or disagree, but that almost never happens, right? But how did I have a leg up on the rest of the competition? 5 years ago, when I was a high school coach in South Carolina, where Presbyterian College is, I wrote a handwritten letter to this coach, right? This is a relationship through letter writing, through talking on the phone, that I had built up over the last 5 years, to the point where this head coach knew my journey, knew that I had paid my dues, and didn't need to go through an interview process, because that relationship was already built, right? It wasn't, you know, a text here, an email there. You know, I'm putting letters in the mail to him. You know, I think, and not to get off on a tangent, but just very briefly, when young coaches trying to break into the profession actually call and ask me for advice, I think most of them are caught off guard when I tell them to start writing letters to coaches, right? If you want to be a leader, whatever field you're in, being competent at your job is a bare minimum, right? Being competent, you know, everyone who wants to be a college coach knows their sport. So you have to do something to separate yourself. And for me, it was my ability to build relationships, and that, you know, through letter writing like that. And I even, you know, I actually turned down a few jobs this spring because, you know, I knew there was something better out there. I was looking at my journal from back in February, and I wrote down in my journal, you know, that this was the job that I wanted. You know, I wasn't going to settle for this. And what, February, you know, 3-4 months later, it happens, right? But it's from writing down those goals that gave me that daily reminder. Okay, what are you doing to work towards that, right? Have you reached out to this coach recently? You know, have you updated your resume recently? You know, I'll put it here in the chat, but, you know, have I updated my website recently? You know, things like that, where when I see the goals in my goals journal, that helps me focus on a daily basis, right? Because I have all my work responsibilities that I have to do, you know, so I can get paid. but then there's work to be done outside of that to chase goals. And so really the idea of writing, I think has been the biggest thing from my coaching with Elle that has really made my life less stressed, right? Because I never have to remember if I'm forgetting something. You know, and you even see it. I was forced into a leadership role from a very early age. I actually coached my first basketball team when I was in middle school. It was a team that consisted of second and third graders. So I'm not sure what age that is, maybe 5, 6-year-olds, something like that. And some of the parents were a little taken aback when they saw me, that they were putting their children, you know, under my care. But when I handed each parent a letter at the end of the first practice, introducing myself, describing what I expect from them, what they can expect from me, it adds a level of professionalism to things. And I think all these years later, actually putting physical letters in the mail, I think that also adds a level of professionalism to things, to where I was able to get a job, to get hired somewhere where I'd never met my boss, right? And so, you know, again, I think it really is a lost art. And so, you know, for any, whether you're leaders or you're growing in your profession, you know, I would say the biggest takeaway is you've got to start writing things down. You've got to start writing things down. You have to be able to accept a no, and you have to be able to build relationships that don't pay off right away. Because if you want the best, if you want to build good relationships, you need to want more for people than from people. And if you're working on growing in your profession and becoming a better leader, that's going to be the best way to do it. So, you know, I don't want to take up too much time, you know, but again, I want to thank Elle. When I mentioned to my parents that I was going to jump on this Zoom call with everyone today, my dad, he made the joke, you know, Ben, do you ever imagine what your life would be like if you and Elle hadn't worked together, you know, all those years ago? And it really is amazing that something as simple as just writing things down. You know, we have all this technology around us, but using your notes app on your phone or a Word document on your computer, it doesn't do the same thing. There's something special about putting pen to paper, whether it's a daily journal, whether it's a goals journal, that makes you be more invested into it. And, you know, for anyone, whether you're on the call, whether you're watching this, because it's been recorded and you're watching it later, you know, I encourage you to start writing down your goals if you don't. And I encourage you to start writing letters to people in your profession if you don't already. You can do that whether you're growing or whether you are a leader, because again, everyone's looking to chase opportunities. And as I said earlier, every opportunity is attached to a person. So you really need to find that person, and you need to be able to build relationships with that person. So thank you, Elle. I appreciate it. You know, all these years later, everything you've done for me. And, you know, it's just, it seems like something very simple, but just like compound interest, you know, you let that grow, percolate over time, and all of a sudden you see the fruits of your labor really quickly. You know, so I'm about, yeah.
How old are you, Ben?
I will be 29 next month, and not to get big-headed or anything, but to have a full-time job in Division I men's basketball under the age of 30 is
Rare.
not something you usually see from someone who didn't actually play college basketball. And a big part of that is attributed to, is the goal writing work, that I did when I was in high school.
So you've only just begun.
Yeah. Just hopefully just getting started.
It's fantastic. And Ben would never toot his own horn or anything, but he was valedictorian of his high school class. Ben is really, really brilliant boy. He went to an elite math and science center, and the private school where my son went. And like me, when I told my high school guidance counselor I wanted to conduct orchestras and coach athletics, they thought I was crazy because I was supposed to be an aerospace engineer. And I'm sure you were supposed to be something like that too, Ben, but you followed your
Absolutely. It's really interesting, having gone through this process. And again, I feel like this can be applicable to any profession, but as a young coach, a mentor of mine, said to me that if I can think of myself doing absolutely anything else, I should go do that.
we're told that in music as well.
Exactly. But there's something about it. Whether you're a doctor, you're in athletics, you're an entrepreneur, right? If you have that drive, you're going to stick it out, no matter what people think.
Yeah, it's really interesting. When I remember at Michigan, I wanted to study with a certain violin professor, and I was told at the registrar's office that no, he only takes the top performing artists. And I was actually a phys ed major at the time. So I was already crossing into the music school kind of illegally anyway. And so I left that office with my violin. I walked down to that man's office. I knocked on the door. He opened it, and I introduced myself and said, I'd like to play for you and be your student. And I probably played just wretchedly compared to his students, right? But he looked at me and he goes, Miss Derrick, you have such chutzpah. I will take you. Right?
Well, it's very true. It's very true, right? When I am reaching out to these people don't know me from Adam. But if you're not going to speak up for yourself, who else is going to, right? And if you're a leader, if you're not going to speak up for the people you are leading or the team you are working with, who else is going to? So you have to be able to put yourself out there, and you have to be able to accept no's and realize that there is a yes out there.
And also, this is probably true too, you don't know who's watching you. And that's why the phrase, how you do anything is how you do everything. I was working for a particular symphony, and someone was headhunting me, and I didn't know it. And they were showing up at concerts to watch how I interacted. I had no idea of any of this. So I was being watched. And I knew this person was here, but I thought he was just here to enjoy the concert. Right? So I didn't know.
Right.
And I was always the first person out to greet them as they walked in the offices and just those kinds of things. And I get a call from out of the blue saying, hey, I'm the president of the board of this symphony, and we'd like to have you interview for a job. I go, I'm not looking for a job. And they said, no, you don't understand. You've been handpicked.
Right.
Right? So you don't know who's watching you either. And that goes for within companies, in all kinds of situations, you don't know who's watching.
Absolutely.
So how you're doing all that. And going back to the handwriting of letters, how many of you have recently gotten a really beautiful handwritten letter from someone? Probably not anyone. I don't see any hands being raised here.
Yeah.
So a handwritten letter is unique today. It's beautiful. And you are manifesting with that hand, which is why, you've just come so far. And here comes your classmate. You can see your classmate.
Been a long time.
A long time is right, sir. That was amazing. It was great to hear. I guess from an outside view, I mean, hearing little bits and pieces and following on Facebook to hear it, hear it live. That was it was awesome.
Wow. Anybody have any questions for Ben? Vivian?
Els, I was going to say, I write handwritten thank you letters actually, because I wanted to make it from the heart. So my thank you letters are handwritten to my clients. That's my thank you. But I haven't received a handwritten, except when my clients thank me, not the last month though. You know, it's a few months back. So yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it is a special touch. Even like send out cards now, they have this, it looks like handwritten, but it's actually printed because it's like that form, right? So that's what we send to our clients.
Yeah, I just received a real piece of mail. It was a package. And my godfather and godmother have had to move out of their respective homes. And they turned 90. And one of the daughters wrote a beautiful handwritten note with a picture of her with her mom, who's my godmother I love so much. She gave me her prayer beads and a poem I wrote to them when I was 14 about home that they had on their wall. So kept it all these years. And when they were cleaning out the house, they found it. But it was so cool to get a real piece of mail. So Ben, those real pieces of mail, they do make an impact. And that's really beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your journey.
No, thank you for having me.
It takes tenacious activity, execution, as Monique said, execution, and keeping it going to get where you already are so far and so young in your career. So thank you for that inspiration.
Thank you.
And we're going to move to, I put two young people in the middle here. And Monique was pretty young too, but these guys are not even 30 yet. And so this next guest is my son. And I've asked him to come on and share. He has run his own business with my other son for 6 years now. And so they're entrepreneurs at a very young age. And again, it just takes a lot of tenacity and execution to make that happen. And Hugh, when I created the pressure-free method, is because he said, Mother, well, our baseball team needs to know what you know. We could be amazing if you would teach our team. And I just started laughing, like, who wants their mother in the dugout? But he was completely serious. He wanted me to share my mental toughness tools with that team. And so that was really the germ in the beginning of the pressure-free method. And then there's one more thing that Hugh said that very first year. So we were just like 2 months into using the method on ourselves as a family. And we're driving in the car and Hugh turns to me and he goes, Mother, I can't wait to have a wife and children and share the legacy of how we live now. So in 2 months' time, our family had changed so profoundly that an 18-year-old boy would say something like that. So Hugh, you want to come out and introduce yourself and just share? You have some wonderful things to share with us today about vision.
Yeah, thank you, Mama. Yeah, so you do, when you have businesses with family, you get called in at the last minute. So I received a text a few days ago and it's like, hey, do you want to speak on Friday? I was like, all right, let's roll. So I put something together for everyone today, and hopefully there will be some takeaways. So like Elle said, I've been sort of her first student and really embraced the pressure-free method, and that's what's led me here today. And so pressure-free has been an absolute gift, and living it out to the best of my abilities has been, it's what led me to build amazing relationships and really be in a position to transition from high school to college to sort of career entrepreneurship, and have that be as smooth as possible. And so, yeah, it's been an absolute gift. So I'm going to jump in here and talk about visionary leadership for increased clarity, resilience, and confidence. And so for a second, in pressure-free wave, do a little Ferris wheel, take maybe a deep breath, smile, relax your abs. So I know some of you have been here since 10 a.m. So we'll just kind of shake it out before we get started here. Yeah, so back in the winter time, it was about 6 a.m. in the morning. And for some of you who Yeah, it was a freezing cold morning because I knew my toes were peeking out from underneath the covers, and so I woke up and I was all chilly, and alarm was going off, and I keep my phone on the other side of the room. And what I didn't realize was that that movement across the room was going to actually change my life and actually lead me to speaking to you today. And this was back in January. And so I picked up the phone and my email. I was in a daily Stoic challenge, and the challenge of the day was pick one author for the year. And a few authors juggled in my head, and an author popped to the top of the list, a guy named Jim Collins, who's kind of the foremost business author in regards to building a sustainable, enduring, visionary company. And I went to Amazon and purchased all of his books. And so they all arrived. So I had this big stack for the year. And I've just been going book by book by book by book and applying these to business. And what I came to realize, and I started watching a few YouTube videos where Jim talked a little bit, just a little hair, about how you can apply his principles to your personal life. And so I'm going to talk to you today how I've done that. And we're going to do some exercises together. So if you have a pen and paper, feel free to jot any notes at any time. So first, duty, obligation, responsibility to create a pocket of greatness. So think about all the rooms you've been in, maybe within the last week, within the day. Think about the people that have been in those rooms, family, friends, coworkers, strangers, and realize that each situation experience is an opportunity to create a pocket of greatness. To no matter if there's good luck or bad luck events happening within that space in a given time, you have an opportunity to, like you said, create a pocket of greatness, of positivity, joy, enthusiasm. We all have this present, the present moment, a gift to create. I'm going to keep repeating, a pocket of greatness. Some of the excuses people may have of not creating a pocket of greatness, they may say, well, I'm not the CEO, I'm not the boss, or I'm just the middle child in the room of 10 other family members. And so even if you're not in charge of the whole bus, the whole family, the whole business, the whole department, you can have your own mini bus. It could start with just yourself and maybe one other coworker, one other family member. Think even to the Walmart checkout line. You could create a pocket of greatness as a cashier or as a customer. Maybe you set some goals around, okay, I am going to smile at every single customer that comes in. I, as a customer, am going to smile at every single cashier. So there's always these opportunities to create a pocket of greatness. So I think back also to a time when I was, it was one of my first jobs, my first college job, and I was in charge of a band of guys going door to door selling windows. Now this is for a massive international window company. And so I wasn't CEO. I wasn't even the boss within the region or within our even small little office. I just had one little van. And the only thing I can control is myself and my relationship with those 5 other guys within that van every day. And I took it upon myself to realize, okay, here's the opportunity. I just have these guys. How can we, we're kind of given these goals or kind of top down things. Well, we looked at ourselves as our own little pocket of greatness, and we did amazing things together to the point where we got to go drink beer on the job. it was kind of ridiculous, but it was because we achieved our goals. We over delivered to the company every single time, and we got some perks because of it. And so now I'm giving some context. Now, what are some elements of a pocket of greatness? And so number one, personal core values. So the lens that you're making decisions within. Personally, I have a set of core values of freedom, excellence, and love. Okay. And then our business, Ingalls Pictures, our video production company, my brother now, and we have our set of core values: love and respect for all people, continuous improvement, client and audience return on investment. So setting those values, a personal set especially, will then let you move through the world in a way with a certain lens. Next is purpose. So why do you exist? It goes to the quote from Mark Twain: two most important days of your life is when you came out of your mama and the day you found out why. And so thinking about what type of purpose statement could you put together that would just really just nail the head on, okay, I exist in this world because why? I go back to, Elle was actually there. We were at a growth conference for entrepreneurs in Vegas, and we were sitting on day 3 of the conference, and we had just had this whirlwind of activity of inspiring speakers, and I asked us kind of like, what's our life purpose? Like we've basically been sent all of this information about how to build a business, build a life, create wealth, all these things, and like how can we distill this down? And when we went around, and I remember Mike, one of our guys, he's all about experience. He's like, I just want to create the greatest experiences for the people I'm around. Like, that's my purpose. Like, he's someone that will just go above and beyond, like for projects that he works on with, or work for Ingalls Pictures, just making sure people are happy, that they're always providing experiences. So I came and when we went around, I said, and this just came out of me, it's like, I exist to be an example of leadership, discipline, enthusiasm, and curiosity. And so thinking about what your purpose statement could be in relation to the core values and making sure that they work together. The next is kind of a mission. What is your mission for the next, let's say, 10 years? 10 years is a great target. It's kind of how a lot of businesses look at, like, okay, what's our big, hairy, audacious goal? The Boeing company, they wanted to make the 747. That was their big, hairy, audacious goal. For us, for Ingalls Pictures, it's an IMDb top 250 movie. That is the mountain we're climbing. That's our mission. Nonprofit sector, you get into like, what is your mission? And that drives every action throughout your everyday existence. For businesses, it's more of like, okay, we have this big product service, we're going after it. So what in your life is your next 10-year target, your big mountain that you are climbing, that you're setting base camps at different points? So, and the next thing go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So that idea of, I remember when I ran the symphony, I had a little pull-out drawer. I actually had our 5-year plan. So it was written and adopted and voted on by the board, because I would get calls all the time. Will you do this? Will the orchestra do this? I would look at our core plan to make sure we were staying on point and on mission. So getting clear about this is wonderful. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And building off of that, yeah, I read my personal mission for the next 10 years, and then the company's mission, which is on kind of our strategic plan, and reading that and just reminding yourself every single morning. Going back to what Ben was saying, that consistency is absolutely important. And then the next thing is a vivid description of the future. So thinking about when you make your way up that mountain, you've reached that summit, you've hit your 10-year target. It could come earlier. What is your life like? Okay, what is that vivid description once you've reached the summit? And so for us, for even our company, we have this vivid description of being on a yacht coming into Port of Cons, and we can smell the ocean, and there's kids running around, and we have this, and each person in the company has written in a vivid description of their relationship to that, to that mountaintop when we've reached that summit together. So what does that look like? That should be something you can do with your family. Okay, what is the family's mission for the next 10 years? Maybe it's having our children graduate high school. Okay, that's our mission for the next 10 years. Okay, let's write a vivid description of what life will be like when that's achieved. So yeah, that's kind of to review. So we're going to take just a few minutes, and feel free to we'll do some heads down for five minutes or so, and feel free to maybe jot a few things down. And so I'll put in the chat here what I just went over. So let me put this in here. So values, purpose, mission, and vivid description of the future. And as you think about that, Okay, so you're thinking about your values, your purpose. Well, let's start with values. Think about first who. So I also want you to write some words down. Is it trust, integrity, passion? I mean, it could be anything. Like I said, mine is commitment, love, and freedom. And so, yeah, just throw down some ideas for some values, and then actually maybe write a name of one person or more who aligns with those same values. This could be coworker, family, friends, but just write a first who, meaning, okay, here are my values, and here's one person that aligns with those values. We're going to do the same for each. So if you're working on maybe a purpose, a mission, or vivid description, as you're writing it down, start to think about the people in your life, okay, for your purpose. Who else maybe has the same purpose I do, or a complementary purpose in life, okay? Maybe there's someone in your department at your job that complements you. If your purpose is to create a vision, they can execute upon that vision. So start to think about first who can help bring that purpose out of you and help you live that out every day. And then same thing for mission. Okay, if you're on a 10-year mission, look at how, first who are the people that are going to be going up that mountain with you? Because you're not going to do it alone. And from what I've personally realized over time, that a lot of times in entrepreneurship, when you first start out, you're doing anything and everything. And the most beautiful thing you can realize to do is delegate. And as soon as you start delegating, you start to move up the mountain quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. And so think about who is going to be on that journey with you. And like Ben, going back to Ben's and listening to Ben, I mean, these college coaches, we're going up the mountain with him. Those are his first two. And so, just thinking through who's going up the mountain with you and who's at that summit. All with kind of the question of, who can create your own, who's going to create the pocket of greatness with you.
Vivian's,
so go ahead.
Chat here, Vivian's listed some great values.
Oh yeah, these are good. They're beautiful. Communication, honesty, prosperity, integrity. No, these are great. So also, as you start to write this down, and obviously it won't be perfect during this time, but feel free to continue to iterate upon these, creating some action steps. So you've identified some of these people, okay? So what's the next step with, one action towards that person? So maybe make a note, okay, I'm gonna make an example. If my mother's on this call, she's part of me moving up the mountain. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna make sure I call her tomorrow to talk about X or to review this conference. Maybe put one little action step next to the people you've written down that you're gonna take action on, hopefully today. I challenge you today, maybe tomorrow, and the next day. So maybe a little 3-day action plan. Okay, I'm gonna communicate with X, Y, and Z today, and then ABC tomorrow. So thinking about what is that next step in taking action with that person. And once again, family, friends, coworkers. So give just a few minutes to kind of digest that. Then in about 1 more minute, I'm gonna ask if anyone wants to share. So I see on camera, Elle or Vivian. Let's see who else is on. Elle, do you want to share anything that you've written down?
I recently went through something in this leadership program I'm in where from deep within, what came up were 3 words to describe the kind of leader I deeply am and want to exhibit. This fits in very well with what Vivian was sharing. And they came out of me in such an almost a violent way. So from deep within. And my 3 words were compassionate, bold, courageous leader. So every morning I've been writing, I'm a compassionate, it's funny, bold started to come in there because it seems to be wanting to flip order, but I am a compassionate, bold, courageous leader. And so I've never taken the time to look at those 3 words and then put it through this mill of what you just shared here, Hugh. So I see myself doing some work on that. And how you kept bringing up the people with each one of these, the people in your purpose, the people in your mission, the pockets of greatness. So yeah, so that's something I'm going to be working on. Anyone?
Vivian, would you like to share anything?
Yes, it's funny that I was talking to a legacy coach just a few weeks ago, right? Because you know how I think when we have a bigger vision, bigger than ourselves, it's almost like the body feels overwhelmed. And then it's either, especially women, right? We're like, oh, I don't know if I could do this. So maybe I should just freeze or quit or not do anything. Or you kind of go around in circles. That doesn't work very good in business. So the legacy coach, when she said, okay, so start journaling now. And what I saw, like even from last year, because even with the COVID and the lockdown, I don't pay attention. I mean, I do, but I don't, right? I don't let it affect me. I'm still like focused on, well, what are we going to do now that the vision and the purpose is kind of like bigger than me? Like you said, start hiring. So I already have like 6 people in my team, but I realized that the business manager right now, it's almost like a business coach, but not a business manager, not a business operations manager. And I'm like, yes, I know I'm a leader because that's my strength, but then marketing is really my main thing. So I really just need to do this and assign that to someone. That's why I wrote hire a business operations manager. And in our ENE circle, it's entrepreneur network events or something. It's global, right? And everybody there is like rocking. And so then I met someone who's a headhunter that actually you just pay her a commission pretty much for whoever she finds for you. So then she said, I need you to write these things down so I know who to look for. So that's my next hire, is really somebody who does business operations manager to really focus on the overall operations. It's kind of like the glue, the one that gives that direction, of course, given the vision that I give her and say, this is where we're going in this company. Can you help me please manage the rest of the staff? So I could just do my genius zone and just stay in my lane, right? So I notice this a lot, like when you share a talk and you don't follow what you're saying, it doesn't land. The message doesn't land with the audience because it's not 100% authentic, right? So when you think of something and you really do what you said you're going to do, people would actually gravitate towards you because now you don't have to do it immediately, but then at least you're already taking the steps to get there, right? Because we know that a bad hire is going to cost us a lot of money, but a good hire will actually multiply the assets and the resources that we have. So that's what I wanted to share with all of you.
That gets back, I want to bring it back to Trent's foundation of integrity on one end, humility, and then he had several other things in his pyramid, but those were the cornerstones. And if you're, like you say, you're speaking, but you haven't done, it shows up. If you're acting a certain way over here, it shows up over here. So that's beautiful. Thank you, Vivian. Anybody else have a question or thought, want to share?
Yeah, anyone else? So real quick, Vivian, what's your next step with hiring the business manager? Do you need to reach out to the headhunter, or have
Oh,
they
we already
identified?
talked last Monday. Come on.
Okay.
She's already hunting for me. So
Yeah.
I basically am gonna give her the specific job description. And so I had to research on really like, okay, what areas or what departments do we need? Because literally I'm running kind of like two businesses, right? One is the academy, wherein I teach people how to heal and bring in the other healers that specialize there.
Mhm.
And then the other one is my intuitive business coaching, wherein I just help people like get to their money blocks. That one's easy for me because I can do that in my sleep. Yes.
Love it.
So yes, I have already made that phone call. And so we're gonna reconnect after she's figured out who to find for me. She's the one who's gonna look for me.
Love it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Elle, do you have someone you need to reach out to, or who are you going to reach out to next?
Who am I reaching out to next? Actually, I want to reach out to some of my former clients that I haven't talked to in a while. And it's kind of been on my mind, like kind of amorphously, but to actually act and do it, that has come up for me, that's something I definitely want to do. So yeah, for sure. Mhm. And I'm always working on that vivid description of future. I've been keeping that kind of a goal journal since I was 18, but I haven't done it for 2021 the way I want to. So thank you for bringing that forward for us too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So that's really all I have today.
Well, thank you so much, Hugh.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
I have to thank Hugh too. He's actually hired me 2 years in a row now to coach his company. And we just had a session at the beginning of this week that, I don't know, it was pretty awesome. I got off that call with you and it was just really incredible. So Ricky says, thank you, that was great. It's so cool to be connecting Hugh to some of you. I mean, it's just really neat. Ricky runs a nonprofit out in Utah, and Warner says, powerful coaching, Hugh. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing. And what is one of you, because you know Ben talked about the goal writing and everything, and Smile, but what's one of your favorite pressure-free tools?
Relaxing abs, realizing that breath is at the center of everything, and that we do, how our presence. I mean, it is I don't know how to put it really in the words other than say, it's the core of life. And so the relaxing of the abs just allows that breath to get in, and it can turn wherever you're at any given point around. So that's my favorite tool, and the toughest tool that, even when I was speaking, I could feel my abs being tight. So it's easier said than done.
And one thing that I like about Hugh and his leadership is that he gives back right away. So you've served on a couple of commission for the city. You've been mayor, the mayor's board, next gen board chair.
Yeah. Yep.
Want to share just a little bit about why that's important to you? And
so when thinking about my brother and I's choice to pick Grand Rapids, Michigan as our home base for our company, I realized that in order to just create a long, successful, long-term, visionary, sustainable business here, we needed to be connected with every element of the community, and video can play a role in so many different industries. And so kind of looked at, okay, what are all the kind of given institutions within the city? Obviously, you have city government, you have all your nonprofits, you have your public library, you have your symphony, you have all these different things. And so I kind of charted out a course of getting involved in some way, shape, or form with the institutions of the city. And that led me to, I've been chair for the mayor's Next Gen Advisory Board this is for year 4. Our mission is to increase the number of people under 40 on city boards and commissions. So right now it's about 20%. We want to get up to about 40%. So getting young people, basically a pipeline of civic engagement. I was on the Emerging Philanthropist Board for the United Way here in town, and getting young people involved with philanthropy. similar to kind of creating, just getting people our age just in those pipelines. Yeah, philanthropy, civic engagements, serving on city boards. So yeah, so I mean, met a lot of interesting people throughout the years of serving. And so sitting in kind of the visionary role for these boards is kind of flips the script when you're thinking more of a for-profit model. You know, what is your resource? And so for example, with the mayor's board, it is time. You know, no one's compensated, so we're not operating some sort of profit model where if we need engagement, we can just hand someone a check. You know, we're relying on people's time. So that's our resource. And so that's some of the work we've been doing in the community. And then our business, you know, just continues to look at partnering with nonprofits and doing amazing storytelling for them, kind of regardless of budget. And so we have a number of partners here, and it's brought us to different, just telling amazing stories and being on, it's an honor to be chosen to tell some of these. I mean, we're telling some amazing, for example, like the Burn Society. It's an international nonprofit that's headquartered here, and we're talking, burn survivors and their traumatic events, and so there's just some things we're doing.
Great. Well, Hugh, thank you so much for coming on and sharing today. I really appreciate it. And people can, I think I put his email address in here. If you want to reach out to Hugh, he'd be happy to chat with you. And I think it's important. I've been a symphony for years, and good board members are hard to come by. It's so important for people to just reach out to nonprofits and let them know you'd love to be of service as leaders, because we're constantly looking for, when you're in that space, you're constantly looking for people who can be of service. So it's great to step into that, and it does take time. It's like, well, there's different things that bring you onto a board, but if you're a worker and you can put some time in, that's really fantastic. So thanks, Hugh. Our next speaker today is Werner Berger. And Werner, I'm so grateful that you're coming on here to share with us today. I really want you to introduce yourself, because I could never do it justice. And and Laurel's coming on, wonderful. So I met Werner through one of my mentors, the best-selling author, Robert Allen. And I was working on a book, and I actually wrote the book because it was a 90-day challenge to write a book. And Werner and his wife Heshi were in the group. And I made friends with another person who just joined us here, Laurel. And Laurel and I speak every Sunday, and we try to keep me on track with what I'm trying to do and what she's trying to do. So Werner, thank you so much for being here today.
Totally my pleasure, Al. And I definitely have to start by congratulating you on putting together an awesome group of speakers.
Thank you. And
also really for your coaching of both Ben and Hugh. Very impressed.
Thank you.
I wish I'd been in their shoes at their ages.
I know, it's just really neat.
We'll talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, 10 years later,
My talk is all about the essence of leadership. And it comes from the absolute belief that leadership is critically important in every single aspect of our lives. And the bad news around that, though, is we've read many times that leadership is the most scarce commodity on this planet. Now, the question a lot of you probably are asking, how the heck can that be? And it's very, very simple. Corporations spend approximately $116 billion on leadership training every single year. And yet when we look at the workplace, we know that it's not working, because when 60% of the workforce actually hates their job, and we dig a little bit deeper and realize it's not the job that they hate, it's the boss that they hate. We know that something is definitely missing in this whole domain of leadership. And by the way, leadership doesn't only show up in the corporate field, it shows up in our parenting. Who is more important as a leader than our parents? And the unfortunate part there again is most kids come out of their growth years, their formative years, and very often we blame the schools. I personally don't believe it's the schools. They certainly have a role in it. Coming out not feeling good enough and not really knowing who they are. And later in life, when we tell people, either in leadership positions or in sales positions, or literally in any other position, oh, you've got to be yourself. If an individual does not know who they are, how the heck can they be themselves? Because all they do is attempt to be who they think that they should be. And that's not the authentic self. And when we then throw $116 billion into leadership training, we can expect that there's going to be very little ROI. And it doesn't mean that the training isn't important. The training is critically important because ultimately there really are two components to leadership. Before I get into that, you asked me to tell a little bit about who I am. Born in South Africa and grew up there. Lived on a farm for most of my life, came to university, and from university came to North America as a geologist, went back to university to do a master's degree, went back to university to do an MBA, a business degree, because this is a guy that did not know that he was good enough. So more degrees, more things, more this, more that, got married, had 4 kids, 3 of our own, 1 adopted. And can you imagine a parent that believes that he or she are not good enough, although they chose not to parent the way they were parented, doing an effective job? That was me. I have great relationships with my kids now, but there were times, I am sure, where they thought I was the biggest SOB on the planet. Not because I spanked them, because I didn't spank them, not because I called them names, because I didn't do that, but the look or the expectation that they should be living up to a certain model, or my thought of who they should be. Now just notice, even in that statement, I'm not allowing them to be who they are. They're conforming to my expectations, not to theirs. So after university, I took over the running of a small business, grew at 700% in 7 years, started with 17 employees, ended up with 84 employees. And at 43, felt absolutely burnt out because I had a sense that I was working for my employees rather than them working for me. And in retrospect, I was just not a very effective leader. I was more of a nice guy than a leader because I wasn't going to be a bully. But that's not where leadership lives. So got rid of the business, retired from something, not towards something. And in 4 years later, my life was in the gutter. I had no idea where I was going. Had no idea what was next. I'd lost all my money on the stock market in the crash of 1981, even though I saw it coming. And I went to my broker and I said, sell everything. And he said, how could you sell everything? My wife came home. I said to her, my ex-wife, this is what I did. She said, how could you sell everything? I phoned my broker back and I said, stop selling. And he said, okay, it's good. I haven't sold anything yet. 2 months later, the market crashed and we lost everything. Talk about knowing who you are. Talk about being grounded. No idea. Stumbled into the next thing, and that was corporate consulting. And now there was a nice mesh here because I was always a servant. Coaching, effective selling, if you know how to do it, is truly a servant activity. And I took to this like, well, things stick to things. I'm not going to say what. And started working with companies as large as Clorox Canada in a leadership program, ultimately started in customer service, went into sales training, and from that into management training, recognized that none of that works until I get into the leadership mode, because the culture of the corporation dictated by the leaders determines the effectiveness of the people and the training. And it didn't matter how good the training was. 6 months later, people didn't even remember the name of the program, because it was people skills, it wasn't technical skills. Technical skills are always one-on-one. People skills, you have to come from it from the inside. You cannot do it through your head. And most of the training is into your head. And it's critical to know what you need to be doing in terms of communication. But the question is, do you have the ability to do it congruently? Can you do it so that people really feel you as opposed to just your words? And when I look at corporations today, or even in those days, people were not their words. They would talk win-win. They would want win-win in their sales teams. They would want win-win in their productivity teams. But when they didn't practice it, even though they knew they had to, but they couldn't practice it because they didn't know who they were. They didn't have a true connection with their hearts. And then I started mountain climbing. And I was 55 at that time. I trekked to Everest Base Camp, and here's a picture of this beautiful environment, about 3 hours trekking. This is not climbing, this is trekking from Everest Base Camp. And coming back, I knew something had shifted. And suddenly I realized that until you are grounded and know who you are and can live in the present, not just when the moment moves you, but consciously, you cannot be the authentic leader you want to be. So a lot of what we hear about leadership, it's about delegation, it's about influence, it's about empathy, it's about concern, it's about purpose, it's about support. Unless there's this component of heart that's interwoven with this, you cannot authentically do it. And yes, all of those are important, but the question becomes, how do you connect it so that when you talk win-win, they know you mean win-win, because you are win-win. You live win-win. When you talk about, yes, I'm a salesperson, but I really have nothing to sell until I truly know and understand what you need. And if I have a solution to your problem, I might have something to sell. But if I don't, I have nothing to sell. We can still be friends, but I'm going to back out of your life until you have a need for what I have. That is leadership. That is authenticity. That is grounding. That is presence. And the question, of course, becomes, how do you teach that? And I'm saying you don't teach it. You cannot learn it from the outside. You can only learn it from the inside. Every effective leader has gone through his or her own inner journey. And when they've gone through that, and they have a sense of who they are, and they can even start talking about, I do love who I am, or I love what I do. And if it's authentic, now there's a possibility of truly connecting with people. And all we have to do when we think of this comment that leadership is one of the scarcest commodity on earth, all we have to do is look around us. Look at our corporations. How many people hate their jobs? Look at the state of any nation and the conflict between different groups or different parties. Or think in terms of nations struggling with each other. When all we want as human beings is to be happy, self-sufficient, and influential. That's what we want. We want to make a contribution. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. We want to be empowered, and we want to be empowering. All of those are cooperative elements, but that's not how we're living our lives. And, the question is, why not? Only answer that I can find is because we are not externally focused, or I'm going to change that. We're not really community focused, community being you and I together. Most people are me focused. If it doesn't serve me, I'm not interested. Or I'll pay it lip service, but don't expect me to be all in. If you give me what I want, I might be all in for that moment. And that's a game. That's a disaster game. There's no positive outcome from that other than what you see with our environment. If somebody tells me there's nothing, there is no climate change, I say, wake up. And then they say, oh, but the Earth has gone through many cycles, and we know that sometimes it freezes and sometimes it's warm. That's where all the great glaciers came from, and that's where the Great Lakes got eroded through a cold period. Then it gets warm again, and it gets cold again. But what we know these cycles, and we know how long it took. But what we don't recognize when we say there's no threat in climate change is how rapidly those cycles have been squished together now. It doesn't take centuries now for climate to change by 1 degree. It happens within a year or 10 years. And all we need is 2 or 3 more degrees before we're really in trouble. Don't tell me you're playing win-win in this regard. And don't tell me, if I'm not speaking up, that I'm not playing win-win, or I'm not voicing my concerns so that there'll be a shift. So those are just some of the key elements. So the next question has to be, how do I get to knowing who I am? How do I get to being grounded? How do I get to truly being able to live in the present? The way I found is in the mountains. It is not the only way. It was my way, and I completely did not expect it. It just simply happened. When I'm in the mountains and I'm trekking to Everest Base Camp, and it takes me 10 days to do that, or I trek to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro, and by the way, I've done that 9 times now, and okay, I'm going to brag. I'm also in the Guinness Book of Records as the oldest person in the world to have climbed the highest mountain on each of the 7 continents, including Mount Everest. It's in those environments that I got to find myself. And finding myself had everything, and this was completely unexpected. And it didn't take the high altitude climbs to do this. The first big shift, as I mentioned, came just simply trekking to Everest Base Camp and knowing that something had changed when I came away. And what changed is just being in awe of everything around me. Not just the scenery that's behind me, but the people that are in front of me that I see on the screen. Or I look out the window and I see some clouds, or I see a sky, a beautiful sky, starlit with a sliver of moon. How can I not be in awe of this ball of rock flying through the cosmos on a never-ending journey? And we know at some point it's going to end, but we don't have to be too afraid of it, because that's really in the distant future, unless an unforeseen meteorite comes splashing in, as it has in the past. That's always a possibility. But the symmetry and the congruency and the harmony that is around us is unbelievable if we just open our eyes to it. And we don't even have to go into the cosmos to do that. We can look within ourselves. This incredible body, your incredible body, functions perfectly. All you have to do is feed it right. And the earth knows how to create the ideal sources of food and nutrition for you. How the heck did it know that? The insects that are around know exactly what they need to do to keep things in harmony And as most people know, maybe not if they're not farm kids, the bees are the ones that pollinate our flowers and keep our crops and a lot of our vegetation going. So there's this incredible harmony that most people just take for granted because we haven't become grounded and the other word I'm looking for is appreciative or loving of what we actually have. The other part, of course, has to do with presence. If I'm constantly looking for what's in it for me, what's in it for me, what's in it for me, I cannot be present to what's around me. And when those shifts occur, and they just did for me, as I said, I had not intended, I had not expected it, it just happened. That's when there's a chance of things shifting, things changing, life taking a slightly different course for you. And I'm 84, I'm not on any meds, and I'm still climbing. I've got some knee problems, and I'm not 100% sure I'm going to overcome them because we had to defer the climbs last year and this year. And what I call them is transformational life experiences, or for corporations, transformational leadership experience, where I just simply take people to Everest Base Camp or to the top of Kilimanjaro with the intent of them finding themselves. And it's not something I'm doing to them, it's something I'm leading them into that they will discover on their own. And I could go on and on and on, but you'd asked me for about 20 minutes. I'm just looking at the clock. If there are any questions or any comments, I'm happy to pick up on that.
There's so many, but let's open it up here. Does someone here have a question for Werner? It's our chance to ask him. Just an incredible, I'm so grateful that you came. You connected so many of the different speakers that have spoken today. As we talked, we started with presence with Leela. I mean, we've moved through all these things, and it's just been a wonderful full journey. I'm so grateful for. So do we have questions here? Anyone have a question for Werner? Vivian.
I saw a hand.
I guess it's not a question. I just wanted to express gratitude for Werner. Whatever he's saying makes sense.
Thank you.
That's all I say, right? And it could be, I was gonna add that the mountain part for him, that could be the environment wherein his human design, I don't know if he even knows what it is,
I don't.
but for him, it may be that really brings in or brings out, right? His genius, his path and purpose, and then be a light to others. Mine is the beach. Mine likes, shore. So when I'm at the beach, I get a lot of divine downloads and aha moments. So like he said, everyone is different. And for some people, it's when they are hanging out with other people, that's what brings out themselves, their true selves. But I love what Werner has been sharing with us. And by the way, even if I met you a long time ago, I'm still in awe. So thank you for for being here. It's been a long time. I can't remember when, but I think it's the beginning part of, was it 2008 or something? It's been a long time. So good to see you.
Thank you, Vivian. Actually, you triggered the question that I asked that I didn't really wrap up on. And that, what are all the ways for people to find themselves? And
Yes.
what I'm actually doing, I am in the process of creating a group that wants to explore this.
Oh,
Explore
awesome.
this with inviting leaders in different domains to talk about their journey. What actually triggered their journey? Mine was the climbing. Yours is very clearly different, and I already have a sense of what yours is.
Yeah, mine was the TIA, the stroke thing. And I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in the wrong profession. That was it.
So I really do want to create a summary of all of these ways of doing it. And I know meditation for some people is absolutely one. For most people, it's not.
Right.
But for some people, it really, really is. Anyway, that's another story.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Vivian.
When you were talking about seeing, I think there's a lack of patience today, and people aren't just taking the time to actually see other people and to even notice things. I am a forest girl. I grew up in New Hampshire, and so forest. We actually got married because our original. This is not a coincidence. Like, this happened for a reason. We were supposed to get married in one location, and it wasn't ready for our wedding, so we had to move it to the preservation of New Hampshire forests headquarters. Like, that's where we had the wedding. And when I moved here 2 years ago, there's a huge oak tree. And when it started dropping its acorns on my skylight and roof, sounds are triggers for me as a musician. And at first I was feeling myself getting annoyed. And then I'm like, no, this tree is showing me abundance. And then I looked up and I was like, rain on me, rain on me. It's like, I use it now as this beautiful sign of abundance when I hear those, acorns just falling. Just sometimes it's just incredible how many. And let's see.
And just think of you being in the present at that moment, in appreciation of that sound, as opposed to into yourself and in anger or upset about it or being bothered by it.
Right. Yeah. Here's a question for you about Denali and the determination it took to get to the top.
Actually, there's a really, really neat story. I'll make it short. It took me 3 times to get to the top. The first time we got within 200 vertical feet and a 20-minute walk. So you can imagine how gentle that 200 vertical feet was. And we could not summit because we were on the summit ridge and very, very gusty wind and temperatures in the minus 40s Fahrenheit. And the worst part is cloud was moving in. It was 7:30 at night, not a problem because we were so far north. And daylight just, you can see throughout the night, really. You could climb throughout the night. Not that you'd want to, because it's 2 or 3 dark hours. So anyway, with the cloud moving in, we escaped down because you cannot afford to be caught in a whiteout at that altitude because the body isn't acclimatized. So anyway, the next morning, we got back to camp at 11 o'clock at night, going down as fast, going up as slow. Next morning, I woke up all chipper, and the guides came to the front, and I said, "It's nice weather. Are we going to go again?" And they said, "Not a chance. Your body is so spent that it'll take you 4 to 5 days at lower altitude to recuperate." So anyway, went back a second time 4 years later, got to high camp, which is at 17,000 feet, got caught in a storm that lasted it lasted 14 days. On the 9th day, we were out of fuel, we were out of food, and we'd been shoveling snow off our tent, actually at least 2, 3, 4 times a day, even through the night, to keep the tent from collapsing. Found a little window, escaped down. And every time I came back, people would say, "Oh, you must be so disappointed that you couldn't summit, especially the first time. How could you quit when you were 200 vertical from the summit and only 20 minutes?" And everything in me said, I didn't quit. It was the most amazing experience I've ever had. And it allowed me to go back. And then the third time, we got to high camp, and we were supposed to do an acclimatization or a rest day at high camp. But we knew that weather was moving in. So we decided, okay, we were going to skip the acclimatization day and just go for it. And of course, we then made it.
Wow.
But it was just such an amazing experience.
It's an incredible experience. I said, I got to go back.
And one more thing. In the very first time, we actually had to build a snow cave because of weather that had moved in. and we were on a very serious ridge. So we lived inside this cave for 3 days. And when we first got into it, we called it the Crystal Palace. And at the end, I won't even tell you what we called it. But stepping out of the snow cave to go to where we had our little toilet rigmarole and seeing this amazing environment of snow, of fog, of sometimes wind, it was just breathtaking. And you can't teach that experience. You can't teach it. Anyway, I could go on and on.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, that experience forms leadership. That experience forms us to connect.
Especially when we can step out of our comfort zone. Because all growth takes place outside of the comfort zone.
Beautiful. Any other questions or thoughts for Werner? Hugh?
Yeah, I have many. I don't know if we have time, because I know it's about 3:30, but yeah, I just had some questions around, mentioning some of the transformational experiences you've witnessed with, I guess you'd say the clients you've brought up, the mountain, and even for yourself. How do those transformational moments translate into back when you're off the mountain and some of those stories? So maybe that's for another day, Werner, but those are just some questions I'd like to hear about those stories of that transformation.
I can give you a very short answer, Hugh, but where the heck were you when I was growing up?
Right.
Where were you telling me about purpose and that I want control over my life if I choose it? Anyway, the answer is really quite simple. I do drop out of it, absolutely, from time to time. But the moment I remember what it was like to feel present, or what it was like to feel just like a tiny little gnat in this amazing landscape, and feeling really humble, not less, but just humble, there's a transformational aspect. Or thinking of this amazing beauty, and then suddenly it hits me, how can I play so small? How can I not just enjoy this as opposed to whine about, oh, woe is me? Those are the things that can come back. And Heshe, my wife, will tell you I don't always live there, but fortunately, more often than in the past. Let's just leave it there.
I love it. Thank you for sharing, and yeah, you're an amazing. Yeah, it was amazing to hear your story and your message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Werner. I so greatly appreciate you being with us, all the speakers here today. We have one last speaker that I'm going to bring on, and I asked this speaker to come on and be a part of our time today because he's one of my accountability partners. And Tim Felmer and I met in 2017.
2016, I think, December of 2016.
December 2016, you're right. Yep. December 2016. It's
been a while.
It has been a long time. And yeah, so we met at a mastermind out in LA, and we had to choose an accountability partner. I just looked at him and said, you, right? So that's how, and it turns out Tim is from Wisconsin. I'm here in Michigan. So we're just across the pond from each other. Tim has incredible ability as a leadership coach, and I appreciate him as an accountability partner because and vice versa, because we have witnessed our growth and change over time, and we help each other stay on the track, stay on the mission.
Yep.
And so Tim, welcome. I'd love you to introduce yourself and then dive in and share with us.
Thank you, Al. And first of all, I want to thank everybody that's been here all day. I've been listening. I've been trying to get some work done, but I keep on glancing over, and I knew that the last person would have the biggest challenge because, Werner, you're incredible. Watching, listening, hearing your experiences and life experiences, that brings a joy to my life to see someone like you that has gone through many challenges, both physical, financial, whatever it is. Suddenly I can relate to somebody that that's really done a lot for themselves to grow themselves. And leadership is all about that, it's personal growth. And, although I've been a leadership person within an organization for 25 years before jumping out and getting into leadership development, leadership transformation, whatever you want to call it. I love your Warner, I love how you talk about it, leadership essence, because when I get in front of groups of leaders, and I do coaching for groups more than I do for individuals, but when I get in front of groups, it really is about the essence of that group and how they blend, how they perform together.
Oops, did we lose Tim? I think we lost Tim.
I see the image, but lost voice.
I can't, pardon?
He's back, yay. We lost you just for a sec.
Oh, am I back again?
You are.
Okay, good. So jump a little bit back after seeing, listening to Trent and how he talks about great teams and how he coached. And I'm seeing a lock up here. People, I'm going to move to a different part of my house.
Okay, go for it.
Maybe this will help a little bit.
Yeah. So in fact,
Are you guys there?
Yeah, go ahead and oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm not sure what's causing this, but I am not going to probably have perfect posture like Leela always talks about, but this might help. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go back. Warner, thank you again for all your life experiences. If you didn't hear me talk about that, it was such a joy to listen to you. Oh my goodness, I'm out again. Why am I jumping in and out?
It's okay, stay pressure free. Because tech.
I am.
Good, we're back.
Yeah, I work in my office every day and I very seldom have these issues. That's really crazy. Okay, raise hands, right? Just, okay. So let me, if I go out, I went out again.
Oh, you're fine. We'll let you know when. Oops, nope, let's go out.
Let's try a completely different room.
Okay.
There we go. Let's flip the light on. I have a very large house, so let's see if this works. I'm like right next to all the technology equipment. I'm in my wife's office. We own a business together. It's a holistic, she's a nurse practitioner in a holistic practice. So how is this? Is this better?
Yeah, and don't worry, I think we're fine. We can hear you.
I'm out again.
Well,
Unbelievable.
Can you hear us?
Hey, Elle?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't see any of you.
Okay.
But you can hear me or not?
Hear you, yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead.
All right. We're just going to keep going forward.
Okay.
Even though I lost my notes in the other room, I'm just going to try and go with this.
You're being.
Yeah, I'm losing you now.
Tim.
I'm offline completely.
This is perfect. We're being perfectly challenged.